What's going on, bruv?
I'm all good. No, actually, it's not good. This is a bad day.
This is not a happy moment. This is not a happy stream.
It's not. Yeah, the fact that this has to be spoken about in big 2026 is a fumble on humanity's part.
A massive fumble. But to start off on a bright note, that Pokemon strategy that you showed me of Alakazam worked to a fucking T. I tweaked a few things. Okay. I lost my last match, but that's only because for some reason 3 attacks in a row missed. And I know the guy didn't.
Right?
No, I had Aerodactyl on my team, and I used Rock Slide. And I know it wasn't because of Bright Powder, because it was a Feraligatr, and he had Mega Evolved. So there was no way.
Okay.
He missed 3 times in a row, and they got wiped out. And I was like, that's fine. That was the game. That wasn't me.
You're there. You're on my level. You've identified what the items, and you went, you know what? The RNG just didn't want me to win. Go next.
Yeah. It was Pit, and also someone got a triple protect, and I was like, I've never even seen a double protect, so whatever.
That's insane. But I tweaked today. I actually did a new Alakazam team. I'm trying to make it work.
I'll tell you what I did. I changed a few things. So I took the strategy of Alakazam and I put Oranguru with him because he's a bit tanky.
Yeah.
I did Psychic Terrain. But what I would do is protect because Oranguru is slower. So I'd do Protect with Alakazam, Psychic Terrain, then I'd do Expanding Force. And with Oranguru, I'd do Instruct and he'd do it again. And it was basically just killing everyone.
That's pretty sick. Instruct.
It worked like a charm until King Gambit showed up. And I was like, oh shit. Here we go.
Yeah, he just walls it, right? Yeah, Psychic don't work on Dark. Yeah, just get a good fighting one and you'll be good. Yeah,
I made some changes and he sucker punched me, but I lived and I had Thunder Punch and I killed him.
Okay. Damn, I'm going to see Mike Roman fucking Masterful tier soon.
Soon. I'm still getting there. Obviously, there's still things that happen. I didn't upload that recording where I crashed out because I was like, this ain't a good look. I was fucking furious. And then I realized what I did. I'll upload it. It's still on my computer. But I was furious and I was cussing out. And then I realized what had happened. And I was like, oh, I'm so stupid. I just spent an hour cussing when I could have taken 5 minutes to realize what was going on.
Don't worry, that happens to me. And then people in the comments have told me like, well, actually, this is what happened. I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're right. In the moment, I was too heated and I didn't check my P's and Q's. It happens.
Yeah. Well, that aside, who's under the table? No, it's my phone charger. So today it's not gonna be fun and games. The topic at hand is to put it nicely, pretty disgusting. But I know that there's a lot of different opposing opinions on this. I've actually had a few. I don't know how to frame them. I guess they're lolicons or Shotacons come forward to me and give their perspective on stuff, but a lot of them are saying they don't want to appear on camera. Obviously, you understand why they don't want to appear on camera. I've let them all know where I stand on this. This is not a case of fence sitting or trying to play both sides. I have a firm stance on this. I'm sure C4 does. But what they have done for the ones that don't want to appear on the podcast is they've sent me a bunch of stuff over that they believe is in defense of, firstly, Mimi Yanagi, who is one of the people we're going to speak about today. For those of you that don't know, Mimi is a VTuber, or at least they have a VTuber avatar. I don't think they've ever produced like YouTube content or anything like that, but there's like a VTuber anime avatar, very kiddish looking. And there was a lot of stuff that came out about them, a lot of like things that me and C4, and I'm sure a lot of you guys would perceive to be quite disturbing, but a lot of people thought fell under like freedom of expression or freedom of speech, stuff like, I guess, lolly content, anime girls that look very, very young in very compromising positions. Now, I don't know about you, C4, but when I've spoken to these lollies, they said to me that lolly content is not always about depicting the character in a sexual manner. It can be, but not always. I've always known it to be people that are into lolly stuff typically do depict them in ways that children are not usually depicted. But have I got a bad reading on that?
I think it seems possible. I think people could like lollies because they're cute. I don't think that's impossible, but separating the two, I don't really want to do that. I don't want to. I don't want to have to look at images and go, that one's good, that one's not good. I think cats are cute. Get pictures of cats. You don't need like little schoolgirls. I don't get it. Like, I don't know. I don't know how you justify it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. So technically, on paper, you could be into lollies and not the sexual nature part of it, but it's so close. Let people check your hard drive then. If you've got nothing to hide and you're there because they're cute, let them check your hard drive.
Yeah. Well, there's that. We'll get into Mimi as well, but there's another content creator called XenoCoffee. Now, if you guys have been involved in the Dragon Ball scene in any way, if you're a fan of Xenoverse, you probably heard of XenoCoffee at some point. I never spoke to XenoCoffee before, never interacted with XenoCoffee, saw a bit of his content here and there when I would like play Xenoverse with my friends and it come up on my feed. XenoCoffee has been exposed to have Shota content or Shotacon content. Now, to my understanding, Shotacon is the equivalent of lolly, but for little boys. And people have like understandably like flamed this guy off the internet. He's deleted his channel. I don't think there's any I don't think you can find anything about him on Twitter as it pertains to his actual page. I know that Mimi has a new page, but it's protected, as you can probably imagine after everything that's happened. So we can't see what's on there. Now, I can't show you Mimi's content because it's really fucking bad. Like, I think it's okay. So the reason that people got so annoyed about this is because the UK government got involved, and the UK government basically arrested Mimi. Well, I've been told that it's under a 6-year investigation. Now, when I heard that, my mind immediately went to, oh, there's something far worse than what we have seen on Twitter for them to be investigating this person for around 6 years. But there was a lot of defense that came out for Mimi, a lot. It's also, we don't know this for certain now. We don't know for certain, but apparently Mimi's real name is Jordan and it's a guy. So this cutesy little anime character that you guys are seeing, probably of the voice changer, is actually just a dude called Jordan. Looks exactly what you would expect him to look like. And I'm not going to be like polite about it. If there's a dude parading around as a little anime girl, then he's going to get the treatment that he deserves. When you heard about all of this, where was your mind at?
I was like, W government, bro. W government. Let's go. I was proud. I was in the UK. Fuck that shit. Yes.
So a lot of people are saying that even though what Mimi or Jordan, whoever this person is posting is wrong, even before like it came out that there might be actual depictions of children on there, like proper real children. I think they either drew real children or they knew a child and they drew it. Even before that came out, people were defending it, saying that's freedom of expression to draw lollies in compromising positions. What do you think about
that? As someone who lives in a society with that person, I think it's the government's duty to make sure people in this group of individuals are all on the same page. So you can have the freedom to draw all that shit on the moon on your own. How about that? But when you're living amongst other people and you're paying taxes and all that, we should have a gentleman's agreement that you're not doing suspect stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, I think I want the police or the government, whatever, to look into people that are shady. You've got nothing to hide. There's not going to be a problem. Yeah, it might be a bit of inconvenience, but when they do find something, I don't know why we're mad at the police. When they find something sus and they're going to investigate it, why is that bad?
So people are basically saying that the UK government has been on like this like censorship campaign for a while, and that it's wrong for them to impede on people's expression through art. I personally think that these people are using the fact that the UK government has been out of whack to they're using it as a mask for their behavior, and a lot of them have used the slippery slope argument, and I think it's a bit of a cop out. We're gonna wait until some of them show up, because I want to question these people, not over Twitter, because it's very easy on Twitter to sit there and pretend like you're firm on your stance, but I think a lot of the people that are in defense of this and using the UK government's, like they were saying that they're tyrannical, they're using that as a way to say that this is a bad thing that's happening, and that Mimi's art and people expressing themselves that way should be left alone.
I'm not taking any fucking... I'm not all into politics and stuff, but if someone from America comes to me and says my government's doing dumb shit where your government don't take care of you when you get hit by a car, I'm not trying to listen to you, bro. Your government don't care about your people. When you have to pay when you're getting injured, you don't talk to me about my government being tyrannical because they're trying to get potential pedophiles off the streets. I'm not trying to hear it.
Yeah.
Find a better argument.
Okay, so there is actually somebody here from, I believe they're from the VTuber space. I jumped into their stream earlier. I'm going to send them the link to join the call, just because I know that the VTuber community are very split on this. Like from what I've been reading, there's been a lot of defense and attacks on this Mimi individual. The other guy, the XenoCoffee guy, which we'll get into in a bit as well, Sixwell did a very good video covering the situation. There's been no defense of him, like almost none. And I found the situation really surprising. When people thought that Mimi was a girl, the responses were very like charitable, like we shouldn't be doing this and we shouldn't be doing that. And even the person that created Chun-Li, I think, even came out in defense of Mimi, drew a cartoon character and said, this is freedom of expression, or drew their anime character. But on the other side, when it was about XenoCoffee, who's a dude, it was complete condemnation. Now, I think they should both be condemned, but I did think that it was a weird... I was like, why are people being so charitable to this? I mean, one of the images, just for context, was a schoolgirl that was unclothed, and there was a dog behind her doing you can guess what. And I'm thinking to myself, that image is all over Twitter. Anyone that is defending this, and I actually looked at this. I actually checked up to make sure. The only person that had their face up visible defending this was Chibi Reviews, which should be no surprise. But everybody else was faceless, as you could probably imagine, because there's no way that you're going to be on the internet defending that shit, no matter what your stances are. And Chibi Reviews, he's put up a video about this situation that I actually want us to go over a little bit. But before we get there, I'm going to bring on, I think his name is Deja Wu. He's a VTuber as well. Mm-hmm. Mr. Moss, thank you for the $2. Let the madness begin. We're not even into it yet, bro. Rain, thank you for the 11 months. Hey, buddy, missed your birthday. That's all good, bro. Don't worry about it. All good. And thank you for the 20 gifted, bro. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it, man. Very, very kind of you. Shout outs to Rain. Been here for a long time. All right, let me bring on Deja Wu. I did speak to Deja Wu very briefly in my DMs. So, hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, man. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. So,
so we basically wanted to get your take on this situation, given that you're I guess you're in the VTuber community, and what you guys thought of this.
Well, I kind of agree a lot with what you've said so far. When I first heard about it, I didn't want to jump straight into like picking a side because obviously like we all kind of know what the government's like and the place is like over here. They're not always got the best intentions. So I took a bit of time to kind of like investigate by looking at Mimi's account. You've already mentioned it. There's a picture with her character being sexually abused by a dog. So I kind of knew at that point, like, it's not looking good. I just, yeah. At that point, like, I saw various artwork where he's depicting his character as like a toddler with like just in like baby's clothes and stuff, and it was just vile to look at. So obviously I kind of started speaking out against it. I was just saying, like, because I saw a lot of people just trying to talk about the government and being like anti-censorship, and I get it. Like, no one wants censorship, but there's got to be a line, like, and this definitely crosses that line. And it felt to me that a lot of people were just like blindly defending it without actually wanting to look into it or like listening to like the people that did. And I personally, I had some wild responses to it. Like, I had people wanting me to provide the proof, and I just straight up said to them, so you want me to provide you with CP and bestiality? And they were just like, oh well, you can download it and censor it. So you now want me to download it, edit it, and send it over to you? I was just like, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
It's just crazy the way people have gone on so hard to defend it without even like taking 2 seconds to look into it.
So where do you sit on the whole freedom of expression thing? Like, where is the line for you?
I think it's mainly like when it comes to kids. Like, I think if you're doing anything with kids, like sexualizing them or that's just a straight no for me. Like, you should be able to do what you want, but there's got to be obviously like an extent to it. And I think when you start getting kids involved, that's a big line that you're crossing that you shouldn't.
Do you see these lolly characters as depictions of children?
See, when I first kind of came across lollies, the way I understood it was like, it can be a child or it can be like, like a short adult. And I think it honestly depends on how that character's being portrayed. Like, if they're, just acting like a child and stuff, then it's clearly a child. But you do have some where they are trying to portray themselves as like a short adult. I still think it's a bit weird, to be honest. It's not really my cup of tea, and I definitely wouldn't like want it sexualized either way. But yeah, it's not for me, to be honest.
Because you're in like the VTuber space, what's it been like for you guys? Is it like sort of split down the middle, or are you kind of like unanimously against this?
I would like to say we're against it, but it's so split, honestly. I've seen like a lot of people getting attacked over it, mainly from people that just don't want to like look into it or like just care about the censorship. I think the biggest problem is like people were more concerned about the censorship than like the potential that they could be a pedophile, and like obviously that's the case.
I only just recently like tuned into your stream because we were talking in the DMs. Do you get a lot of like, I'm not saying you personally, but like VTubers in general, do you feel like VTubers attract this sort of crowd?
I think you can. It just depends on like what type of VTuber you are, like how your character is portrayed, I guess. Because I personally don't think I do, but I tend to find them quite vocal on Twitter, which a lot of other VTubers and stuff don't really like.
Okay. And so you said that you got a lot of blowback for this. Is this like has this affected like your relationships in the VTuber space, or like people in your community at all? Has there been anybody leaving or anybody DMing you discussing being upset about it?
Yes, so I lost about 200 followers on Twitter. And I don't know about Twitch, but I think on YouTube I lost maybe like 5. But I kind of knew it's gonna happen. The thing you kind of find, especially with like VTubing on Twitter, is like everyone's just like so fragile and just like always wants to have drama and argue. So like the second like you don't agree with someone on something, you can guarantee that they're just going to unfollow. So I don't really stress too much about it, but I expected it was going to happen. Some of the responses I had was just trying to be like, so they were like, they're trying to give like weird examples, like, oh, if you go kill a bunch of people in GTA, does that make you a murderer and stuff like that? And it was like, well, it's not really the same thing, is it? Like, because at the end of the day, like, this is CP, and like it might not be physically showing like an actual like IRL child, but it is basically a gateway to that.
Yeah, like a lot of these people that I've spoken to, they always say things like, these characters are not based on children, even though the one that Mimi created clearly was based on a child. And I always ask them, like, if the character is not based on a real child specifically, they always say stuff like, oh, it was based on another anime character. But that anime character they're referencing is probably based on another anime character. And if you peel it back enough, they were probably based on a child, just looking at these characters. So do you ever get people do you ever hear the argument that it's not real, so no harm was caused?
All the time. So I don't know if you know who Gideon is, but
yeah, Gideon, Skeeter, all them lot.
Yeah, so I watch a lot of their content anyway, and Gideon recently had a like a debate with like a lolicon person, and they were using some of those excuses. So they had like several examples. So they had like, oh, if a human draws like a dog or a sword, it's a dog or a sword. If an AI draws a child being sexualized, then it's a child being sexualized because an AI's done it. But then they were like, oh, well, if a human draws a child being sexualized, it's not a child being sexualized. It was so bizarre, but you see like so many excuses like that. And like, just in reference to Gideon again, like if you ever watch any of his like sting operations, it's the same excuses that you see from regular pedophiles. Yeah. And they don't seem to understand that.
Yeah, because I don't know about C4, but to me, at least, a lot of people are saying, oh, it's not a real child, it's a fictional character. But my problem is the mindset of the person doing it. Like, this person's waking up in the morning, they've either commissioned or been commissioned to do some art, and their mind is like, yeah, I'm going to draw this particular image. Like, they're saying it's not a real kid, but they know where they got the image from, right? It's not it's not some sort of like humanoid character or whatever. It's based on a human being. So these discussions, for me, it always feels like reductive. It always feels like a scapegoat almost. Like, we don't understand. Like, for example, if you came to my house and you opened up a scrapbook and all the pictures were of a dog that's been decapitated, you're gonna look at me and go, "Are you okay?" Like, you would think something's off there.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same mindset where, like, you know, why you've got to have something wrong with you to like want to look at that or have the right to draw that or enjoy that type of content anyway, even if it is just like an anime child, you know, like there's still something not right about it. So like, why would you want to do that?
Yeah, 100%. C4, did you have any? Oh, go on.
Yeah. To add on to that, I think we shouldn't engage with dumb arguments like that, because the whole GTA thing is like, okay, show me the game where you're allowed to do crazy stuff to lollies, and I'll say the same thing. But you notice there's no game like that. There's no equivalent. So yeah, you can go in GTA. You could also say, well, in Call of Duty, you kill people, but killing and murdering, they're different things. Murder is the bad version of killing someone. It's the like unlawful, like killing of a innocent victim. So murder's bad, but killing necessarily isn't. But show me the good version of sexualizing kids.
There is
and show me the game that it's in, so we can make the comparison to GTA.
Yeah.
They're usually buried on Steam. They cost like 10p, and when people find them, they're like, "Hey, yo, who made this?"
and the person making the game, yeah, we should be like, sure, you can have the freedom to do what you want, but we should, as a group of people, look at you and go, but out of all the things you could have picked, why that? Like, why? There has to be a reason why you picked that as an avenue to express yourself or whatever. Like, the freedom to do whatever you want is kind of I understand the principle, but it's a stupid principle. Like, yeah, I could drive on my feet. Doesn't mean it's a good idea. And because I can, doesn't mean I will.
Yeah.
Because you can do something, it doesn't mean you have to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was an argument that was used over and over again against me on Twitter. Oh, well, if I kill someone in Mortal Kombat, am I a bad person? And I was like, you've got to be fucking joking me right now.
Tell him you're defending the Earth realm. Yes, it's a good thing.
This is like I've said to people 100 times. I know it sounds bad, but at the end of the day, if you hear that someone's died, you ask that there's questions to ask. Like, did they take their own life? Was it in self-defense of something? Did people jump them? Or was it, there's multiple things. If you hear that someone has been drawing things about children or doing something to a child, there's no question to be asked. We know that this is an evil bastard. They need to go under the prison. There's nothing to talk about there. So these people that keep on saying, oh, well, we can express ourselves in any way we want through art. You can, and society can also express that you need to stay over there, and we're going to stay over here. Like, I made my Twitter post very specific because they were talking about like the laws. I didn't want to talk about the laws.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about what's going through your mind when you get pen to paper and you think this is what I'm going to draw. I just want to know that answer, and I couldn't get the answer. I kept on getting, it's my right to do it.
You can
I think the big
anything you could draw. Oh
I think the big thing for me is like a lot of people try to fight for like freedom of speech, but they don't understand that just because you've got freedom of speech, that's not freedom of consequences.
Yeah, exactly. Like, for example, like I'm assuming based on your accent, you live in the UK.
Yeah.
So like based on our laws, like you're free to come on here and speak to us, but like if you start calling us like, racist names or whatever, I'm sure YouTube will probably look at that and be like,
yeah,
you could say it, but there's going to be consequences. Just like you're free to express yourself in multiple ways, but some of those expressions are going to cross lines and people are going to react accordingly. Now, these people are saying that we shouldn't bring the law into it. Let's forget about the law for a second. Let's just talk about gaming communities and anime communities and how we govern them, because we don't look for the police to govern these communities, but they're sort of self-governed. Why should anyone be accepting? And honestly, if there's anyone listening right now that thinks that they have a genuine pushback to this, why should any of us be accepting of the things that you like to do in your private time? I'm not obligated to like or respect or co-sign or be around or welcome people that do those things. And that's why I think these people are not understanding. Forget about the police. Forget about the UK government. Let's talk about the community. You can draw those things, but if the government doesn't get you and we see them, at the very least, I think you should be shunned.
Minimum, yeah.
I agree.
I did have statements from. They're not like a lolicon or anything, but they're a free speech absolutist. So later on, we'll probably go over them and see how you feel. I mean, I'm curious, Seaford, to see how you feel about them. But Deja Vu, was there anything else that you wanted to add before we bring the next person on?
No, I just wanted to say thank you for your time, and I'll be watching.
All right, bro. Well, take care of yourself.
Take care. See ya.
See ya.
In a bit, bro.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna bring Del on. Now the reason I'm bringing Del on, this is really funny, but I spoke to Del in the DMs and I said to Del, "You seen what's going on?" And he said, "Yeah, you can't jail people for creating artwork." And I said to him, "Did you see what they made?" And he was like, "No." And I said, "This is what I told him. I couldn't send it to him. I told him." And he was like, "Oh."
You know what? That's a sensible human being. You have a principle, and then when you give the context, you go, "Yeah, you know what? The principle's not that good. Like, there's gonna be outliers. Like, it's real human beings." Thank you.
Yeah.
Stupid.
RJ, thank you for the $2. Court is now in session. That it is. That's it is. Dell, there he is. Thank you for the $2. How about freedom of receiving uppercuts? Well, we don't advocate violence over here on this podcast, in case the UK government is watching. Tom, thank you for the $5. I say this. Keep this weird stuff to yourself. The internet is not your coloring book diary to practice 50 ways to shade gray. Shout out to Tom. All right. Yo, Del, can you hear us?
Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Just before you start, just want to say big shout out to your YouTube channel, man. Your videos are killing it.
I appreciate it. Yeah, only 2 in, but you know,
they're really, really good. But yeah, so what's your take on this now, having like worked closely with artists and I guess being an artist yourself?
It goes a bit further than that. So, well, for one, I'm a professional artist that works in commercial art. It's a completely different thing. There is no, like, if I work on a video game, there is no room for self-expression, really. It's a completely separate endeavor. If like, whether I worked at Microsoft or PlayStation or EA or any of those things, we never come through the mantle of just like, what is the thing that you want to put into this thing? So on that sense, it's separate. The part where it actually does in some way affect, I guess, who I am as a person is I actually am a professor of the Norwich University of the Arts.
Okay.
And I have had discussions on freedom of expression there because they deal with like fine art, stuff like that. But it's funny because I am an advocate of freedom of expression within societal norms. What I mean by that is like, the idea is that if you're going to be a part of society, there are certain guardrails that you just have to respect. Like, and that's just how it works. And then the reason, first of all, one, I didn't know what this conversation was about because I don't run in these circles. So when I first heard like, oh yeah, you know, they're shutting him down because he drew some chibi, I was just like, oh, that seems wrong, right? Me assuming that it was just like the straight up VTuber stuff, just like, okay, cool, yeah, it's a child, like almost like Pragmata, the game. I thought it was drawings like that. So I think there is an entire spectrum of people who are making an argument like this is wrong, not actually knowing what they're defending. That's my belief.
Do you know what? The problem that they don't know what they're against or for is because of the words that are being used by the loudest voices. I've seen loads of anime YouTubers, Chibi Reviews included, who we're gonna watch his video a little bit later on, who is just saying anime, and some people are saying chibi, and that is just those are blanket terms. This is not chibi artwork, because when I think chibi, I'm thinking like Pokemon Yellow, Fantasy Star Online, like those sort of things. I'm not thinking lolly stuff, and they're being very, very smart of how they're framing this to get as many people on their side. They're not saying what it actually is.
It's misleading if we're being like gracious. It's lying if we're being real.
Yeah,
exactly.
The truth.
So I think that is also done deliberately to distort how many people are for this. For it's, you know, most people aren't going to dive in and look at details, but I think what's a really interesting argument is like this has come up of like, why do we have guardrails for this stuff, or when does it why is it an issue if it's not real? That's the argument I've heard, is like, why is it an issue if it's not real? And the truth is there's like a few reasons that I know why we have to talk about this stuff from a like university level. And it's the harm normalization argument. Like, it doesn't actually matter if someone's being harmed, you're normalizing that behavior. And that is a broader issue with culture. It's just lowering the psychological barrier. Basically, once you start opening that gap, you're basically saying society as a whole is okay with the barrier being moved. And it's an argument that it's a gateway or escalation risk. But that's not the main reason. The main reason I've heard actually is it's actually to remove loopholes. Because once you draw a hard legal line of like no minors in, whether real or fictional, it avoids the loopholes that you could hide illegal material behind the claim. Like, right, okay. We would never know who's tracing the stuff. We would never know. Do you know what I mean? We would never know who's using the reference. We could also, let's say, what happens if we're like, all right, cool, that's anime, that's super not real. Where's the barrier of that's starting to look a bit more real? That's starting to look a bit more real. And so people would find that edge as close as they could. And so it's like, it completely removes the loophole if you're just like, blanket, no, none of this stuff is part of the room for us to go there. But more than that, there's something that C4 mentioned was that there's the whole thing about like people talking about like, oh well, in you can draw anything, you can make any art of violence. You can use like you can draw imagery from Grand Theft Auto or whatever, like actual mindless violence. But it's like, yeah, but you're forgetting that society's put a hard boundary around this, what we call a protected class. It's a completely different, it's not a fair argument because you're talking about a protected class. And the whole point of a protected class is these are an entire group that don't have the cognitive or emotional maturity to advocate for themselves. They cannot meaningfully consent. They also often cannot meaningfully like let people know that this is happening. If someone we knew got shot in the street tomorrow, it's very easy to address that because it's visible. We're going to find out. This is stuff that we have to be extra careful about, because the moment you start moving the needle of just like, okay, well, that's okay, but that's not okay. Like, you could ultimately endanger a bunch of people, a bunch of children who can never, ever like stop it before the trauma has happened. Like, and so we've just agreed as a society, like, yeah, a protected class gets different rules.
Yeah.
Like, and so if they want to make an argument like, yeah, it's like, oh, well, violence, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, well, you just don't understand how protected classes work. And if you have a problem with that, that's fine. Just leave society. Just leave society. This society has rules.
Yeah,
so,
that's basically what we were saying as well. Like, I personally, like, having seen some of the stuff that is being spread on Twitter from this individual, I don't think these people should be left alone to just draw whatever they want, personally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
But if the only, like in America, I don't know how their laws work over there, but if they're not going to do anything about it, at least in the gaming community, if I had any level of power, I would 100% advocate to have those people removed. No tournament access, no nothing, shunned from the community. You can't just draw children in the manner that Mimi Yanagi was, and we're like, it's just artwork. Like, I'm not sitting at a fucking tournament. I don't want you anywhere near me.
And I think actually that's where the responsibility falls on all of us to make a moral and social baseline, because there's certain things that don't really fall into legal, and they shouldn't have to. They kind of should not have to get to the point where, and it's a shame because moral and social baselines worked a lot better before Elon Musk bought Twitter. Like, it just was stuff that would just be like, oh, that's just deleted off Twitter, that's deleted off DeviantArt. It was just way easier to use that as a barrier of just like, we're not even going to get the chance to commit a crime, because the moment we see you guys moving mad, we're just going to get rid of you, like, off the platform. But now it's like kind of becomes a thing on like everyone in society should be helping to set the social and moral baseline before we get to criminality. Like, I don't like this whole crime thing, because it used to be totally legal to have a slave. A black person is a slave. That was a law before. It had to become a moral, social baseline first.
Pretty boring when they talk about, but the papers, in my country, allowed to do that. It's like, okay, cool. We're just not having the same conversation, because in that case, I'll say like, yeah, cool. You can have it so you can draw all this madness, but what about, hey, you can draw this, right? But you're just not allowed in any spaces where there's kids. Would they do that? That's what I want to ask them. So you can't go on Discord, you can't go on Twitter, you can't go near a school. Would you be? How much do you care about your principle of drawing little kids?
Yeah,
we're allowed to say you can't be around real kids.
Well, the problem there though is when we talk about how they're trying to be preventive with social boundaries, is the issue turns into, okay, you've now created a situation where that person has said, I agree, I'm never going to be within 25 miles of a child. But you're now incentivizing someone else to provide them with that material. There is a monetary value, or there is like a...
Oh, no, I mean, if you're into that, and you're talking about if for the person drawing the art. I should have said, yeah, if you're into that stuff, you shouldn't be allowed near kids. I just wanted to know if they would take that deal, basically.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying even if they took that deal, you've created a buffer for loopholes where someone could be like, I hate this stuff. This is gross, but I can get money by doing this stuff and providing them with that stuff. Like,
you're saying you create more bad people by not just banning it outright.
That's the argument. That's the argument. As the moment you try to create a rule where it's like, oh, well, okay, this drawing here, it doesn't look too realistic, so that's okay. Like, I don't believe we as humans are smart enough to counter the efforts of someone trying to figure out the loophole. That's why we get to the point where we're like, all the drawings gotta go. All the drawings gotta go.
I hear what you're saying. I think there's a bit more nuance, but you see it with drugs, right? Like legal drugs and illegal drugs. Like you can't stop the illegal drugs, but then bad people make more profit off illegal drugs, and the government make profit off the legal drugs like tobacco and alcohol. I see what you're saying.
Exactly. It's how China and Malaysia and Singapore kind of solved their like quote unquote drug problem, because they said all of it's done. You're like, this is the penalty for all of it. Whereas America does this thing, US does this thing where they're like, this drug here is illegal and this drug here is illegal. And then what the drug dealers do is they'll change the formula to be like, well, technically it's not X drug anymore. It's like, it's this one you don't actually have on the list. And then now they have to like update the laws to be like, okay, well, we also include this new one, where it's trying to just like, bro, if it's moving like a drug, you're gonna get thrown in jail for 25 years.
Yeah, like I literally watched the documentary on that like 2 weeks ago, where someone in Malaysia went to prison for like 25 to 30 years for having weed. Weed. Mm-hmm. They just see any drug and said, nah, ban all of that noise.
That's basically like the only real region that has, I don't want to say solved the drug problem, but it's like gotten real close to it not being a societal ailment that keeps spreading, where it's they just said
like bad as well. Like people get disowned. Yeah, people like shame you. They'll shame you for like having like tobacco and weed and shit. Like it's so crazy. Like how
that's most of it. That's most of it. We as a society need to just start shaming people. That's a big portion of it. It's a very big portion of it, and it's frustrating because it's not only does it protect society, but it just lets everyone know, like, we collectively make the rules. We're collectively policing what is considered moving too mad. It becomes difficult when you have people making an entire personas around anonymity and pairing that with weird shit, like really borderline criminal weird shit. It ruins it for everybody, because now the argument becomes we need to remove anonymity, and then now everyone's getting hurt.
That's the problem, man. Like, for as much as like there's a lot of anonymous people on the internet that just do wild, stupid, and say stupid shit all the time, I still wouldn't push for that anonymity being taken away. But these sort of things like push the conversation in that direction, where it's like they're complaining about the government getting involved in shit, but they're actively like they're hurting everyone by partaking in this stupid shit themselves to make the government move.
Yes,
we can't have nice things, bro. Dead all of this fucking anonymity stuff. I'm so tired of it. Just dead it. Kind of nice stuff. People aren't responsible enough.
Exactly. That's the argument. The argument is no one can have nice things because you guys are ruining it for us. And it's like,
Yep.
Like eventually, when the parents come in the room and say, "All right, then no one's allowed to play outside," like,
Yep.
because we didn't want to morally police the people moving mad, we all get hurt. We all get hurt.
That's my biggest problem with these people. They're constantly using the whole, no, you need to defend this because the government can't get involved in freedom of expression. And I'm always like, you're only saying that so you can continue doing the sick shit that you're doing behind the guise of a Deku profile picture. Like you want me to defend you so that you can continue doing your sick shit, and then you want to throw the freedom of expression shit in my face. How about stop being a dickhead so we can just keep our anonymity so the government don't move on us? They can't see that they're the ones that are causing the government to be like, now we got a reason, and now we're taking away from everyone.
They've pushed me.
Of course.
I'm too far gone. It might be because I've also got a kid, but I look at these situations like eventually you're going to have to get off the fence. And if it's a case of we can't have nice stuff, like to have like a Twitter account, you need to fucking ID check. Like they literally have to get a photo of you to make a Twitter account. So the weirdos don't get on there LARPing as a fucking female so they don't get pushed back when they draw little girls. I'm like, you know what? Maybe Twitter isn't that bad. Maybe I don't even need Twitter. And I don't need to give the government my ID. Maybe it's not that deep.
Sure.
I'm okay to do that. Fuck them.
The problem is now is it actually gets to become a bigger thing, because now we're discussing what we're okay giving up our quote unquote freedoms for. Like, I live in California now. I'm a British person living in California now, and I can't move too mad. My freedoms aren't the same as people who are born here. To be honest, everyone here has got a little bit less freedom. But once you make that argument of the people who are in charge of the government I'm staying in can just do and say what they want right now. They're running things right now. And the problem becomes, okay, cool. Say we gave those, handed over the keys to a governing body that we trust, like quote unquote trust, where they're like, all right, yeah, cool. They're going to do this to catch the baddies and the weirdos.
Wait, Del,
and then
I think I know what you're saying. Just to clarify what my point is, I'm just saying if you want these luxuries, you can't be anonymous anymore. That's all I'm saying. You can.
I know,
but you have to give up your identity. So when people do crazy shit, we know who to point at immediately instead of going, oh well, they don't have to show you who they are.
I hear what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying. Internet anonymity going away is.
But I'm just saying, you can't undo that stuff. You can't undo that stuff. So once we all give it up, what's to say someone doesn't come in power and be like, yo, pull up everyone who ever said XYZ about ABC, and first we're going to kick all those guys out of the country, or we're going to give those people a hard time.
We lived without the internet, Del, bro. We lived without the internet. We were alive. I know Mike was alive. We lived in a time when there was no internet. And there was no anonymous people on the internet because there was no internet, and we were just fine.
Sure, but but those times didn't have the ability to dive into so much of your digital footprint. It was actually pretty hard.
Look at all my footprints, all the way back.
It's not about having anything to hide. It's actually not.
That's my principle. My principle.
No, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, that's
okay.
I'll give you. I'm on this side.
I understand. I'll give you a better example. Like, I know someone who lived here and had the same visa that I did, and they were, for all that I know, an upstanding citizen. Their cousin said something online and was contacted by Homeland Security because of something they said online. This person didn't have an online presence. Like, this person was like straight up I just don't really have a Facebook. I don't really have a Twitter. I'm not really like that. I'm just here for work. Had his visa revoked and got sent back because the digital footprint of his brother connected back to him. I'm just using that as a personal example. I can't think of a better example because I'm only thinking of things that I've seen myself.
That's the people in power being negligent. They should be able to distinguish between the two people. Yeah. But
of course. It's only a matter of time before those kinds of powers fall into the wrong hands. That's the counter argument. That's the counter.
I think that it's internet anonymity going away is going to be bad for everyone for other reasons. Like, we might not have anything on our hard drives, but giving the government that kind of power it's not going to end well. I think that these people, unfortunately, are pushing it that way. Like this situation has pushed the UK government probably more in one direction. But
Yes.
ultimately, even though I think maybe a better course of action would be that when you do these sort of things, you get identified. Like when you're doing illegal things or things where you think that a child could be harmed, then you get identified.
I think that's a fair argument.
A sweeping,
it should be a
like,
consequence.
Yeah, sweeping, everyone gets the anonymity taken. I feel like there'll be, I don't want to say bigger problems than like obviously children being harmed or like people depicting children being harmed, but there will be big problems that come from that by way of our government. And just to respond to somebody in the chat called Ilsavoldis,
Yes.
I didn't say that everyone that has their privacy is a criminal. Okay, those words never left my mouth, so I don't know where you heard that.
Yeah, no one said that.
Yeah,
Nobody
no one said that. Sometimes people hear things. I don't know how.
Yeah, not even C4 said that. He
and I'm close. I'm close to saying that.
Yeah, he was on the edge, but he didn't quite say that.
Yeah, I say I'm an innocent person. I've got nothing to hide. But I know there's innocent people that want stuff to hide because it's their right to. I understand that. I'm just saying for me, check all my shit, bruv. Come over. Let Mike come over. Check all my stuff. I ain't got nothing.
But like I don't know if like I don't know how, I don't know the ins and outs of this, but I'm pretty sure that without internet anonymity, a lot of like the like whistleblowers that have
that can't exist.
It won't exist. If we take away internet anonymity, all of this like Epstein shit getting leaked and the WikiLeaks stuff, I don't know if any of that would have happened without people having anonymity, and those are pretty big deals.
I mean, to me, that is a core problem with people, because if you're saying these whistleblowers only did it because they were like, well, nothing's going to happen to me, then their principle of calling it out to me wasn't strong enough. So, for example, if I was going to Evo and I knew about Mr. Wizard and I was like, well, if I call out Mr. Wizard and that means I will never be able to do commentating again, catch me on Pokemon, bro. Like I'm not commentating again. I'm telling everyone about Wizard.
Hold on now, but that's different though, because you're talking about not getting a gig again. I'm talking about people being killed, having their families killed, doxed.
Oh, if it's dying, then yeah, fair enough.
Like
obviously the government operates on a higher level, right? So
yeah, a lot of those whistleblowers that dealt with WikiLeaks were actually part of the US military, saying like, hey, by the way, a lot of murdering happening over here that shouldn't be, like, and then the moment they get found out, they're court-martialed.
Yeah, I mean, but we don't even need to go to like WikiLeaks. Like this happens with like general crime, with mob bosses and stuff. Like I understand it, but some people's principles are like, fuck it, I'm not gonna allow this. I'm not saying everyone should be like that, but I'm saying if someone's like with the whistleblowers, if they think they're doing a moral thing, but it's only because they're not gonna get any repercussions, they're not really doing it for the same reason as someone who's like, I want to blow, so this situation gets sorted. They're gonna whistle.
Oh, I think it's different. I don't agree. I think actually it's like I'm gonna whistle blow, but there are people I have to protect. So I have to weigh that up against me doing the right thing or bringing straight up harm to people I know and love. And that becomes very difficult to balance when you lose anonymity.
Yeah, I mean, it's a trolley problem, isn't it? I'm not saying it's easy, but I don't think every whistleblower's like that. Like, yeah, maybe.
Sure. Of course.
I downplayed with like, you might lose your job, but I think you guys are upplaying where it's like, I'm going to kill your family if you say something. It's probably a middle ground.
Well, yeah, there is a spectrum there, but they all stem from the same thing. You start losing control and you're giving it up. You have to give up some level of control. Maybe we're okay with that. Maybe we're okay with living up control. The problem is we never get to take it back. We never get to be like, actually, guys, let's just switch off the ID thing because we can see it's not working and you guys are absolutely finessing the system. That's the sad thing, which is also why to bring it back to what we were talking about, we need to be really, really hard on these people morally and as a society and take responsibility for being like, you guys are weird, bro. We need to stop you because you're actually going to affect our freedoms. It's actually not a joke.
You're
going to affect our freedom for your weirdness.
I'm a step past that. I saw these tweets and people were defending these people. So I can't rely on us as a society to shame these people. So I'm like, who's the next?
You're right.
Who's the kid the year above that's going to bully the people in my year? Who's the year 11s that are going to come check the year 10s? It's the government. The government's year 11, bro.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. And that's a good counter argument. I am probably in the fence of let's get rid of internet anonymity if we can make sure no child is ever harmed ever again. Like there's always going to be a barrier there, like where I'm like, cool, you know what? Maybe it is like North Korea, but at least those children are safe.
Bro.
And it's just sad that it's come to that. It's just sad that it's come to that. Because I'm not playing devil's advocate. I'm saying that I'm technically where you are, like on some level.
I'm being forced to pick. I don't choose that regime, like the tyrant stuff. I don't want to live like that. But it is the case of, well, it's either that, it's the fucking red or blue pill. You're forcing me to pick one. I would rather us be able to have nice things and be responsible with our amenity and check people that are doing dumb stuff. But when those people doing dumb stuff are getting defended, like a lot, I'm like, as a group, we're not on the same page. And this is a pretty important page to be on.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to read. So I got a bunch of arguments from a free speech absolutist who wants to remain anonymous.
Here we go.
He's given me a bunch of points to read out, and I want to get your takes on them. You guys are probably gonna know why I sit on it, but I want to hear what you guys say. So the first thing that he said was speech includes art, drawings, videos, everything in the umbrella of expression. Everything in the umbrella of expression. And so do you guys think that under that guise, this Mimi Yanagi person should have been left alone, or even XenoCoffee?
You go first, because I
legally, like, what, they should be able to do this because it's
I think these are legal arguments.
Sure. I think at the end I'm not gonna care, but sure.
Do you not think that? Because he's saying speech includes art, drawings, videos, everything in the umbrella of expression. When he says everything, does that not also account for hyper-realistic drawings, even if it's not necessarily based on an actual child you know?
So this is why I kind of wanted you to I wanted to make some space just to make sure he kind of finished up. So first off, that's why I brought up the biggest issue is loopholes. So free speech has always had long-standing exceptions. We've always had, like, every free speech society has had some restrictions. You can't make true threats. I can't stand outside your house all day long and say what I'm gonna do. That technically that's free speech, but that's a threat on your life, or any form of like incitement of violence. So saying it's art doesn't automatically play some sort of inside protection. It's not like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just like 1, 2, 3. I'm free of your spells. Like, that's not how free speech works. There's always been exceptions, but bringing it back, we have always had different rules for protected peoples forever. Once you've got the context involving minors, the problem, I've already said all this stuff. He just wasn't listening. Like, once you have that protected issue, you have to be hyper aware of the fact that there's loopholes. And then we talked about before, the reason it's not okay is because once you make something okay, then it starts to move the barrier. So then it starts to become, okay, that thing's super anime, that's okay, but this realistic one, that's not okay. So then we would have to somehow find the measure. And then there's a loophole of like, okay, what if I trace these indecent photos? Technically, it's not the person. Or what if I change it enough? Like, the moment you start to release any sort of edge case of like, well, that's okay, but that's not, the loophole will beat you every time. These people are weird. They're going to find a way. And so we've just found in society, there are certain things where we have to remove room for loopholes. And that's the only reason it looks mad to us, because it's like, oh, it's just a drawing. It's like, okay, cool. But what happens when it's like, okay, the drawing is a little bit more realistic? What happens when, like I said, it's a trace? Anyway, I'm just repeating myself now. But we've kind of had this discussion.
I'll read out the
art
next
has never been a legal shield as well. Art has never been a legal shield, ever.
I think if you're going to say art it comes under speech, if you're drawing this madness, what are you trying to tell me? What are you trying to convey? And if you're trying to convey that a dog humping a little girl is cool, I don't want to hear what you got to say, bro. And I don't think anyone else does. So
yeah. I don't think enough people deep that this person, whether it was commissioned or reposted, this person interacted with this piece of media in, I guess, in a way they would perceive to be like acceptable. They either woke up in the morning and took pen to paper and drew that, or they saw it on Twitter and reposted it. You don't repost things like artwork that typically that you're like, oh, this is, because you'll leave a caption saying, what the fuck is this? You wouldn't repost it. And then if you scroll down their feed, you're like, oh, you like this sort of stuff.
That's what you're
want
into.
You want me to be like, oh, thumbs up expression. Like, fuck off, man.
No one would like that post if their face was in their fucking account. So,
well, that's kind of my point too, is when I said that we've kind of created this like moral turmoil because even just hiding likes changed society.
Yeah.
Like it overnight changed society. You can't make an argument that it's like, oh yeah, like it's, and there's a lot of people talking that they don't know what they're talking about. Like we just have to hear someone talk about like
was the worst thing you could do, bro.
Yeah.
Bookmarks were actually the worst thing. I mean, it's convenient for things like this when you're like, you know, compiling information, but letting people bookmark and you can't see who's bookmarked it, mad.
I've only just started recently using, especially for this. There's so much stuff going on now.
Because there's too much stuff to catch up on.
Yeah, it's useful to have bookmarks because I'm like, but then I'm like, sometimes I see a post that is foul, and I look at the bookmarks. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
too much.
Yeah, but people who are talking about the freedom of speech, they just don't understand freedom of speech because expression has always been broadly protected. But there's always been restrictions to everything when, especially involving minors. Freedom of expression is like, it doesn't mean it's not total freedom of expression. Like that, there's always been.
To him, it is.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's no society in the world unless you've made your own island on some shipping container in the middle of like the Pacific Ocean. He just has to find that society then, because the rest of us are part of society. We're all saying, shut up.
Well, like, I think that's his point, right? He's an advocate for it. He's trying to convince people. I mean, he's going to convince some people. I don't think it would make a good society if that was a base rule, though. But that's my argument. Bro. I can't prove it.
Well, let me read out his next point to you guys, because Dell's kind of touched on it, but the way he's framed it maybe will elicit another reaction from you guys. It says, all free men have a right to privacy, expression, and control over their own actions. It is not the place of the government to tell men what they can and cannot do within their own personal boundaries and domains, such as their home.
See, without the being here, I just want to ask some questions. Like, this is kind of more me like trying to poke fun at how stupid this idea is. But I would say, oh, so you're okay with incest then, right? He would be, by those principles. And I just want to know if he would say that with his chest. That's it.
Well, he would be willing to defend it because he's a free speech and expression absolutist. So even if he doesn't agree with incest, which I'm hoping he doesn't, he would defend it because a man has a right to express himself in that way, which, I'm sorry, but if I'm the president, you're in big fucking trouble. You're in big fucking trouble.
Well, honestly, it's a slogan. It's just not how society works. It's too absolute. Rights like speech and privacy have always had limits. Forever. Like, before we had full governing bodies, there were certain things that we all decided and agreed on, just like, all right, cool. Well, if you're in your house and I can hear someone being murdered, we have a right to invade your privacy. Like, there has always been limits. Like, there's no society he can talk about that works or functions that way. But also, it's really vague. You're not defining what free or what those rights mean. And it completely ignores trade-offs. Because if you like, privacy versus safety, there is some balance there. Or speech versus harm. There is some balance. For you to go all in category A and not understand that you're losing category B, you don't really understand how a society works. So it doesn't really justify itself. It's like, it's just a claim, but it's not an argument. He's not making an argument. There's no argument there. He's saying, I deserved this. I think everyone should be painted blue. Why? Because your argument ain't there. You're just saying a statement.
Mm-hmm.
I think his principle at the end will just be people should be able to do whatever they want as long as it doesn't harm someone else. Ironically, because that would be the other side, but they just won't say it in that way.
Well, then now he has just made a stipulation that stops it being total freedom of privacy and restrictions. He's literally, if he was to ever make that argument, we should have all of this free, except for when it harms people. He immediately go against his initial statement of saying, all men deserve total freedom and complete privacy from the government. Like, so you can't actually make the statement, but just in case, let me make sure that doesn't include people being harmed. That just those two things are opposing.
I'm sure that's where it's going to go, because that's how you defend absolute freedom of speech.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't hurt someone physically, then
it's not absolute. And then it's not absolute.
Exactly. So
because you're having to put in like a little. Well, just so you know, I'm not including this. Total freedom means I should be able to murder anyone. I should be able to do anything. No one can stop me. That's true, limitless, absolutist freedom of speech and expression.
This is why they need to be here, because I'm sure if all of us said to him, so you're allowed to run into a cinema and say and shout, "There's a fire," you'd be like, "Well, no, you shouldn't be able to do that." You're not harming it, are you, by saying that? But we all, not even as society, as fucking logical thinking entities, would be like,
correct.
Yeah, if you can just run into a cinema and make 100 people run out and just go LOL,
causing a stampede that causes people to get crushed.
Exactly. So
the next one that he's got here is quite a long-winded one. But before I read it, I'll just quickly read out the super chat from Tom.
I don't like that he didn't come up to defend himself with his own words. This is whack.
Yeah, I think some of them are going to show up a bit later because they are in America. So I think some of them will be coming back from work. So some of them, I think, will be here. But it does have to be stated that a lot of people's tunes changed when people found out, allegedly, that Mimi is not a girl, but in fact, a dude called Jordan. A lot of people were like, maybe we should look into this guy. And I was like, oh, interesting. Very interesting. Tom Todd, thank you for the $10. I'm sorry, but y'all don't want the age checks meta. Yoti gets hacked all the time, and not too long ago in the US, a woman got falsely arrested due to AI making a mistake for 5 months with no reimbursement. And then he also said, also getting rid of anonymity are going to get women, kids, families stalked and harassed non-stop by bad criminals. You can't protect everyone, but millions of people need these online protections as well.
Yeah,
I do agree with that.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going. I was like, the consequence of losing anonymity, more bad stuff will happen. But unfortunately, that's why it comes down to moral obligation as society for us to be like, yo, we need to check these people because otherwise we all lose.
Yeah. Real quick question to you two. Do you think that having the internet is like a right or like a privilege for people?
It's a privilege. I think it's a privilege.
I don't think it's up to me to decide. The reason why I say that is because
in your opinion, do you think it is?
For example, if I'm a woman in Afghanistan now, I am not allowed to get an education. Like at all.
Right.
But I can technically get hold of the internet and get access to education materials.
Right.
And that might be considered a human right to have access of information. So it's like we've now got this thing that's like affecting society in such a way where we have to argue, is education a human right?
I would say education is. I mean, I don't really believe in human rights, but yeah, I would say that everyone has the right to be educated.
Right. And so
I don't believe in human rights because I think you earn rights.
Well, it's a human construct. We don't have to like philosophize. It's just a little construct that we like working with. But my argument is that there are too many places in the world where you just would have just a shit life if you didn't have internet because of things the way it's structured. So the argument for having internet as a human right, for me, makes sense. The problem here becomes, is it an inalienable right that you can't lose? I don't agree that. I reckon you can make enough violations that we're just like, you ruined it. Now you can't ever touch that again.
Right. Okay, sure. Yeah.
So you wouldn't legislate it as like, this is...
Yeah. Water is an inalienable right. You can do lots of crimes and I'm still going to be like, I think that person probably shouldn't be a part of society, but I think it's fair to say they should have access to water.
Mhm.
That's an inalienable right that I personally
I
agree
agree.
on.
I agree.
But internet, I'm like, yo, you get a couple strikes, then that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think broadly I probably agree with the water example, but I do definitely think there's probably times where people cross certain lines and I'm like, that's like no, you're not getting anything. Just
Well, no,
I
I
think
think
A couple
I
of
think
strikes.
we're agreeing. I'm saying if you violate, the internet should be not a right that you have access to anymore. But so I'm saying it should be a right you can lose. Internet should be a right that you can lose.
The only reason I ask because I think different to you guys. I think you should earn the right to use the internet. I don't think you should have it and then have it taken away from you. I think we should earn the right to use the internet. But
doesn't it still fall
That's
under
problematic,
privilege,
man.
I think it's a privilege. I think the internet's a privilege.
Yeah.
We lived without it for fucking so many years.
The reason I don't agree with that is because we grew up, like I'm at the age where I grew up not having internet. And then in my teens is when it really started popping up. But I lived in a society where nobody had internet like that. But for me to say, oh, you don't get internet, but everyone else does, the level of handicap that person would have, like, it's not the same as saying back in the day, yeah, well, we did all right without internet. Like, yeah, that's because not everyone else had access to that stuff. Like,
do
you understand what I'm saying? Like the imbalance is the issue.
People go to prison. That's an imbalance as well. When they come out and they can't get a job, there's imbalances for people that do dumb shit. Like, yes,
correct.
So if you don't,
but you didn't say that. That's not what you said.
If you haven't shown the brain capacity to use the internet, then I don't think you should have the internet.
But you didn't say that, though.
You guys want to stop it once it's been done. I'm trying to prevent it. You should be the same way. You have to be fucking old enough to drive a car. You need some responsibility about you. You take a test.
Sure.
You take a test to use the internet. I didn't think that was the case when it came out, but apparently it is the case. People are dumb. And they're abusing it, and they're making other people's lives miserable because of the internet.
Sure, but that's not using the prison argument is not fair. Because
why not?
No one started in prison and then worked their way out.
When I'm in prison, I was like, people having a bad time, like that. When you was making the example that it's hard for some people to get like education without the internet.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'll say, well, some people go to prison and then they can't. They have a harder time getting back into society.
They did something to be in that situation.
Yeah.
They
so
did
I didn't mean it's a one-to-one. My bad. You're right.
Yeah, they didn't start off in the jail cell.
Yeah.
But
TJ,
anyway.
Thank you for the $5. If it's freedom of expression, what are you trying to express to me with those drawings? I'm sorry, but well-adjusted people don't wake up in the morning and draw little girls messing with dogs. I'm sorry. I ain't trying to hear all that nonsense. And Tom, thank you for the $10. This saying is as true and old as time. If you're willing to trade your rights for protection for the government, you will get neither. Government can't be father, only big brother. Y'all don't want that.
I want to reply to this. I want to reply to this because I agree. I do agree. But by letting this stuff fester, you're creating an environment that the government has really good tools to take away more freedoms.
Yeah, agreed.
Like you can't allow the playground to just turn into a Lord of the Flies and then be upset when the playground's taken away. So that's why I say there's actually two arguments. We're talking about policy and legal, and like societal and moral are two different things. And the societal and moral thing, can we just stick in that conversation and be like, yo, we as a group should be like, we don't want that as a part of our society, or we're gonna lose all our freedoms. For sure, they're gonna take it away.
Yeah, 100%. Well, let me read out the next point that he's sent over. He says, speech can only truly be considered unprotected when it is lawless in the traditional sense. When it directly incites imminent violence, constitutes genuine harassment, or involves actual exploitation of real victims. This distinction matters because purely fictional expression, by definition, has no victim. Even under existing statutes in the US, like the Protect Act of 2003, which expanded prohibitions on obscene visual depictions, including drawings and cartoons, enforcement in practice has overwhelmingly focused on hyper-realistic or photorealistic generations rather than highly stylized anime-style works. Courts and prosecutors have repeatedly recognized that cartoonish, exaggerated, or artistic anime depictions are fundamentally different from realistic imagery that could be mistaken for real abuse material. While I disagree with obscenity laws in nature, it becomes ultimately clear that an important metric is realism, which is not met by lolicon.
Yeah, see, I feel like I've addressed this before, but I'm going to try and summarize it as best as I can. I get the sentiment that there's no direct victim and there's freedom of expression concerns. I get that. That's not why these policies exist. The policy exists because, one, it's a protected group, and there's the issue of harm, the harm normalization argument. So if no real child is involved, the argument is that you're depicting these things in a way contributes to like a broader, like psychological barrier. That's where it starts to slip into like societal policy stuff. And then there's the argument of like, it can be, some policymakers are trying to argue that it's like consuming this stuff is kind of cited as affecting your behavior that you develop, which is a fair argument. Like people are saying, the more you normalize this stuff and the more you see this stuff, it's affecting a protected class. Mm-hmm. And then there's the loophole issue. It's like, all right, cool. You're saying it's just drawing. How do you solve the loophole issue? That's the biggest issue, where you're like, okay, so who's the police officer that gets to decide what's real and what's not? What if it's kind of real? What if it's shaded? What if it's just outlines? What if it's like, what if it is real and it is redrawn to not be real? Or what if it's from someone's head but it looks real? There's no way you can police that kind of spectrum. And so policymakers will just decide. They'll just be like, cool, we can't figure out the loophole, we'll shut it all down. And that's why, for the 100th time, I say we need to really be careful to like back the issue up of like making it a moral issue, because someone else will come in and decide, and they'll just be like, all right, no, none of this is allowed. Which is what they did in is it Germany? In Germany, you can't get blood on in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I think they turned it green, or it's like sweat.
Right, and I'm just
in Australia they banned
Australia, yeah, like, and so that became an issue of like people didn't want to address an issue of like, what are we okay with? Mm-hmm. And they should have addressed that morally as a group. You know, the best example of that is the parental advisory sticker on music. The parental advisory sticker on music doesn't do anything. It's actually the record labels getting in trouble for being like, hey, kids keep listening to these really profane lyrics. Like, policymakers are going to have to come in and we're going to have to sort it out. And so they said, all right, hold it for a second. We're going to police ourselves. And we're going to put this big black and white sticker so parents stop buying these songs without knowing. And that's always the thing you should always try and focus on first. Try and figure out a societal or moral thing where everyone comes together and was like, no, let's try and figure this out ourselves, what we're okay with. Because the moment policymakers come in, well, hey, there's not going to be no room for oh, maybe this or maybe that. There's going to be just no Mortal Kombat in your country.
Yeah. He's got a couple more points. If you guys have time.
He hasn't got no points, by the way. These aren't points. Because all he's doing is making statements and no arguments. So they're not points, but go ahead.
Yeah. Censorship is the murder of art and expression. It suppresses speech. It is not the place of the government to determine what expression is acceptable or moral. It is ultimately the role of the government to protect the rights of men from enemies, foreign or domestic, and not infringe upon them. Yeah.
Ridiculous. Just more statements.
Yeah. Okay.
More statements.
It is not the place of the government to determine that a drawing of a chest is too flat or the woman is too short or that their proportions are unlawful. Those drawings, discussions, etc. constitute speech and expression. These acts are without a victim because they are entirely fictional. The appearance of anything alone cannot reasonably constitute lawlessness because no exploitation exists. There is absolutely no victim.
Yeah, how much more time can I repeat the same thing? Even just him saying there's no victim. Well, so is harm the only physical thing? What about fraud? What about harassment? What about coordinated misinformation. If I find out who said this stuff, who's sending it to you, Mike, and I find out who he is, and I say, I know for a fact that this guy does this and that to kids. Coordinated misinformation. Is that not harm? So some harms can be indirect or delayed or like societal. Like you don't get to just this. He's not the decider of this stuff. You know what? I don't want no more quotes from this guy, man. All of his statements don't come with no argument behind it. Law works to reduce risk. A lot of times laws work to reduce risk. Is C4 can walk into Tesco tomorrow with a machete and not harm anyone. It's still a law to not do that because you're reducing risk. Like,
yeah, I mean, here's my thing with all of this, because I'll read out some of the points later on, but the long and short of it is, you may have woken up in the morning and drawn a lolly character that isn't actually based on anybody you know. It's just obviously you understand what a child looks like, and so you've drawn that into an anime character. Okay, but my thing is, what the hell possessed you to draw a little girl in that situation? What possessed you to draw her so that it's depicted in a way where she's like wet or signaling something or bent over or something's exposed? It might not be. Let's forget about the law for a second. Let's forget about the government. Why should we, as Dale was saying, why should we as a community accept people like that just because you can do it? Like, for example, in my own community, if I know that somebody's into that stuff and I find out, they're not coming back, and that's it. I don't have to accept it. I don't know, like, getting into a lawful discussion, we'll be here all day of it, but the anime community, as it pertains to XenoCoffee and Mimi Yanagi, should have enough common sense to be like, why would we want somebody like this in our community? It's fucking awful. It's awful. The pictures, Dale, you didn't even see them. These pictures.
No, I didn't. You described it to me, and I was like, "Yo, this is really this is offending me." And I didn't see anything. I just had full descriptions that were just like, "Yeah, stop talking."
Yeah, bear in mind that I only told you about one of them. One of them.
That's true. That's true.
One of them was so bad that I was actually flabbergasted at how somebody could draw this. Like I don't even feel comfortable explaining it to you. All I'll say is that as a dad, you would have vomited if you had seen this picture. You would have vomited. It was that bad.
And so I kind of want to like jump on that whole thing of just like saying, oh, it's not harming anyone. We should be free to draw. And it's like, first of all, like I mentioned, many laws in society require acting before damage is obvious. Like, I don't need to see you pull the trigger before I affect you. Well, our society just wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. But I think when we talk about, first off, they're not recognizing protected classes. Maybe if they want to make this is my issue, is he's saying statements, but he's not addressing any arguments. If his argument was children should not be a protected class, that would be a different argument. And he would have to explain that argument, because when he's saying government shouldn't affect censorship, blah blah. Currently, we have all agreed they shouldn't, except for things like protected classes. But he's not even making those arguments. He's just saying, they just shouldn't.
He's saying that though. He's indirectly saying that by when he's talking about it's not actually harming kids. He understands that harming kids is bad. He's making the argument that illustrations of kids isn't harming a kid. So I think he does understand that kids are a protected class.
Sure, but it doesn't make sense because it overlooks cumulative harm.
I'm just being, as you know.
Yeah, I hear you. No, I hear you. But it doesn't overlook cumulative harm or indirect harm. That's why I said, so what do we consider harm then? Are you only talking like that? You're not really. So one post might be harmless, sure. What about thousands coordinated together to create real world effects that normalize things? So that the whole argument struggles with scale and network. It's just, it treats censorship as like one thing, like it's binary, and not all restrictions are equal. We have removing illegal content. Sometimes it's set in the platform rules. And then he's trying to pair that with state suppression. Bro, for me to go...
He's going to say the same thing. Well, I guess you guys didn't say it, but people in chat were saying, oh, but that's a slippery slope. When I was making the argument about, well, just take it away from everyone. They'll make the same argument. They'll be like, oh, you're making a slippery slope. Because I drew a kid doesn't mean I'm going to do something to a kid. So,
Of course, but that's why we have things called protective classes where we're like, yo, this one here is inside the room of we're gonna move a bit faster.
sure, but
Like,
then you're just defending your slippery slope. Right? You're still,
which
you're still
exactly,
engaging in the
which is
slippery
ex-
slope. You just think you
you
can defend
are. Yes, you are.
Okay, cool.
You
All right,
are. And I'm saying that's
I
how
can defend my
society
slippery
has
slope as well,
always
then.
worked. Yeah, that's how society has always worked.
Through all
We've
of history
always-
of the internet, I can defend my slippery slope. People have never done good with the internet. Mostly. Oh, you got man like fucking Chud the Builder. We're
Fair
still
enough.
failing with the internet, bro. We're still not using it right.
I'm just saying we have always had different consequences for different actions. That's just how it works. If you want to live in some completely Wild West Mad Max world, like, go build that society. I'm not backing you because you're not even making an argument. You're just making mad statements, just like government should not, and I believe in free. It's like, cool. Can you get to the part where you're making an argument? Like, because I'm not seeing one.
I wanted to show you guys, because I got some crazy comments. I got some really, really low IQ comments on Twitter. I got this one. It made me laugh, right? Said, you don't understand because, oh, sorry, to give you some context, I was basically saying that I don't understand how anyone can be in defense of this. This person called Satin in Blue, femboy in space. You don't understand because of a mental illness you revealed you have in the first sentence. You think cartoons are little girls when they are actually cartoons. The picture below illustrates your issue. You said the word not real, but then you went on to talk like the cartoons are real. Until you can get treatment or therapy so you don't understand that cartoons are true or real, you won't be able to understand this issue.
Yeah, just people that don't. Yeah, just people who like they don't actually understand the harm normalization argument. Yeah, or the escalation argument, or like the loophole argument. Once they can understand those things, like, and then they can compete against those, like with, like, we'll actually know the reason why. Once they can start the sentence like that, fair enough. But none of them can. They're just saying, "Well, it's not real." It's like, bro, shut up.
Let me just ask a question, because maybe Satin in Blue, femboy in space is watching. Femboy in space, if you came to my house here and you open up a scrapbook, and in that scrapbook it was loads of busty black women, you'd probably get the impression that I like busty black women. Now, if I came to your house and I kept on seeing anime characters that look like little girls, and I looked at you and said, "Do you like little girls?" And you said to me,
"No, just the drawings." Yeah, that's a shit argument.
You're not answering my question. Okay, if you come to my house and you see pictures of dinosaurs everywhere, you're gonna think, "Oh, this guy probably is into archaeology, likes dinosaurs." So if I come to your house or if I go into your page and I start seeing pictures of little anime girls that look like they're in Lucky Star, I'm gonna start asking questions. You said that I have a mental illness. There's a reason why you got an anime profile picture up talking with confidence. There's no way you would show your face on camera saying some dumb shit like this. Don't ever puff up your chest to me.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's like you're not even willing to go past the first hurdle of standing on your 2 feet about what you're saying. You're using not your own image. So you must concede there's an issue with what you're doing. You guys
allowed it. You guys allowed it. Yeah. We just argued about this, and you guys said, "Yeah, but it's good, right?" So be happy with the people you've created. Be happy with the people you've created.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying that the argument of anonymity is much larger than a bunch of idiots with anime profile pics. There's a much bigger issue if you take away anonymity.
Okay, fair enough, but this is the Hulk you created, bro. You pushed him into the vat. You said, "Yeah, cool," because no one knows what you look like. You can say the dumbest, craziest, stupidest shit. I mean, it's good content for sure, but I look at it and be like, "You don't deserve the internet." So.
Yeah.
Let me also read this one to you.
It's such a shame we don't have moderation anymore, man. Twitter with moderation was way better.
This one killed me. So this one said, "Would you advocate for spending limited police resources on policing such fiction, while doing so may come at a cost for the protection of real victims, giving actual predators more freedom to operate? And while research can't find proof, such a material increases child abuse cases." Now, this is basically because a lot of people are saying that the UK has like a grooming gang problem. Mm-hmm. And they've been using a picture of, like, I think he was a gang, like a Muslim gang leader or something, and they're using that argument to it's a scapegoat argument to me, because we have a serious policing problem with multiple things in this country, but just because we have that problem, and we do, I acknowledge we have a problem in this country of grooming gangs. It does not mean that you can do whatever you want with your weird sicko behavior on the internet. Now, I get this whole police resources. C4, you know what? I'll let you take this part because we had the same mindset, but I know you're very passionate about it. So please explain to them how police resources work, because I don't think this donut understands.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're all on a little bit of an understanding that the police that walk the streets aren't the ones that work in the office and doing like the sleuthing on the computer.
Bro, I think they think they're the same guys. I think they're the guy. They think they're in the full uniform at the laptop, like hunting them down. I think that's what they think.
I honestly, people have watched like too many. I don't know what fucking police shows do we have anymore. We haven't got The Bill. That's the only one I knew of in the UK.
We got is Cops still a thing?
Cops must be in it. Oh, the car chases. Yeah, they probably think the people chasing like criminals in the car are the same people who are like talking to Interpol when they're like going through someone's like fucking their digital footprint. They're different people.
They're completely different resources.
Yeah, they're not the same. It's so dumb we have to explain it. We've failed. We're just not good anymore as people.
Bro, my mind went to the same place. And I was like, I don't know how much I can get into this without it just getting long for me. But I was like, you have to be some level of stupid to think that Tommy policing the streets is the same guy dealing with X, Y, and Z that is going like anything that pertains to this. They're not in the same department. So even if the street police were underfunded, it's a separate issue.
Mm-hmm. It's like going to a restaurant and the chefs in the back aren't cooking the best meals, but you hire more waiters, and they're like, oh, the fucking put the waiters in the fucking kitchen. It's like, but they're waiters. Yes, they both work in a restaurant, but waiters don't cook, and cooks don't wait on like customers. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Yes, they're all
police, different things,
but they're doing different jobs in the police system. So I know Chibi Review made the argument, and I was like, you don't need to know about the UK.
You don't need to.
That's just stupid.
Yeah, you don't need
to. It's the same in America.
They don't. But also, I think it's a little bit of a Western society problem where everyone sees themselves as an individual. Like all of these arguments stem from an inability to understand societal harm. Like, Eastern societies just think about that way more. Just like, yo, is this good for society? Like as a whole, as opposed to like in the West, I keep seeing this whole thing of like, yeah, but my freedom of expression, blah, blah. And it's like, bro, you're not free from, they're getting the benefit because when they walk down the street, the collective taxes is what pays for the street, for the road, for the lights. Like we work together for a common in society. Whether you like it, you might be an incel at home all the time. There's still certain things happening as a collective that benefits you. And one of the things about living in that society is society might turn around and be like, you are moving mad. You're actually moving mad. And we don't want you to be moving mad because it's going to poison the rest of society. It's always been that way. It's always been that way.
Mad fundamental, bruv. Like, I was going to say something mad. People think I've said something mad. I was going to say something real mad. I'm not going to say it.
Do you know what surprises me? Because I'm going to put the Chibi video on in a sec. Dale, how much time do you have? I know you said you were here.
I've got a few minutes, like 2-3 minutes, and then I got to bounce.
Fine. I'll put it on after you're gone. But I do want to say that I find it so hilarious that when we were saying, oh, maybe the Mimi person, maybe you should check their hard drive for other stuff, because it did say that there was a 6-year investigation going on. So I don't know, brighter minds assume straight away, oh, there's probably something worse going on here than stupid
6 years is mad.
6 years.
Yeah, 6 years is mad.
So people, bear in mind, I spoke to loads of people. I don't want to like throw anybody under the bus that doesn't want to be here, but a lot of people in my DMs going, there's like people that do lolly stuff, typically this, that is okay. I'm like,
why are you protecting?
Why they? Yeah, that's mad. That's mad.
Because I want them to come on here and say it for themselves.
Okay.
I don't want people to DM me in confidence, and then I'm like,
Fair enough. Yeah.
because I don't even know if these people are into lolly stuff or if they're just defending free speech.
Yeah, that's mad.
Because some
That's
people
mad.
that are like free speech absolutists, they've gone down the brain rot path of like,
Yeah.
I have to die on this hill, even though they know that deep down this is a bit mad.
They're also dangerous, bro.
Yeah, freedom of speech, absolutely. It's never really think about a society where it happens, because then you can collect. We could all get on this podcast, invite 10,000 people, and be like, "We're gonna find out who said that, and we're gonna take them out," and no one could stop us. No one could be like, "Actually, that speech is actually harmful. Maybe you shouldn't." We could just be like. We could be like 10 hours on the chat, just be like, let's all work together to figure out who said this. We're going to find them. And technically, we would be exercising our freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Because no harm has happened yet.
Yeah, I just want to make it super, super clear. Like, I'm always happy to have conversations to learn more about people. But if you're into this kind of content, then
yeah, there's a line.
There is a line, and I might speak to you to try and understand, but I'm never going to be cool. We're never going to be cool, like, because in my mind you're going to hell for doing those sort of things. I'm sorry, but I know where this shit goes. We've seen this 100 times. Oh, they were just putting stuff on the internet and then their hard drive gets back, and you're like, oh my god, look at this shit. Because why else would you be doing that? It's like I said, look behind me. Can you see those figurines? What do those figurines tell you?
Pretty normal to me, mate.
Maybe I like JoJo's. Now, if those figurines behind me were of what we're talking about here, you guys would go, you wouldn't go, oh, it's an expression.
Yeah,
like,
you can't separate. You can't separate your expression from how you are received as a person. That's just not how it works. It's like, oh, cool, you want that expression. There are certain things that the society is going to receive you as a person. Like, you don't get to just do whatever you want and then just
I'll explain some. I'm not going to explain the explicit pictures to you guys because, to be honest with you, stream will probably get taken out because they're that.
Yeah, I was saying, you watch your stream, man. I reckon that even if you get close, I think it could be it's a protected part of society for a reason.
Yeah, I'm not going to explain the explicit pictures, but to get an idea, now what I want you to do is I'm going to explain this to you, and then I want you to times it by 50.
Shit!
In the negative scale, okay? So Mimi Yanagi's picture is the one in my thumbnail, right? Of that anime character. That anime character looks like what, maybe 8 to 10 years old. I would assume.
That's an original. Like, they've created that character, right?
Yeah, that's their character. So this character, anything that you've seen that you think is not appropriate for children, this character has done.
Oh, I hear you. Okay,
anything obscene that you can think of. I'm not going to say anything.
They're just going mad. They're actually going mad.
They're going mad. And when I tell you deep, like a heavy amount of detail, this person sat there or reposted it, liked it, whatever. I don't really care. But a heavy amount of detail was put into the depictions.
I hear you. I think that's what's really interesting is it goes back to that part where you said everyone defending was very careful to word it with innocuous verbiage, where they're just like, oh, well, it was just like friendly, chibi, and blah, blah, blah. Like they were sanitizing it because they themselves know. They know.
Del, your reaction made me laugh the most. when I explained to you one of them, you were like, no, fuck that.
Because I didn't know.
He was like, you can't put him in prison. You can't put someone in prison for drawing something. I was like, oh, I don't think you've seen it. You said.
I think it's I basically did the slippery slope argument of just like, oh, well, chibi pictures, that seems all right. Should I go to jail for that? And you didn't say anything. You said, Del, have you seen the images? And I was just like, oh, no, I actually haven't. And then you started describing it. And I was like, I think you must have saw me go type in, not type in. Type in, not type in. Because I was kind of mashed up.
Yeah, it's actually mad. It's actually mad that people are actually in defense of this. Now, bear in mind, I haven't even gotten to the next part. It came out that there was actual CP on this person's hard
Okay,
drive.
here we
They
go.
swear.
Here we go.
No way.
Actual CP.
Maybe
Here we go.
some slippery slopes are fucking slippery.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Now these are apparently rumors, but it's going around in enough places where people are like, yeah, it seems like this is the case.
Here we go.
And
Here
I'm
we
just
go.
like, well,
What
duh.
do you know? What do you
Like-
know? The guy who has 100 swords and was sharpening it at home and making depictions of what he's going to do with those swords turns out to be a stabby man. You could have guessed it. You could have guessed it.
And people are literally like, oh, you know, more information's come to light, so I want to adjust my stance on this.
Oh,
Go
the
outside.
walkbacks.
Go
The
outside.
walkbacks. Yeah, the
Please,
walkbacks. At least my walkback was in one man's DM. Like, I
was-
didn't get on
your
Twitter
walk-
like,
Your walk back was
What?
in 1 second. I only had to
Yeah.
explain one thing to you. You were like, oh, okay, never mind.
W police.
Yeah, that's mad. That's mad.
W police.
Now, that brings
Here we
me
go.
on to the other person before Del goes. There's a guy called XenoCoffee who's in the Xenoverse space and
But like
He-
Dragon Ball Z Xenoverse.
Dragon Ball Z Xenoverse.
Okay.
I've never spoken to him before, but I've seen his content. I used to play Xenoverse with my boys, and so I'd come across it every now and then. He just seemed like one of those guys that was whining. There was loads of like arguments about is Xenoverse a fighting game or whatever, and it was like, you know, kind of like popcorny content to see what they're bitching
Sure.
about. Nothing harmful or anything. It's come to light that he's into Shotacon stuff, asking people if they're into Shotacon stuff, and apparently shipping Dende and Kid Gohan from the Namek saga. That I don't know what man sane of mind ships Dende. and
What's
Then,
shit?
wait,
Gohan.
Dende's the child, like one from Namek, right? Like the
green
7 or
kid.
8-year-old.
Yeah.
Wait, what's
Oh,
shipping? What's shipping?
Shipping means like you have a fictional relationship in your mind. So if I'm like,
Oh,
I'm shipping Goku and Bulma, I really want them to have a relationship. That's my fan fiction.
okay. I learned something today. Mad. Okay.
Now let me ask you guys: Do you think it's normal or acceptable for someone
Nah.
to be shipping?
Nah, I'm
little
coming
boys?
off. I'm done now. I'm tapped out. I'm tapped out. No, I'm tapped out. You guys can finish the conversation. This is too much for me.
Now
This is
hold
too
on.
much for me.
Hold on just a second, though. Hold on, just give me 1 second because we just need to illustrate the point. Let me find it here. It's in somewhere. I've saved it. XenoCoffee. Where is it? God, there's been so much filth online today. It's just fucking unreal. Yeah. So there's another person here called Fade. Right. I found this post. The first part says I really tapped out an essay over Goten and Trunks dating. And then I found the post. And it says Kid Gohan and Trunks. Kid Goten and Trunks, sorry. I found the post. And he goes into detail about Goten and Trunks basically being shipped. Now, I don't know about you two, but I was reading this and I was absolutely flabbergasted at what I was reading. Flabbergasted. It says, I don't really ship in general, but the ship itself isn't bad. I myself just don't ship. The ship is bad. Don't ship little boys. Shipping children is understandably weird, which is why people ship the adult version. But shipping doesn't equal sexual things. Shipping can very much just be them holding hands or some bullshit.
Okay, sure.
If Vegeta could read this right now, planets would roll. You guys' problems are for sure just can't, just because they're dudes. If Goten and Trunks was a girl, you guys would not be complaining.
Is this the argument he's making, bro? I'm tapping out. This is too much madness. This
No,
is
hold on now. Hold on. Order. Let me finish, and then you can go.
I'm judge.
Yeah. So if Goten and Trunks weren't little boys and they were little girls, apparently people wouldn't be okay with it. He's seen people doing the same thing with other anime characters. In short, I really only see them as close friends / brothers. However, the ship can make sense and it's not that bad. Some like talking about the ship outside the series and don't push it as canon. Even if both characters were confirmed to be straight, let people just enjoy their own canon. It ain't hurting anyone. Close friends / seeing each other as family doesn't equal them not being able to date. This has happened in shows a ton of times. So yeah, let people do what they want. The ship can work, even though it isn't canon. It can be fun to talk about with others. You don't like it, then don't talk about it. What are we doing? I thought that we were talking about Beerus and Goku and the upcoming Mother arc. Little did I
They're talking about children. I want to be very careful here and say there are different rules for literature than there are visual depictions. First off, there's just different rules. I don't know why. I'm not saying I disagree with them. I just know there are very different rules for the ability to write whatever, and it's just something that's happening in your imagination versus creating something like that's visual because of the loophole problem. Now we're just going into just like I just don't want to talk about this. This is
understandable.
I just don't want to talk about I don't feel like it. This is not enriching me anymore. This is not enriching. We'll talk about children. Not feeling it.
I hear it. No, bro. I hear it. That's what I said to you. You sure you want to come on? I understand. We're in a bit of a melting pot here. But these things need to be spoken about because there's far too many people in the anime space that think this is acceptable. And I think that there's a lot of people that are afraid to speak out because there's always doxing going on, there's harassment campaigns.
Sure.
And I think a line needs to be drawn somewhere where some people are like, no, fuck you. Like, I'm not scared of your stupid harassment campaigns. What you're doing is sick, and we're going to let people know about it.
Yeah. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, anything literature related, that's like it's almost like the rules are different, the laws are different, all of that stuff's different, but it still comes down to, you know what? That's just weird to me.
Yeah, very, very weird. There's other shipping things, but I'm not going to go into them because I know Dell's already sick to his stomach.
I'm going to bounce. Get your next guest ready. But I hope the yapping wasn't too much. So
it's all good. Anyway. It's all good, man. I appreciate you being here.
Sure.
All right, man. Take it easy, guys.
Take care, bro.
In a bit, Dell.
So Dell's, I really wanted Dell to be here because obviously he's worked on the Suicide Squad, he's worked on Last of Us, he's done a bunch of games. So being in that field, I wanted to get his take on expression and how they feel about it. Now, before anybody else comes on, I want to watch this Chibi Reviews video with you, and I want to get your take on it because I think some of the way things are worded is pretty nefarious. In the end, he actually ends up saying something I think is pretty mad, but I want to get your take on it. And then after that, we'll start letting people on. I'll open the floor up to people, but I'll quickly just read out these super chats. Tom, thank you for the $5. Honestly, governments as a system don't care about kids, just money, data, surveillance. If they did, we would have seen so many arrests after the Epstein files. Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. I don't think they give a shit. I just think that they look for reasons to take things away from us. And I think that these people that are indulging in this stuff are giving them plenty of reasons to be like, because there's loads of people like our parents, for example, who have no idea what's going on. They're just going to hear a very baseline argument about this and they're going to go, yeah, protect the kids, which I can understand their reaction, but they don't really understand what they're signing up for. And the government knows that, and we know that. And that's why I stand with Del when he's saying these people we need to speak about them. They need to be shamed. People need to not be afraid to shun them out of communities. I'm sorry, you can't do this shit and just be like, yeah, well, it's fine, it's expression. No, fuck you. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the step after. I don't see people pushing back. So I'm like, yeah. Then who are you going to call? There's
not enough pushback, yeah. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $20. These Twitter users shake my head. Low IQ or rage bait, your call. I think low IQ. I don't think it's rage bait. I think they believe what they're saying. Yeah. They're just pretty stupid.
Yep.
Especially the one that I put on screen earlier, that femboy one. Birdman, thank you for $5. FGC people should be calling out Acumen. The stuff Mimi had is gross, and Val, Max, and other big Capcom guys should call sad to see Aki draw this. Who's Acumen?
I don't know who Aki is. I don't know who Acumen is. Never heard of him.
Yeah, no. If you want to enlighten us, Birdman, feel free. But I no idea who that is. But I mean, I've seen. I mean, I sent you that Sonic streamer today, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I still went up on my screen.
Someone should check up on that guy.
Yeah, honestly. His name is Golden, Gold and then N. Apparently he had a fucking crash out session on YouTube. Quit YouTube, like a massive Sonic streamer, I think, or Sonic content creator. I'm getting loads of videos coming up of like allegation stuff now, and that one came up, and it's a 3-hour stream of him just screaming into the void about being accused of rape and money being stolen and people lying about stuff. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he just straight up said it. Yeah, I was a not a nice human being. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
that's not a good start when you're talking about those topics.
Yeah. He said, I'm a piece of shit. Don't send me money. I was like, that's the opening statement. This is 3 hours. Let me just get some popcorn. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that is a drawing, isn't it? You hear that as the opening line? It's like, oh shit. I don't know who you are. I don't know what's going on, but I need to know now.
Yeah. No idea who these people are, but I mean, I'm halfway through the stream now. It's pretty wild. TJ, thank you for the $5. Heads up, Chibi is on record on Twitter admitting he likes Shota content. Well, I'm not fucking surprised. Have you seen Chibi's Twitter page? Like, I didn't know what Chibi Reviews was all about. I only ever knew Chibi Reviews from being harassed for saying something about Boruto, and apparently Boruto fans went after him. And I remember I DM'd him and I said to him, "Hey, like, if you ever want to come onto my podcast and talk about it, I'd be interested because I don't understand why somebody's being harassed for Boruto stuff." And I saw that going on for ages, and I was like, "What did this guy do for everyone to hate him?" And then I went on his page, and I was like, "Oh, okay." Now, I'm not saying that people should be showing up to his brother's gravesite and pissing on it, because apparently that happened. That's mad.
That's fucked. Yeah.
That's really bad. And definitely don't be doing SWATs and all that stuff. That stuff's all crazy. Like, I might not like the things that these people say, but I'm never going to advocate for those sort of things. But yeah, then I went on Chibi's Twitter page, and then I realized why people have a problem with him. I can't go on his Twitter page on YouTube for obvious reasons, but if you do a quick search, you'll get the idea very quickly. All right, well, we'll watch this video. If you want me to pause it at any point, C4, just let me know, because there's definitely points of contention here. Because just to give you some backstory, he was in defense of Mimi up until today.
Is this video after more information came out, or is it the one when it just happened?
This is the latest one, so after more information has come out. But I still think the language being used here is very nefarious, and I think Chibi's the biggest, as far as I'm aware, the biggest voice in this space. I don't know if anyone's got a bigger reach than Chibi. So I think his video is probably the best one to highlight, because I think the language being used here is pretty nefarious. I think it's like cover-up language in a sense.
Okay.
Bazooka, thank you for the 5 memberships, bro. Highly, highly appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. All right, let me bring this up.
So we have some breaking news fresh up.
Oh, wait, sorry. I haven't changed my... my bad.
Wait, what's the problem?
Could you hear it?
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't hear it. Let me change my speakers.
So we have some breaking news fresh off the press from a few hours ago in relation to a situation that I've actively been covering for the last few days now about Mimi, the VTuber that was arrested in the UK for artwork that was drawn of their model. Now, the information that came out earlier this morning does paint Mimi in quite a bad light, and it's definitely causing a lot of people to raise an eyebrow or two because the situation does not look pretty good, and it's now having a lot of people basically advocating that they want to see court documents, they want to see police records, just to be able to confirm what is really going on here, because the stuff that did come out does make you feel like there is definitely more going on. Now, let me get everybody up to speed here for those that have not watched the previous videos on this topic. So basically, a few days ago, there was a viral news that spread everywhere throughout the world, basically, and honestly, thousands of Japanese artists like the actual creator of Chun-Li from Street Fighter even made fan art of Mimi's VTubing model because of the situation in support of...
So apparently, according to people in chat, that's Akiman. Akiman is the creator of Chun-Li, and he was in support of Mimi.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just want to be very clear. Chun-Li's creator being in defense of Mimi does not move me in any way, shape, or form. I know people are using that as, oh, but you know, this person that created the most iconic female in fighting games is on our side. I don't give a fuck. He's wrong as well.
If that swayed anybody, they need the educational system failed them greatly.
Yeah.
And
Do you know what that proves? All that proves is that a little bit of clout, and I'll look the other way. Because the only reason you're telling me over and over again is that Chun-Li's created because it's Chun-Li. Like obviously that guy in like the halls of history is more relevant than any of us are ever going to be. But he doesn't mean every take he makes is going to be a good one. And sorry, that's a bad take. He could have created Bison, Chun-Li, and Ryu. I'd still say it's wrong.
It's funny because if someone said, "Oh yeah, you know the person who made the them fighting herds characters," no, people would be like, "So."
Yeah,
that's the response you should have with Akiman as well. It's just like, so.
Yeah, honestly, like Jackie Chan could have said it, and I would have been. He's my, Jackie Chan's one of my guys. I could have said, "Oh, Jackie's wrong. I'm sorry." Like, I'm sorry, Clout's not going to win you any points in this discussion. I don't care if you come here with 10 million subscribers and you're like, "No, they were fine." You're going to get the exact same fucking response.
Yep.
Mimi, because of like, what is going on, how someone got arrested for artwork of, just an anime character or a VTuber model. And so a lot of people, myself included.
That I would like to know what Aki knows, what the Aki man knows about the story. Because this was probably before this information came out. And obviously with the like language barrier and stuff, maybe they haven't got all the information on what was on the hard drive.
But even before you have the information on the hard drive, we had the information of the hentai that was drawn.
Oh, I thought that was off the hard drive, that thing that you was describing.
No.
That was just on the timeline.
Yeah, that was on the timeline. Everyone saw it.
Okay. I'm mad. I did not know that.
Like even that one, even if you hadn't seen that one, there was loads of pictures that were really, really fucking disturbing. And so there's no way you didn't see one of them. So for him to come out in defense of it, he would have had to have seen it and been like, "No, we still have to defend it because it's freedom." I'm like, "Sorry, I don't care. I don't care."
Ain't a Chun-Li main, bro. That's miss me with that shit. I'm not a Chun-Li main.
Bro, listen, like it could have been anyone. It could have been anyone. It could have been my own mother. I would have said, "Mom, pack it up. Don't ever go back on the internet." I'm sorry. You're not moving me on this one.
Okay.
Started rallying behind Mimi, basically saying this is outright insane because for the last year and a half, we have seen the rise and escalation of censorship around the world and how backwards the UK has been as of late, of how they censor people, how they will show up to your door because of a bad meme that you posted online, threatening grannies that have cancer and all that, saying you posted something wrong on Facebook, a wrong political opinion, and so they need to be threatened by police authorities. There was months ago, there was a mannequin that got arrested in the UK. I'm not even joking. There has definitely been a lot of tally points on the graph that showcase that the UK has lost the plot, that they are a clown world, and that they are actively more concerned about fictional content than actually real victims, because there is a lot of evidence that kind of shows this, especially in the last year and a half. That's not even getting into the gravity of the situation of them banning, for instance, fictional, incest content, but then in turn allowing actual real cousin marriage, shooting down the banning of it and still allowing cousin marriage in the UK. And this happened.
This is the whataboutism that you're always talking about. This country has serious problems with various laws, but I feel like what people are doing is, we do have a censorious government. They do things where we're someone called somebody a prat online. They've taken it away now that the Home Office apparently changed their rules around it, so now you can cuss people online again. But for a long time, people were sending memes and people were getting arrested and put in prison. We all agree that's mad. That doesn't allow you to go under the cape of your degeneracy and get away with stuff. That's what they're doing. They're using the fact that our government is a little bit all over the place to be like, well, look, they're doing it to us and you need to defend us because they're censorious. But you're also behaving like creeps.
Yeah, I don't think either government's better than the other. There's obviously a lot of context missing out. Maybe the context doesn't even matter. I don't even know about the mannequin case. But, some police are stupid. Some rules in the legal system are dumb. I grant that. This one isn't one of the dumb ones. This is one of the good ones, and we should uphold it. It is funny that someone from NA, with their government and their rules, sure, you can like it's kind of like trolling our system to be like, look at all these other bad things they've done and look at this one. But you've got school shooters, bro. I am not trying to listen to you. I'm not trying to listen to you. Like, you're not the moral arbiter here, bro. You're just as dumb. We're both in the same cesspool of stupidity. You're not any better.
Yeah. I know the American government are not as rampant on it, but I'm pretty sure I read a graph that showed that it does happen in America as well. People do get locked up for posting memes. I'm sure I saw that the UK was at the top by far.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were by far. We had outranked everyone. America was near the bottom, but it was still happening.
Yeah,
it was at a couple hundred.
I know there's people you can't take the piss out of.
Yeah.
There's obviously like powerful people that you can't take the piss out of. So I guess it's a bit more stringent than we had a time where we couldn't say anything bad to anyone. They've just got it to certain people you can't say bad things to. If you want to talk about me being tyrannical, listen to that system. Imagine you've got a president and you can't say shit about him. Who's the tyrant there?
Yeah. Some of the things that I come sometimes Trump says some stuff and I'm like, fuck, you know. Do you know what though? I'm not a fan of the royal family by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, no, they're fouls too. They're fouls.
Yeah, like Trump was saying some stuff about the UK and it was if it wasn't for us guys, you'd be speaking German. And the king was like, but if it wasn't for us, you'd be speaking French. And Trump was just sitting there nodding his head and then was like, yeah, you would.
But they're both stupid, bro. It's just
it's both stupid. It's extremely dumb.
It is funny though. I laugh at it. I hella laugh at it. But I think when we like, to me, they're both satire. I can't take either of them serious. Obviously, they're in a position of power, and I hope they do the bare minimum to not fuck up the system. They're very fucking close to. But some people, like this chibi guy, I think he's kind of falling back, thinking that he knows better because his system's better. It's no better. It's no better. It's worse in other aspects. That's all it is. Yeah, we fucked up. Arresting mannequins does sound stupid. That is dumb. But getting people with fucking the images that apparently was on the timeline, just get rid of them.
Yeah. How are those petrol prices for you, by the way?
In Essex, not bad.
Fucking abysmal in London, bro.
I
fueled up in London. I was like, Trump, please stop. I couldn't believe how much I spent to fuel up my car.
I think for me, Asda's not too bad. But again, I'm in Essex. But Asda, they're kind of reasonable at the moment.
Even in 2025, this was discussed. So basically, we have seen time and time again that the UK has been a pretty bad actor and they have been overreaching with their authority within their country. So when this news broke a few days ago, it makes a lot of sense why so many people, not just myself, but everybody would rally behind Mimi, a VTuber, being basically the book thrown at them, used as an example or potentially used as an example, and pretty much looks like they're going to prison and having their entire life ruined over artwork. Now, this situation obviously resonated with a lot of people, and it got a lot of people talking about them. This is why, like I said, like the artist of Chun-Li, the actual creator of Chun-Li for Street Fighter, even did fan art of Mimi's character because of the situation at hand. So that gets into the information that came out today.
Right, he's bringing up Chun-Li because it's a way for people that maybe don't have they don't really know where to sit on this to be like, oh, it's Chun-Li's artist. I guess they're right. Why else would you keep repeating?
It's so dumb. It's like me talking to Guilty Gear players and go, but Finn says I was right.
Guess you're right.
Apparently so. Like, Finn could do perfect electrics every time, and he told me my opinion about Soul Bad Guy's right.
Then it's right. If Finn said it, then who are we to argue?
Exactly.
Who are we to argue with the man that created the 1,000 kicks, whatever it's called? Who are we to argue?
Yeah, he drew big thighs, and then he drew. I'm assuming that the art he drew for the Mimi person isn't sus. But yeah, I don't know how them doing the tribute art. I mean, I want to do a tribute art for Finn. I want to get a mural of a dragon.
Yeah. Well,
That
just
would be
don't put a diaper on the dragon and put a dummy in its mouth, and I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah, I would never do that to Finn. Never. Well, we'll see how tomorrow goes. Maybe after tomorrow.
No, Finn will be on his best behavior tomorrow.
Now, the source of the new information that came out today is from a source that you should take with a grain of salt, because they are very well-known liars, manipulators, cyber stalkers, harassers, doxers, and will involve innocents to get to someone else. Don't
Can you
believe
pause
me,
it? I want to
is
guess who it
Kiwi
was.
Farm.
I want to try and guess who. Fuck, you said it. It's Kiwi Farm.
Yeah.
Respectfully, every story that involves Kiwi Farm, they have not missed. I'm just gonna put if people don't know what Kiwi Farm is, it's a group of people that don't. This is gonna sound like I'm over egging it, but they have no reason to lie.
Mm-hmm.
They are just people that find out things, maybe in not very legal ways, but they have no reason to lie.
Yeah.
So, you said Kiwi Farms. I wanted to guess Kiwi Farms.
Chibi and his community, or at least the people that follow him, are under the impression that Kiwi Farms is a bad source of information, lies a lot, and everything that is posted there should be taken with a grain of salt. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know fuck all about Kiwi Farms. This is the first time I heard about them.
There's a lot of fucked up people there. Like any bad thing you can think of a person, they dwell here. Like Nazis, all that sort of shit. Like racist people, 100%. Homophobic people, they are definitely there. But when they do research on someone, they have receipts. They have receipts. So it's hard to. It's kind of like technicals. You can hate technicals, but if he shows you the documents, you can't really disagree with what he's saying. So yeah,
Right.
Kiwi Farms full of scumbaggery people, but the information they find is normally pretty credible. Normally, not every single time, but normally.
Okay. I'm guessing then his reasoning for disliking them so much is they probably found people that he either agrees with, or maybe stuff about him. I don't know, but because he made a very damning remark. Basically, they're almost not credible at all, and you're saying the opposite.
He will say that because he won't like them. So they go after people like big streamers like Destiny and all them lot, and they know about Kiwi Farms, and it's like if I've ever done anything bad on the internet, they will find it. So
Yeah.
they create like locales. Locales normally come from Kiwi Farms finding out about people, about what they've done in the past. Like the detractors from DSP, they're all on Kiwi Farms, and literally they will have people that go through his stream day in day out through his archives looking for things he said. And then when a situation comes out, they'll be like, see, but on the fucking 19th of May, 2022, he said this. They just A-log people. And it's like, it's kind of like Reddit where you have forums for each individual streamer or person.
So
Yeah,
basically, it's Amanda Waller, the forum.
Yeah. It's actually, that's what it is. That's what it is.
That's crazy.
You just want to make sure that they don't notice you. You don't want to be too funny. You don't want to be too smart. You just want to fly under the radar and hope that they don't notice you. Getting noticed by Reddit, that's fine. If you get noticed by Kiwi Farms, it's a long day, bro. It's a long day.
But surely, like, they don't just, when you say notice, you mean that you've ticked somebody off there, and now you're gonna get. Like, I'm sure they probably know loads of streamers exist, and they don't just go at people at random. They go at you when they feel like you've done something.
You could have someone who's part of Kiwi Farms in your chat, and if you say something that either pisses them off or makes them laugh, they'll just look into you.
Damn. It's like a shadow organization.
It kind of is, because everyone knows about Kiwi Farms, but I think they know the person who created it. But the members of Kiwi Farms, they're like sleeper agents, bro. They're winter soldiers. They're just all winter soldiers, bro.
That's mad. That's bad. So I'm assuming that almost everyone on Kiwi Farms has is like, they have their anonymity there. There's no real pictures on there of anyone.
I don't think so. I've not been on there, and everyone is like referred to as their screen name. I've never heard of someone, obviously, because they piss off a lot of people, because obviously they're doing a lot of information digging. Everyone that's gone against Kiwi Farm never says the name of a person other than the person who created Kiwi Farms. So yeah, all the sleeper soldiers are literally anonymous. Every single one of them.
That's
because they're
crazy.
just using the screen name.
That's crazy. Damn.
Yeah.
Wait. Well, I guess Chibi's had bad run-ins with them to be saying
Probably.
that.
Like I said, they're not nice people. They probably saw his reviews on a Chibi character and went, "This guy's a pedo. We're gonna try and make him look like a pedo. Let's see what we can find." That's probably what happened. 100%. Yeah.
Boy, internet can be a scary place.
Dangerous, especially when you don't have your face on there.
Yeah, 100%.
The same individuals that have been actively going after me for a good long while now. And in fact, these individuals are one of the big reasons why I got swatted last week. So what I'm trying to say here is that the source of this information that is now painting Mimi in a bad light is from Kiwi Farms. Now, I'm going to just straight up say, just because I don't like Kiwi Farms, and I definitely do have a bias towards them, I am willing to look at new information if it's presented and view it in a way and try to analyze if there is some truth to the situation. So let's get right into that. What did Kiwi Farms present in the thread that came out today on the VTuber? Well, come to find out, apparently the VTuber in question is not actually a woman, but actually a dude called Jordan that has been basically LARPing as a female lolly character since the account creation. Now, once again,
I do want to say real quick, I'm going to be completely honest here. And if there's anyone in chat that has a problem with this, when we're calling people on, I'll be very happy for you to come up here and just explain your stance. I'm not going to insult you. I'm not going to, C4 is not going to attack you. I need to know. What is it with grown men creating little anime characters, having voice changes, and then LARPing as a female? Because I don't understand it. I need help understanding this. I really do.
I'm pretty sympathetic to people's kinks and stuff. That one I don't get. I remember when I was in school and when we was playing Pokemon, people like picked the female, and I was like, "But you're a boy. Why would you pick the girl character?" Like I just don't get it. I don't get it at a fundamental level. I pick a character to look like me. That's it.
You know, when I'm playing Pokemon Champions and I come up against a girl character and she beats me, my missus is like, "You're beat by a girl," and I'm like,
You sure?
"Are you sure about that?"
It has to be 50-50 for every girl, actual girl in Pokemon that has a girl avatar. A boy has one as well. It's 50-50.
Yeah. It always gets on my nerves. Like I remember I was speaking to somebody that I was having a conversation with them in chat. That they were in chat and they were like talking about stuff, and I was like, so I called them by their screen name. I was like, oh, I can't remember what it was. And then when they came up here, I was like, I said their screen name, and then the voice came out. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like and they were like, "Why did you assume?" And I was like, "What do you mean? Why did I assume?" I actually got annoyed when they said that. I was like, "What do you mean?"
Did you feel you got catfished? Like,
no, I was confused. I was like, I thought I was talking to someone else, but fair enough. Yeah, whatever it is. Like, I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But is it any different than somebody playing? Nice. It would be different. I was going to say different than playing a fighting game character, but it is different because you're presenting yourself as.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a presentation. It's definitely a presentation. I don't think it's necessarily bad. It is, to me, it is very just like, but why? Like, sure. It's kind of arbitrary. It doesn't really matter. It is interesting I've never asked someone that. It would be pretty interesting to find out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like attack them for it. I'm just so curious. I personally don't get it, but
all this information at this current time is just from Kiwi Farms. So there is no credible way to 100% confirm this until court documents come out. And I think at this point, judging by what I'm going to be talking about here, court documents do need to be coming out, just especially to get a full understanding of what really is happening with Mimi. Well, let's continue. So basically, the information that came out was more or less a thread talking about artwork, fictional, and not being able to separate fiction from reality, the typical mumbo jumbo that you have a lot of people, especially on Kiwi Farms, they like to talk about and, you know, they constantly mention. And I'm just going to straight up say it. There is some very disgusting content that I do not like, but I will actively say it does not need to be censored. Like, here's a good example. I don't care for, like, let's say Guro or like furry stuff or anything.
what the fuck is Guro?
It's got all the dangerous letters in it. GR. I don't think you should look it up. I've never heard of Guro.
I don't want to look
I
it
thought
up.
he said Gore, but
He said Guro, didn't he?
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought he said Gore because I know what that is. Maybe Gura is furry gore. I don't know, bro.
Oh, did he say gore? Did I mishear him? Wait, hold on.
The information that came out was more or less a thread talking about artwork, fictional, and not being able to separate fiction from reality. The typical mumbo jumbo that you have a lot of people, especially on Kiwi farms, they like to talk about, and they constantly mention. And I'm just going to straight up say it. There is some very disgusting content that I do not like, but I will actively say it does not need to be censored. Like, here's a good example. I don't care for, like, let's say Guro or like
Guro.
Guro.
They're saying Guro is anime gore.
Oh, okay.
Depicting women. Oh, it's gore of anime girls.
Okay. Didn't know that.
Okay, fair enough.
furry stuff or anything like that. But I will never advocate for the censorship of that. I won't, because it's just fictional content. Nobody's getting hurt. So why am I making this video? Why am I talking about the situation? Well, the information that was provided today, along a long list of different things, there is key little warning red flags that indicate that there is definitely something amiss with Mimi. Now, once again, could be manipulation, because this is a site known for manipulation, lies, and stuff like that, stalking and hurting innocents on their crusade to go after people. But what was provided is an interesting subject matter, and that is the fact that it is important to showcase that there is a line you do not cross when it does come to artwork. And that is what it appears at the very...
I find it funny that he's saying that there's a line you don't cross when it comes to artwork. Haven't we been saying that this whole time?
It's all that's all that's been said.
That's all that's been said. We've been saying there's a line you don't cross. It's just funny to me that him and people like him are like, no, the line's over here. And we're like, no, the line's over here. You've crossed it already. But they will sit here and they'll make the argument, no, there's a line. So they're essentially agreeing with us that there is a line. There's not complete freedom of expression, because this is all that Chibi and other people have been talking about, freedom of expression. Now he's saying, no, there's a line. Well, thank you. There is a line.
Yeah, so you was wrong, basically. Or get a better slogan. That's what they need to do.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech isn't cutting it. It's too broad. And if you have to every time explain, we want freedom of speech, but accept this, then you don't want total freedom of speech. Just change the slogan. I don't know.
Yeah.
At least allegedly, that's what the VTuber Mimi did. And what they did, in fact, was apparently they were not just, let's say, obviously having problematic art, what people would deem problematic, but they also were engaging with art that was based on a real individual, aka a kid. Now, let me clarify this entire situation before I go any further, because obviously, instantly when you hear the situation, you think of Shadman. Now, let's get into Shadman for a second, for those that have no idea who that is, because it was a long time ago. But basically, in the era of Drama Alert and Keemstar, basically, Shadman was an artist that had, obviously, art that people would say was problematic. But one thing that Shadman did that instantly stood out was that Shadman decided to make artwork of Keemstar's 8-year-old daughter. Yeah. And actually made art of her. And it was intentional to be basically malicious. That's what it was. And this is a line where it's no longer art. It crosses a line into it is now affecting a real person. It's based on a real person. It's trying to hurt a real person. It's also depicting someone that is a child. And so the entire situation around Shadman that happened is inexcusable. And anyone that even is, let's say, like pro-fiction doesn't want to basically censor content, I think it's a very common and normal take to not like what Shadman did. So
it's a common, and that's fine. What Shadman did was fucked up, but it's a common and normal take to not like what he did. But when we say that Mimi's artwork, or the artwork that Mimi was reposting, is a hard line for us, oh no, suddenly we're against freedom of expression. Can you hear the nonsense coming out of this man's mouth right now?
I'm bamboozled that he would make this argument. I don't think he proofread this, because what if someone drew a character gave them purple eyes, and they said, "Well, real people don't have purple eyes," it wouldn't make it not bad. Like the Chadman thing, I've heard about the Chadman thing, but because it looks like a realistic picture, why does that make it different to Mimi's if it doesn't look like a realistic, like a kid? But we can tell it's a kid. We know it's a human child. It doesn't have to be hyper realistic. We can identify what it's based off of. Isn't that enough?
Bro, this is what I was trying to explain earlier. Like, Tsunade is obviously a grown woman, okay? She's not real. Obviously, these people always go, oh, she's not real. Yeah, but what is she based off? That's a grown woman. What is Naruto? He's a little boy. Well, at least in the first series, he's a little boy. You watch him grow up. So obviously they're conveying to us that this is a boy that goes to a teenager. They'll always lean on the argument it's not a real thing, but we know what it's based on. The people that these guys are defending, they're saying, well, it's not an actual person anyone knows. And I'm like, yeah, but that is the frame of a child, you idiot. Like, I don't know. I don't understand what you're not understanding here. Vegeta or Goku are adult men. Goten and Trunks are boys. Like, are you stupid or something? Like, why are you even arguing this point to me?
Yeah, I don't know why it has to be based on the individual or someone who's in real life. I don't get it. Maybe someone will come in and explain it. I don't get it. I don't see why that's a symmetry breaker. It doesn't make sense because you could just draw a real person with purple eyes and go, well, no real person has purple eyes, so it's not a real person.
But also, it's very important to point out that he has just said that there's a line that we don't cross.
Yeah.
So these people have their line as well. But when we say this is our line, which is most of society, by the way, this is just a fringe section of society that's saying this, but we say we have our line and we don't cross it. Now we're the bad guys. So who really is? I don't think they understand what true freedom of expression is and what you're allowing. If you're going to sit here and make the argument that there's a hard line for you, you can't sit there and bitch and complain because we have our hard lines. Okay, you're not the arbiter of this situation or truth. We're telling you that this is unacceptable. Most people find it unacceptable. Your line doesn't exist where our line does, but your argument is now defeated because you said there's a line. You're either all in or all out. You can't be like, no, it's over here. It's not where you guys said. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Tom, thank you for the $5. I will say this again. If you're not comfortable sharing this stuff on Twitter, knowing how sensitive and serious, just keep this to yourselves. Yeah, like I said, but the thing is, on Twitter, people are comfortable showing it because Twitter is absolutely lawless. Like, we literally had Arturo Sanchez calling everybody pedophiles and saying mad stuff, and he did get reported. I know he got reported, and Twitter didn't do anything. Twitter is lawlessness. Like, you can post anything on there, and more often than not, you're going to get away with it. You'd have to get like a mass reporting campaign going on to get shit taken down.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, you know what the algorithm's like. You're just scrolling, WWE, anime, new Kenshiro trailer. Oh, suddenly someone's being beheaded. Like, the algorithm is fucked. It's always been like that. Shit gets by all the time. And we always wonder, how did this even end up here? That's just what Twitter's like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that gets into where we're at right now with Mimi. So Mimi was partaking in artwork, apparently, of a actual artist that was doing art of an actual real depiction of an actual kid. And now, from what was stated from the thread of Kiwi Farms, Mimi was following this artist, and apparently that was art that was within it. So at this time, there is no current confirmation that basically that was the reason why Mimi followed that artist. However, there is things that are alongside of this situation that lead to a lot of red flags that start to make you look at this in a very different way, to where you're now, where I'm currently positioned, I want to see court documents because it feels like there is definitely something sus going on. So let's explain the red flags. So as I've said, I am completely fine with problematic fiction, icky content and stuff. There's a lot of taboo content I don't like, but I will defend. But like I said, when it crosses into real territory, that's a no. Nuh-uh. You don't do a Shadman. Now, the artwork in question that was showcased alongside of this that could be used as a manipulation tactic by Kiwi Farms showcased that Mimi, Jordan, the dude that was apparently of the VTuber, was partaking in fetishizing being a actual PDF. Now, the art in particular is technically just art in this case. It's not based on anyone. But when you put the foundation blocks side by side, when you have someone basically fetishizing actually being a PDF, and then you accompany with actual real art, and then it goes much more actual, not even joking, art of babies. Now,
Do you know it's hilarious to me that it took all of that for him to connect dots that maybe something has gone sideways? Not the initial artwork that was clearly fucked up.
It seems like he didn't get any new information. Well, I don't know what he means by fetishizing being a PDF file. Like, how does that even happen? Where on the internet can you fetishize about being a PDF file?
I'm assuming that somewhere in this investigation that the police were conducting on Mimi, they found maybe illustrations or retweets or likes or something that would have given them the impression or given them enough evidence to say this person might do something.
Right. Okay.
That's the impression that I get. But I'm like, the images that were on Twitter is enough to let you know that this person shouldn't be near children. Like the things that they're drawing should be enough. Like you got a little girl.
Yeah.
If I invited you over to play some Invincible and you're at my desk and you see all these pictures, you're gonna be like, oh, yeah, come over for tea next week. My daughter lives here. Like you're not gonna do that because it's gonna give you the impression that maybe I'm into some fucked up shit. You don't need to actually see that I'm on a forum talking about it. Those images are enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's obvious to us. I think it was obvious to him, but now he has to like rework his whole premise to make it look like he's not backpedaling. I think he's trying to make it out. Now I've got this piece of information. Now I'm more leaning onto what everyone was saying beforehand, instead of just saying I was biased, because that's what it was. You were just biased. Maybe not just biased. You had a principle that you wanted to defend wholeheartedly, and now you've got some context. It's like, yeah, maybe this principle doesn't matter. Like the whole drawing babies. So maybe he's going to explain it, but he said, "Oh, drawing babies is a line." But I was like, "Well, wasn't the line that the drawing had to depict someone in real life?"
Mm-hmm.
But now it's just a baby. What if I'm drawing like a Dende as a baby? Is that okay? It's still a baby. It doesn't. So maybe he's going to explain it. But he seems really against drawing babies. That's what I'm saying.
Right, it's expression apparently. Just expression.
Just expression.
There's nothing behind it. There's like, you see me wearing black every day. My favorite color must be red. Like you see me playing fighting games every day. I must like racing games. Like these people are stupid, bro. I don't understand do they think I was born yesterday? Like, if you come to a YouTube channel and you see someone playing a specific type of game, that game happens to be horror games. Are you going to make the assumption that my favorite game is Among Us?
Yeah.
Don't stop being dumb. We weren't born yesterday.
Yeah, it's not working here.
I think that is very weird and disturbing. I'm just going to be completely honest. And it is definitely just like something that just, okay, what the hell? When you piece this all together with that, what I said at the beginning with the whole realistic stuff that basically is based on a real person, all these things start to accommodate into a boiling pot of it's seeming like there is more to the story than meets the eye.
So he's saying that she drew art of another person's character and that was based on someone real. Is that correct?
Either that or there is another person that has a child and they've drawn art on that child or reposted it. Either one.
Okay. But I'm assuming this person's art isn't a hyper-realistic art, is it? It's all anime art.
No, apparently this one is more realistic. This is a closer. No, sorry. This one. No, I think you're right. I think it's either this one is more realistic or this one is actually based on somebody. So it's a stylized version of a real person.
Right. So I'm assuming, I could be wrong. I'm assuming it's an anime version of someone real.
That's what I think he's getting at.
I don't know. I maybe have to watch the first, because I saw his first video, but I didn't watch it the whole way through because it was so bad. I would like to ask, or anyone who's like on this guy's side, what does it matter if it's hyper realistic and it doesn't, and it's not based on a real person, or if it's super anime like kawaii looking shit, but it's based on a real person? Which one's more dangerous in terms of making that content into like CP? The hyper realistic one or the non-realistic one that's based on an actual person?
Both are pass go and go to jail.
Same for me. I just want to know if they see a difference, because sometimes I hear, oh well, it's fictional. So it's like, okay, but if it's fictional but looks real, you're okay with that. So you'd be okay with like CGI CP because it's not real. It's AI.
It's expression, apparently. AI is expressing itself.
It is. It needs to be stopped. Actually, no, we need to stop the humans first.
Yeah, the humans are the problem first. We're gonna fucking give the AI ideas.
Yeah, nice one.
I want to iterate this. Pretty much 99% of the stuff in that thread about Mimi is just about fictional content. Even the most depraved, icky stuff of it is just fictional content.
I don't like this motherfucker keep saying this icky stuff. Okay, tell your viewers what we are looking at. Okay, tell everybody on your YouTube channel exactly what you saw. Stop saying icky and chibi. You are underselling the gravity of that artwork.
Yeah, that's a sick downplay. He might be a Tekken player. That's crazy downplay.
Oh, hey, hold on a second. Okay, we got racist Kazuya players. I'll take that, but we ain't got none of this.
Oh no. The content, no. I mean downplaying. You got downplayers.
Also Kazuya players, but fair.
Yeah, okay. Maybe he plays Kaz then. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with Kazuya. No, I mean I love Kazuya. He's a great character. I don't know what the Kazuya to angry Tekken player connection is, but there's definitely a connection.
Yeah. Yeah, they live getting chucked into a fucking volcano. They just live that life.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that speech where Kazuya was like, oh, if you don't take part in the tournament, I'm just going to blow up your whole nation? I'm pretty sure someone was there like, that's my guy.
That's why I made him. Let's go.
But, like I said, there is points and charts on the graph. And when you tally certain things side by side with someone very likely partaking, in art based on someone that is real, that is when there is a line that starts to put everything into place. And accompany that with basically the bail bond paper conditions that we saw from Mimi themselves, from the friend that got offered to the friend, it implies that basically there's more. There's something being potentially hidden. Now, from page 4 of the bail bond that was given by the friend, it does basically paint a picture that the UK government was investigating Mimi as actually someone that harmed a real person or was likely to harm a real person. And so when you look at the situation in the bail bond conditions, it's like, okay, maybe there is some more credibility to something else going on here. We know an arrest happened, obviously, from the bail bond conditions, but now seeing this stuff that come out, it does make you take or want to take a very, very different stance. So at this point, basically, the only way to really push forward on this, at least for me, to actually know what's really going on here is to actually see legitimate evidence of court documents and why Mimi is even getting arrested to begin with. Because at this time, there is a lot of sus. There is sus now. There is. And denying that is, I think, wrong.
There's sus now. Now there's sus. Not a couple of days ago when all the madness came out. Now there's sus. So this is what I mean. This whole freedom of expression thing, Chibi knows it, and anyone agreeing with him knows it. It's all BS because he's just told us that he has his own line. Defeat his own argument.
I think he's a piece of shit. Has he still got his old video up?
Which one?
The one prior to this about the Mimi situation.
Yeah, he's still got them.
So he's keeping that up, knowing that he didn't have all the information. Now he's got more information. He's not retracted the first one, because remember, in the first one, he went, she got arrested for art. That's what he said. Just for art. Now he's saying,
anime and chibi. He never said what it was.
Yeah, sorry. Anime and Chibi. He said she got arrested for anime and Chibi, and she got all these things taken off of her. But now he's acknowledging, it's like, oh no, she got arrested for something more than that. So now you've got more information. Your first video is wrong, which is fine, more information, but then you should get rid of that old one. Or at least say sorry that you didn't get all the information before telling people that she only got arrested for art, like chibi art. But I don't think he's going to say it. There's still, like 5 minutes of the video? If he doesn't say it, he's a shit content creator. I can say that to him, right? I'll say he's a shit content creator.
That's fine. The RER was uncalled for. This is definitely called for.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Shout out to Billy. Thank you for the $5. You ever seen or heard of Sekiro? That sounds familiar. What is that? Sekiro? Oh no, I'm thinking of Sekiro. What is Sekiro?
I have no idea.
A very good Eki that had amazing fights. Oh, Eki is a type of, I think Tenjo Tenge falls under Eki. I think.
Okay.
Or High School of the Dead.
Oh.
Stuff like that. Where they're not quite hentai, but they're pushing it.
That's the one with the chick's boobs fucking flopping, the bullet goes through it and dodges. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think I don't know if Tenjo Tenge falls under that. I think Prison School does. I think Prison School falls under that banner.
Right. I get the gist. I've heard of them. I've seen one episode of. There was one zombie one I watched, but I can't remember what it was called. But I watched a high school zombie anime.
It was probably High School of the Dead. I've seen Prison School. It's pretty hilarious. But there's no like lolly characters in it, as far as I can remember. Anyway, I saw it quite a long time ago now.
Jesus Christ, bro! Finn doesn't say anything, and as soon as you start talking about this sort of anime, I see his face like 3 times in a row.
Prison School is peak. Tenjo Tenge was a good anime as well. I didn't finish it. I remember the part obviously at the beginning where the guy gets thrown into the the lockers and this guy's just punching him in his face. So it's like a popular meme. It was in Battle Rhythm as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I didn't get to finish it, but from what I saw, I didn't see anything mad in it.
Okay.
Kingsley, thank you for the £10. If you want to understand the psychology of guys who roleplay as girls, you got to do a stream with technicals. Bro committed hard and went through speech training to learn to sound like a girl. Technicals? Are you talking about the same technicals? I mean, I've had technicals on here multiple times. I can DM him and be like, "Is there something you ain't telling me?"
Hard through speech training to learn to sound like a girl.
Technicals.
You know what? Let's get Kiwi Farms. They'll find it. If it's out there, okay.
No. After what you said, you made them sound like winter soldiers. No. Respectfully, I want that smoke. Not for tech anyway.
Let the sleeper soldiers relax. They're all good.
Because even though Mimi right now, 99% of that thread was just about fictional content, no matter how depraved, there is that 1% chance now that does give some doubt.
Wait, hold on. They're saying in chat, people are saying Technicals has this skill. He pretended to be a girl to get past a ban at a tournament. Oh, wait. I think I vaguely remember this. Wasn't it a big troll, though? He wasn't being serious.
Wait, hold on. How does sounding like a girl allow you to get into a tournament? Was it online tournament? It must have been online, right?
Technicals used to go into Overwatch lobbies, and the dudes that were talking to him were, man, these brothers were starving. What Technicals can do a girl's voice?
Wait, so he's a tier above Moonsault Slayer. He doesn't need a voice changer. He can just do it. Is that what chat's telling me?
That's why do you know what? It all makes sense now. Technicals came into my stream once, and when I had Sophie here, and I said to Sophie, "Is it really a voice changer?" And Tech went, "Are you retarded, Mike?" And I was like,
"Yeah, he was. Yeah, I saw it. I remember that. He was like, no, that's definitely a voice changer. That's not a voice." But Finn said the same thing, and I don't think Finn has. Maybe he can also talk like a girl. I don't know now.
Gonna have to have a come into Jesus meeting with some of the boys.
Bro.
That's news to me.
It's like everyone's got their second mutation, like an X-Men. The dormant gene. I can my voice can change. I can't do it. But yeah, I
But
do remember Finn being like, that's Sophie. That's not real. I remember that.
Yeah. I know one of the talking points people will bring up is that like a lot of anime has really questionable stuff in it, and it does. It 100% does. And a lot of the time, it's a case of like weighing up if there's enough things that you find acceptable versus questionable. Like that, I love watching anime, but there's plenty of animes that I will not watch. I have no interest in watching them because of the things that are depicted in them. There are some animes where I'm like 90% this is fine, but every now and then they do something. I'm like, can't watch that with people walking in. You just got to kind of weigh up and be like, is this worth sitting for? Is it to my taste? That happens in anime. It happens a lot.
Yep.
It even happened in, I'm pretty sure in like the Dragon Ball manga, I saw stuff and I was like, not. I mean, I ain't gonna sit there and be like, oh, you should have done it this way or that way. I'll just be like, that's not really for me. Didn't like that part of it, but I'll focus on the Goku and Vegeta rivalry or whatever.
For me, it's an arbitrary standard, but sometimes I'm like, does this need to be here for the story or for the scene? Like I think about watching old Ninja Scroll, and some of those women are getting roughed up, but it's an Eto period, and it's like that's probably what would happen back then. Like I get it. But then I watched I think I watched 2 episodes of Kill la Kill, and I was like, none of this needs to be happening, bro. Their clothes do not need to come off. Like they just don't to fight. It doesn't need to be this way.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm definitely not gonna go. Like I know anime can get like they can even in One Piece that sometimes they do things on like. All right, whatever. People like this, fine, whatever. But I'm not gonna go online and complain about it because there's enough in One Piece for me to like. Be like, okay, whatever. They've got some fans. I think the only thing that I didn't like recently that One Piece did, I didn't make any noise about online because I understand it's a fight you're not going to win. To be honest with you, it's not even a fight that I want to win. But there's a character called Jewelry Bonnie, and she's like a little girl, but she can change her size. And sometimes when they draw her, I'm like, you didn't have to draw her like that, but. Whatever. I'm just gonna focus on the fight with the elders. I'll look the other way on this one. You're not gonna win all those battles in anime, and I'm not trying to because I know that like the United Nations wants to get involved with censoring anime, and then you've got a bigger problem with like our media as a whole getting censored. It's difficult, and it's a different culture as well. It comes from a different place. I don't have all the answers for it. My only response is, I don't like that, so I don't watch that. I like that, so I watch that.
I don't know. Maybe I'm biased because I like Hunter x Hunter, but Hunter x Hunter did it good with Biscuit. Like they clearly established that Biscuit's a grown woman, and she's got this like kiddie form, but the dress she wears as a kid covers everything perfectly. And there's not. I'm trying to remember. I don't think there was like any sexual tension between her and any other character. But then when she gets buffed, the characters. Some guys like big strong women.
Yeah.
The dress that she wears obviously doesn't fit her anymore, but it's only like legs, really. And obviously her arms are still out, but like her boobs aren't all like flying around and shit. She's just muscly. I think they did that like tastefully, if you can say tastefully. But yeah, I think Biscuit's like a good example of you can have like a small girl character and it not be sexualized. Like it can be done and have an older form a little bit sexualized.
Yeah, I've never made mention of like older women in animes. Just it's mostly a waste of time. Like sometimes I think that there's shows and I'm like, I just don't want to watch that. Like but I'm not gonna be like, oh, there's a problem. Like there's plenty of One Piece characters like Boa Hancock, for example. Like no one's ever made noise about that because the character's supposed to be super sexy. She's supposed to be like the cream of the crop. But then there's sometimes I see things like I remember in Demon Slayer when Nezuko went into like a full demon form, and I was like, I already know what's gonna happen tomorrow morning because I watched the episode as it came out, and I was like, yeah, there's definitely gonna be conversations about this tomorrow. And I went on Twitter and people were like, I was like, I'm not getting involved in this. I like Demon Slayer. Nezuko's not my favorite character. Just gonna ignore her. That's kind of how I look at it. But I get accused all the time of hating women apparently, and only liking muscly men, so whatever.
It's a stereotype. Could be true. Who knows?
It's not true. I have a girlfriend, guys.
So because of the circumstances around the situation and how volatile they are, how massive it blew up in scale, and how so many people are talking about, not just me, but around the world, I think if Mimi really wants to set this record straight, needs to release the evidence of basically why they were detained. If it legitimately is because of drawings, just drawings that didn't edge into actually Shadman territory, then I think weird, very, very disturbing, but okay. Still shouldn't get arrested for fiction, regardless, if it's not a real person or based and trying to be based off of a real person that could actually cause harm. Because if it's someone's living and breathing and you base an artwork off of an actual kid, it's clear what the intentions are. Like, it's just,
Isn't this a
let's not play dumb.
stupid?
This is a very reasonable.
Isn't this so stupid? Because the artist can just say, "I didn't base it on anyone." How can you prove them wrong? You can say, "Yeah, it looks like someone." It's like, "Yeah, I could draw anything, and it's going to look like something."
It's just like you said. He made 2 videos in full defense of this imbecile before getting all of the information, and then now that more information is coming out, which is, it's like saying to us the sky is blue. Now he's like, "Oh, well, you know, I think this is reasonable." But just shut the fuck up, man. Like, honestly, what a load of a baloney. But the reason that Chibi's being highlighted is that he is the loudest voice in this whole situation. So he is the one that really is going to trickle down from this sort of mindset will trickle down from him. So what if he draws himself as a kid?
I saw that. That's a question I would ask. That's such a fucking autistic question, but it's a good one.
I don't know how to answer that question, Finn. I don't know how to answer it. If you want to come up later and expand on that, you can.
It's a good question. It's a question someone after school would ask, I think.
Finn can come up and clarify later. But yeah, like, I think Chibi knows that his initial 2 videos are bad videos, like he said, and he's trying to find like some reasonable middle ground to make concessions for it. But the fact of the matter is that we all saw the writing on the wall. This was obvious to all of us. The minute I saw the stuff, I was like, check the hard drive. I guarantee there's something on it. Lo and behold, there's something on it. Like, it's not rocket science. 2 + 2 is in fact 4.
Always will be.
It always will be. It will never change. Like I said, if you come over to my house and you see loads of pictures of Stone Cold Steve Austin, you're probably going to think, "Oh, this guy likes Stone Cold." So if
it's like, you know, that analogy is actually really kicked in now, because I was like, if someone asked to see my little girl, I would immediately call the police. Maybe I'm a pussy, but I'm like, this person needs to get checked out. Why would anyone want to see my little girl? Why?
Yeah, 100%. I remember someone asked Bill Burr a question like that, and he was like, "Why are you asking about my kids?" I don't understand it, Pete. Sometimes people on the internet, they ask really personal questions. People have even asked me personal questions. I'm like, why do you want to know that? For what reason do you want to know?
See, like, I think you remember you talking about people asking to see your girlfriend. Like, that is weird, but it's not sinister. Do you know what I mean? Like a sibling or something like that is just weird. It's like, why do you need to know? And you have that whole parasocial relationship. But I can only think of a PDF file that wants to look at someone's little girl. I don't see anyone else. It's either a nan would like to see a picture and pedophiles. No one else is asking for a picture of a little child. They're the only 2 people. And if you're not my nan, you're a weirdo. That's it.
Yeah, 100%. In all my, I mean, me and Sifu are friends. I've never been like, "Oh, what should a little girl look like?" Or guys don't typically ask that question. Even my closest friends, I don't say to them, "Oh, how's the?" I'll say to them, "How's your kids doing? Like everything okay?" Not, "Can I see a picture of them?"
That's weird, right? That wouldn't be my friend anymore.
Yeah,
that wouldn't.
Now I've got a friend like Serjan. He likes sending pictures of his kids. Like, she's grown up now, like learning stuff and whatever. Like, he dotes over her a lot. I think that's cute, and obviously he trusts us. But I'm not gonna say to him, "How's so and so doing? Do you send me an update?" He's gonna be like, "Excuse me," and he'll be at my house very quickly. He's a very big lad. I'll be in big trouble.
Yeah, I feel that's just, everyone understands that kind of like social barrier that you have in terms of protecting kids. I feel that this guy doesn't have it. I just don't think he has that.
No,
I think you would look at that question and not bat an eyelid.
It's gone over their heads completely. Like that person we showed earlier, where they were saying that I was the one with the mental illness for pointing out how weird this thing was. Like the fact that that was typed out to me, I couldn't even take that person seriously anymore. I typed a response, not laughing, but being like, I understand when you were saying that everyone should like show their IDs to get online. I don't agree. But
okay,
there are clearly some mentally unstable people out there spreading really, really, I would perceive to be harmful rhetoric.
Yeah. I think, I don't know if it was this, it might have been this situation. I was like, this is going to either turn you into a PDF file or turn you into an incel.
Yeah.
It's one of the two. And it's fucked up. Either one.
Bad pipeline either way.
Yeah.
Kingsley, thank you for the £5. Yeah, Technicals used to do catfishing videos back in the day. He has a whole tutorial on main channel called How to Do a Girl Voice at 100,000 views. What? No way.
That's your man's.
That's my boy Tech. Unbelievable. I did not know.
Yo. Okay. That's hit differently. Oof. Those videos are going to be tough to watch now.
I know, Tech, I know you're in the chat sometimes. If you're here, no, I'm not putting it on without him being here because I need to ask him questions.
I'm hoping it's all satire. I'm hoping because otherwise that is sus.
It has to be. There's no way. Obviously, we know Tech. Like he wouldn't leave a video up like that as well if he was genuinely doing something crazy. Like it must be satire.
Okay. It is weird to catfish guys though. Being a guy. That is weird though, right, Mike?
Of course, of course.
You know me. I like to be on the same page. I don't want to feel like I'm alone in that. Okay, cool. It's weird. Good.
No, and dudes do that. Dudes 100% do that.
I've never done that. I've never even thought about doing that. I used to watch Catfish. I was like, why would anyone do this?
Catfish was a TV show.
Yeah, the MTV. It's on MTV. Yeah. Have you not, bro? Watch that shit, bro. Some of the stuff, mad. It's like Skeeter Jean stuff.
Oh, really? What, like Predators?
Some of them, yeah. Like the catfish, bro. Some of the stories, they don't even sound real. Like, so you know, you hear the like, oh, the girlfriend pretended to be another girl to catch their boyfriend cheating. It's that times 100.
Wow.
KO Ken level, bro. Like they're getting sometimes it's the mother's next door neighbor.
Okay, can I watch this on like YouTube now?
MTV Catfish. Yeah.
Okay. Is MTV still a thing?
Probably not now. I don't think so.
I remember watching Cheaters, and I remember the episode where the guy actually pulled a gun and shot his wife.
What? No.
Yeah.
I nearly said no shot. That's bad. No way. Sorry. I say it normally. My bad.
Poor choice of words.
So the person shot the wife for cheating.
Yeah, he pulled a gun. I don't know if I can't remember if he was the one cheating or if she was, but he pulled a gun and shot her. On camera. It's on camera. Like, I'm pretty sure you can see it on Twitter. And I'm pretty sure the show got cancelled after that.
That sounds about right. That does sound about right.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern when I'm watching Skeeter Jean or Gideon, because they're out here doing the Lord's work, you know, like they're out here exposing these people. Their videos get millions of views, so these people can't get jobs anymore. They get shamed. But my concern is that obviously these are not sane of mind people. Anyone that's going after a child is not sane of mind. I just hope that underneath whatever Skeeter's wearing, I hope he's got a bulletproof vest on, because these people are mad.
Bruh, like, yeah, I don't want to put it out there, but I'm surprised something mad hasn't happened yet. Whether it be a situation in real time or, like you said, your life is ruined if you're seen on that.
Yeah,
your life is over in terms of like potentially like getting a job, being trustworthy of anything. It reminds me of like that fucking Jeremy Kyle situation where someone just ruins your life. It's fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was what's his name? Vitaly. I think his name is like he was doing a predator catcher thing. I think it was him.
Right, yeah.
And he got the wrong guy. So they're just flashing this guy with the camera. And the guy's like, I don't even know what's going on. But obviously he looks guilty to us. He's like, everyone says they don't know what's going on. It turns out he didn't actually know what was going on. And I'm just like, that's so fucked because so many people have just seen that clip and he's going to get in trouble now.
Yeah, if someone like clip chimps that and they don't get the context, they're going to think, yeah, he's a predator.
Yeah.
That's fucked. Yeah, that's mad.
Really mad. All right, let's finish this.
Everybody that knows about Shadman knows that this is a reasonable take. So where are we at now? Well, we need to talk about that. So I'm just going to be honest. The pathway forward now is court documents do need to be revealed. That's the truth. We need to know the actual reason of detainment. Was it just full-blown artwork? We also now need to know if there other information that's been provided is true. For instance, is Mimi actually, for instance, like Jordan? Was Mimi, for instance, a communist? Is Mimi a trans person? I would like to see if this is all confirmed or if this is a narrative and a picture that Keeley Farms is trying to paint against the said person. It's possible.
Does any of
that's
that
why
matter,
I said you look at this entire situation.
Say again?
Does any of that matter? I feel, seeing the documents, it feels a bit weird when you was like, I don't like the fact that the police took stuff from her to look at, but you want to see stuff about her to look at. It's a bit weird. But now he's saying stuff, he wants to verify Kiwi Farms. Who cares if she's a communist? If she's got pictures of kids, is that not more important than... I feel like we're playing a really fucked up game of top trumps. Who fucking cares if she's a communist if she's got pictures of kids? Am I wrong?
Yeah, there's a much bigger problem at hand here. I think, again, like we said, he's just pulling at straws. Because obviously Kiwi Farms has uncovered this information, allegedly, and he's probably seen it, and he's clearly got a beef with them, and he doesn't want to be like, no, they're right, but it probably looks really fucking bad. And this whole, bringing up communism stuff and whatever, even people changing their tune because it's a guy, those people also really fucked up. Because when it was presumed to be a girl, everyone's like, oh, stop harassing her, blah, blah, blah. There was plenty of people that I know didn't know about the other stuff that came out. They just knew that, oh, it might be a dude. Immediately, the tune changed. And in my mind, they should be treated exactly the same.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a level of bias that is not good. If it's all right for a woman to do it and not a man.
But we have this problem in society where it's normal, the whole fantasy of being with your teacher as a little boy. I'm never gonna shit on the little boy having the hots for his teacher because he's just a kid, he doesn't understand. But the grown men that are going, nah, it's okay, man. You're literally telling these women you can be pedophiles and that's okay. But for us, it's wrong. It's wrong for everyone. All of this thing where it's it's a young man's dream. Anyone that is putting that into their kid's head as a grown man is insane. You're actually insane. You don't understand what you're doing to that kid.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I've heard it being brought up before, but when you think about the dynamic and everyone's gut reaction, I think we all have a little bit of it, but I think it's indoctrinated into us. If you've got a male teacher doing it with a girl student, that's fucking horrendous. But if it's a female teacher with a male, a little boy, like you said, everyone's like, good for you, kid. It's a story you're going to tell when you grow up. They're both fucking diabolical. Both of them. And we're kind of desensitized to one a bit more than the other.
Yeah. You're creating a vicious cycle because that kid is the victim and they're probably going to go and do it to someone else, or they're going to at least perpetuate that mindset. There's literally a story that came out today of a female teacher that was sleeping with one of her students. And in the text messages, it says that she was jealous that other female students were looking at him and saying things about him. Bro, I'm not joking to you. She was sending messages about things that she was using in the shower. It said in there that they had sex for multiple hours. And there were dudes in the comment section saying that this is not a problem. This is every man's dream. And I was like, don't reproduce. Don't ever reproduce. Some people have seen it. So it's on Twitter, but I couldn't believe it when I don't even want to put the text messages on screen. You're just gonna have to take my word for it or go search for it. It's
I believe you,
gnarly.
I believe you.
I should have sent it to you earlier.
I 100% believe it. Like I said, like I think guys have been like indoctrinated to be like, that's cool. It's cool to do that.
Yeah,
But
it's not.
like I said, if it's the other way around, it's fucking that person's getting wood chipped, bro. Imagine a male teacher did that to a little girl.
Yeah,
That's the GG.
The immediate reaction would be like hellfire, immediate reaction. But when it's women, especially when it's a woman that is perceived to be conventionally attractive, because if some like Miss Trunchbull did something like that, everyone would be like, "No, that's unacceptable." Right? But if it's like, I don't know, fucking Daphne or something, everyone's gonna be like, "Nah, it's a boy's fantasy." No, it's not.
That is so fucked up when you think, yeah, no, that's messed up, bro. Today humanity lost. I'm glad I put that there. That is so true, bro. We fucked up a long time ago. We need to stop this.
Yeah. There needs to, maybe some people are too young in the chat to know who Miss Trunchbull is, but trust me, Miss Trunchbull is hitting on you. You got big problems.
Bro, the name even sounds ugly.
Yeah, I always have that image of Miss Trunchbull in my head of you know when she made the fat kid eat the cake. The old lady brought out the cake and like she was like she put her blood, sweat, and tears into this.
Yeah.
And then she literally like wipes her sweat and her snot and gives the kid the cake. And Miss Trunchbull was just standing there going, "Eat it." And the camera's zooming into her face, and I'm like, this is like I've watched some horror films that are less scary than this.
Yeah, no, it was very disturbing. It didn't sit well with me, bro. That was messed up.
Miss Trunchbull was a fucking animal, bro.
With a grain of salt, because that's where all of this originates from. And so there is definitely grounds for manipulation. There is grounds that this could be turning out to be completely bullshit, and it leads to nowhere. And then Mimi is actually innocent and now going to be caught in the crossfire. But if there's one thing I do want to talk about this situation, which a lot of people are now going to be doing, they're going to be very upset that they even actively were trying to fight for Mimi's behalf. And in this case, I do want to make something very important here that I want to outline for myself, since I has also been defending the said person. So if Mimi is to come out to be an alleged monster, an absolute monster, okay, there is no shadow of a doubt they are a monster, I will still not regret defending fictional content, because an artist or a person getting arrested over art is wrong. Completely wrong. And the UK government has definitely done a lot of overreach. And so this entire situation with Mimi is like a perfect storm, that you could have someone that's a bad actor come in, manipulate the situation, and basically make it look like they're actually innocent, but in reality they're not, because obviously there's been such a vocal outcry against censorship on the internet in the last year and a half. It's not just me that's talking about it, it's a lot of people. So there could be manipulation here to rally behind the anti-censorship people and to get them on your side. But in turn, it makes everything look so much worse, and using the goodwill of people like that to basically be able to manipulate them on your side. It's not a good look. And that's kind of what it's looking like with Mimi, despite obviously the situation with Kiwi Farms likely being manipulated to some shape or form. However, there is something else that does need to be talked about. As I've already outlined, artwork is one thing. Shad base situation is another. That is my hard line. Straight up. Like, you want to know my hard line? That is my hard line. A lot of people have wondered for a very long time, that is. When you're starting to involve real people, that's it. Done. The
only thing is concerning that people have been wondering what his line is for all this time.
Oh, bro, I literally took the words out of my mouth. Insane. The fact that he even said that to me, said that to us, is hilarious. Do you understand that everybody in this camp that goes with this line of thinking, you have tanked your arguments? If you have a line, I don't want to hear nothing about freedom of expression because you have a line. Don't want to hear it. Absolute nonsense. These people have been online, Chibi included, fighting this fight for days, but he's just said he has a line. If you have a line, and that's fine, you can have your line, we can have our lines as well. And if we deem what you're doing to be unacceptable, then the community at large should push you out. You can go and sit in your own little corner somewhere else. Otherwise, you know what? You're in or you're out. You have no lines or you have a line. If you have a line, then you are where we are. We just disagree. But I don't want to hear nothing about this whole freedom of expression thing when you have a line as well.
I stand by this way more. His PC needs to get checked, because if you're dealing with this on a regular basis, in terms of like, I mean, your name is Hippie Reviews, so if you're dealing with this on a regular basis and you're saying to your audience, not just to us, to your audience, you've wondered what my hard line is. This is my hard line. You've been doing OSs for fucking your whole career then, right? You've been playing like you don't actually know this is actually okay because I know this person or whatever. And now you're saying, oh, well, yeah, my hard line is Chadman. I was like, okay, but surely if you're dealing with this content all the time, everyone should know your hard line. No?
Yeah, it shouldn't be a mystery, especially when you dabble in this stuff. It really shouldn't be a mystery to everyone that something barbaric had to be revealed. And you're like, by the way, just so you guys know, get the fuck out of here, bro. What do you mean?
Just to cover my tracks. By the way, guys, eating babies is bad. Not sure everyone just put it out there now. I should have done it earlier in my YouTube career, but yeah, don't eat babies.
Yeah,
leave them alone.
Yeah, 100%. I'm with you. Like, maybe I should have mentioned it as well. But yeah, leave babies out of fatalities. We don't need to be doing that stuff. It's my mistake for not mentioning it. This guy's a joke, bro. Like I said, I don't agree with people going to his brother's grave and pissing on it. I don't agree with them sending the police to his house and swatting him. Those things those are not things that we indulge in. But I will tell you if I think you're a dickhead. And I 100%. I didn't always think this of Chibi reviews because I didn't know enough about him. I honestly thought the reason people hated him is because he doesn't like Boruto or something like that. I thought that's the reason that he was getting attacked. But if that is one of the reasons, that is also stupid because Boruto does kind of suck. Let's be honest about it. Maybe we could agree on that. At least up to where I watched it. But not liking an anime is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
You know, like surprise. Just the other day, I said I don't like Shuri. I got jumped for that, but luckily no one's trying to swap my address. Yeah. But not liking an anime or a character, that's fine. And I like I said, I messaged him and I said to him, hey, this looks crazy to me. I'd like to speak to you on my podcast about like this whole Boruto situation because that's literally where I thought the line was drawn. Silly me, I didn't actually look into this guy and then go on his page. I only scrolled for maybe like 30 seconds and I was like, oh, now I get it. Now I get it. My mistake.
Mad lads.
Dale, thank you for the $5. Have you guys noticed this guy talks like Andrew Tate? He says absolute and actually just like him. He speaks the exact same way. Well, I can definitely tell that Chibi is charismatic. At least as far as it goes in this space with like conveying information or getting people's attention, I can definitely see where he would like draw a lot of people in 100%. Yeah.
That's by default, isn't it?
Yeah. Obviously the bar's a little bit lower, but I get what Dale's getting at. Like you can tell he talks in a certain way that's probably not common in this space.
I can see that.
Yeah. But yeah, obviously Andrew takes another level.
Basically, at this time, we don't know if Mimi was aware of that artist, they followed or not, but you know, like I said, the flags, there's tallies that line together. That's very not good. So I'm going to leave it at that. I want to discuss this because obviously when more evidence is presented, I am willing to change my stance. I am willing to basically even apologize. And if Mimi turns out to be a monster, I will make a full-blown apology, straight up. But in the case of basically being very transparent, I'm not going to take down my previous videos I uploaded a few days ago. And the reason for it is because at that time, we did not have the evidence or the information that was provided today. Completely different circumstances, completely different time period. Nobody could have known at that time period because of just the situation that's been around the UK in the last year. So I'm going to leave those up, obviously, just for the sheer fact of just like the timeline of events, for people can see the shift in what happened. But I will leave it at that. If you enjoy my content and you would like more, please subscribe. It does.
So like we said, our lines exist in different places. To him, what he was covering last time was not enough to call the person a monster. Obviously, we think it was. I don't want to hear this argument about, freedom of expression from Chibi Reviews anymore. He's literally just said he has his line, and that's it. We have 2 different lines. That's all it is. We don't accept where your line is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did want to. I don't know if like this video is not. It's about the same amount of time. It's about XenoCoffee. I could probably describe it. I think I've already described it. We'll let people come on to say their piece now. Now, what I do want to say whilst we're bringing people on is I would prefer it if there were people that disagreed with us that came on, because I'd genuinely like to hear their stances on this. Whether you're a free speech absolutist or free expression absolutist, or if you just think what this individual Mimi has done is not condemnable. But I'm sure people have questions anyway, so we'll give people the floor. But yeah, this XenoCoffee guy, like I said earlier, plays Xenoverse, does Xenoverse content, got exposed for like his Shota content and doing all that shipping stuff. But it seems like the Xenoverse community has basically condemned him. And I don't think there's too many people. Like I saw one post actually. I did see one post in my bookmarks where someone said something and I was like, ain't no fucking way. Oh, there's this one. Apparently in the Dragon Ball community, some major figure called XenoCoffee was driven off the internet and called a pedophile just for admitting privately to liking Shotacon and having it leak. It's really depressing how much abuse they got just for a weird fetish. So
wait, can you describe? My brain is all over the place. So he's into, what was it called? Shotacon, which is lolicon for boys.
Yeah.
Right. Why would this motherfucker self-reported? He called it a fetish. You sexualized it. Most people say that lolly's not sexualized. It's like they just like the cuteness of it. But why would you say Shotacon's a fetish? You just self-reported. That was stupid.
Yeah, I bookmarked it because I was like, that is like one of the stupidest things you could have typed out online. That's a German flag in their bio as well. I'd be super careful about saying dumb shit like that online.
In Germany, yeah. Fuck you know.
Like, if you think the UK's bad,
yeah, they'll get you. The dragon. The dragon knows.
The dragon knows. There's also this one from so Six World did some pretty good coverage on the whole situation, and he got this comment on his video. People like what they like. You judging somebody because you don't like it or you don't find it okay. Let people live. Stop judging. God don't like ugly. You don't want somebody judging you based on your interest. Please be a considerable person. This has nothing to do with whose side it is. Just speaking for human rights to be them. Guys, when you leave comments, please use grammar and punctuation. I had to like insert it there myself. It's very irritating. But this comment, bro, I read it and I was like, are you like, what are we saying? We can't just accept everything in society. Like there has to be hard lines against things. What's wrong with you people?
Yep. There is the minimal lines. There's so like I'm surprised I don't get mocked for liking Pokemon. Because it's a kiddies game. And if I got mocked, I'd be like, you know what? It's a bit weird that a grown ass man like me plays Pokemon. Sure.
No. I disagree. After playing Pokemon in ranked, there ain't no kids in there. There ain't no kids in there. Those guys are savages.
Yeah, no, there are people. They're suitcase men. Yeah, like the people at the top level of Pokemon are suitcase. But you know, like from like an outsider, you'd be like, look, why have you got these like cars that don't mean anything? It's a little bit of art, and you paid £50 for it. It seems like an older generation would look what we're doing and go, that's kind of stupid. But whatever, it's harmless. We don't even have that anymore.
Harmless. There's nothing wrong with having a bit of graded Pokemon. It's just artwork. Hey, listen, there's no nappy on this Absol. There's no dummy. It's just an Absol, okay? Graded Absol.
If shout out to my friend Jads, he likes God of War. And normally when you like God of War, yeah, he's not that guy. Honestly, if he was that guy, he wouldn't be my friend. He's like the only person who likes God of War as a Pokemon. But yeah, like liking God of War, I think he should have a routine check. Yeah. If you like God of War, you should have your hard drive routinely checked just to be on the safe side. But yeah, I was about to say some things are weird, and because we don't have the whole shame thing, things like this they just slip through the cracks, and we shouldn't let it slip through.
100%. I don't like God of War because I didn't know she was faster than Gengar, and I found out the hard way on ranked, and I got fucking mad.
Yeah, she's top tier in everything. In the card game, in VGC, yeah, she's always super strong.
Yeah, I can't stand God of War. Can't stand God, especially the noise it makes as well.
Bro, someone said, I mean, God of War is at least humanoid. That's the problem. Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? Of course you have a Captain Falcon profile picture. Oh, bro, buddy. That's not. Don't. No.
We're losing.
Humanity has lost today.
Oh, fuck. It's okay. You get a redo. I'll forget who typed that, and then you get another chance.
You can reroll. You get one.
Yeah.
Thank you for the $10. I like XenoCoffee's mods because they are quality mods. I've gotten into moveset modding, so I studied his mods to improve. Very disgusted and disappointed in him. I'm still keeping the mods though. I mean, I've seen some of the mods. I think I saw like maybe Ginyu or whatever. Like the mods that I saw were not problematic. They were just Dragon Ball mods for Xenoverse 2. I personally, if you want to keep the mods. Like no one's gonna flame you over it. I'd be disappointed as well if you're into the modding community and you frequent XenoCoffee's work and you saw this shit. I imagine you're probably not happy about it, but yeah, you're not committing a crime by having a Ginyu Force mod. As long as he's not got a nappy and a fucking dummy in his mouth, then I'm sure you'll be fine. There was also this. Apparently, this person called Trugler was conversing with a minor, sending them Shota Grey Part with explicit material, and this was the. It says it's from a doujin. Is a doujin is that gay hentai?
Chat.
What is doujin?
This is above my pay grade.
Yeah, I don't know what that. I've heard is the body like I went to Comic-Con. They had a section that was called yaoi, but I didn't know what that meant.
Right.
But it was next to the body pillow stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. Doujin is hentai manga. Oh, it's basically fan work. Right. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
what's gay hentai? Oh, yeah, they're saying what gay hentai is.
What's yaoi? Oh, gay hentai is yaoi. Okay.
I am ignorant. I'm not a weeb. An anime game that I do talk about is an anime game based on fucking English rock music.
Do you know what? Yeah, I remember. I think it was like 4 years ago. I must have offended the person on the stand. I didn't mean to, but I was walking past with a couple of friends, and I saw the body pillows and the yaoi, and I said to my friend too loudly, "What the fuck is all this shit, bro?" And they heard me, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't mean to offend them," but I didn't actually look at what was on their disc. I just saw, I don't know who the characters were. I just saw two dudes on a body pillow, and I was like, "They're kids walking around here." I don't know. Maybe it was the adult stand, and I accidentally stumbled upon it.
My MCM. Yeah, my MCM days are over, man. Now that I look back on it, it was a little bit weird.
Yeah, I saw someone saw this girl walking with a a dog collar, and this guy was just in latex on all fours, and I was like,
at MCM?
Yeah. Pretty sure my friend got a picture of it, and I was like, where's the security, man? Like, I don't know if that should be at MCM.
That is I don't know how they advertise it. I can't remember, but I remember seeing families go there.
Yeah, families go there. There's a whole part of MCM where there's there's kids performing, doing Korean K-pop and stuff.
Okay. Yep. My girl's
I'm,
not
I'm
there.
going this year. It's this month. It's in 18 days.
I wish you good luck. I ain't going, bro. I haven't been for like 8 years. I just think, you know what? I can probably find it online. Fuck it. I went when everyone was asking for free hugs, and that was creepy.
Yeah, I never gave one. They'd always like they'd put their arms out, they'd tap you, and I'd be like, don't like you. It's a violation already. I'm gonna say something deeply offensive if you don't move away from me. You don't know me to be coming up saying free hugs. You don't know if I'm a monster.
I can't. Was that a thing? Like, was that just an MCM thing, or was that like global? Do you know? I wasn't really paying attention. It was like the first time I went there, and I was literally walking. I saw someone with like the top on, and I thought, oh, maybe it's like a meme I don't get from an anime or whatever. And like you said, if you clock their shirt, they'll walk up to you like this, and they'll want a hug. And I was walking around in the Vegeta stance, bro. I was just walking around like that, getting ready to like push people away. I was like, no, I'm not here to touch anybody, bro. Anybody.
Yeah. No, I'll do a handshake. I'll do a fist bump, but don't hug me. Like, that's too much. I'll scream. I'll scream. I won't get violent. I'll just let out a high pitched scream, and it's gonna draw everyone's attention. You're gonna look like a real creep. And I'll do the head bop as well. I'll be like, ah.
Matt's is gonna do Sylveon hyper voice, bro.
Yeah, literally. Whatever that noise is. That what's that Pokemon you use on the it's a fire psychic Pokemon.
The fire psych. Oh, Delphox.
Yeah, it lets out a really creepy sound.
Yeah, shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna let that sound out if you come anywhere near me. Wait, I'm trying to find. Oh yeah, here's one of them. And then I'll start bringing people on. Shotacon is just a genre. Nothing wrong with that. People are free to like shotas, lollies, milfs, short stacks. I don't know what short stacks are. Don't want to look it up. If anyone knows, let us know. But there's another layer to this.
I think it's kind of like dwarfism. So I've heard of short stack goblins. That was the what's his name? Vosh.
Oh god, no.
Yeah, when it went on Vosh's computer, it was apparently he had a folder called short stack goblins.
What the?
Yeah.
Did you see Vosh released a video breaking down that whole situation? And it just made him look so much worse.
Oh, yeah, it was way worse. Yeah, he shouldn't have done that.
He shouldn't have done it. He should have just... I know he's never going to escape that. And to be honest, he deserves it. But he shouldn't have made a video. I watched the video and I was like, you just dug this hole so much deeper.
Yeah. I think everyone's compelled to like, let me explain. But the explanation didn't help. It made him look either like a liar or a moron.
Or both.
Yeah, probably both, to be honest. Like, this fucking terminally online person doesn't know how to sort out folders, and when they see a sus website to fucking click X, like, no one's buying it, bro. You look that shit up. Just stop it.
I don't know why this is something to do with a mod community effort, or would you guys be okay to cancel everything if a person even mentions liking GT Pan? Well, I'm sorry.
GT Pan.
Yeah, like little girl GT Pan. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like when you say liking GT Pan, what do you mean by that?
Nah. I'm trying to remember what, unless GT Pan had a crazy fight, I don't know. I'm going to look at you sideways if you're a man and you like that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just. So everyone knows where I stand on stuff. I'm not like, oh, I'll let everybody in. I'm pretty chill with most people, but I have my lines. And yeah, I'm sorry if you say to me, yeah, I like GT Pan, not like her as in, oh, maybe I use her and take her actually free, or kind of. I thought she was funny in the anime. If you turn around to me like, hey, I like GT Pan, go away. Yeah, go away. Well, if you're like, oh yeah, I really like Kid Goku. I'm like, oh yeah, Kid Goku's cool. And you're like, no, I like Kid Goku. I'm like, okay, go away then. Go away. I'm not gonna call the police. What is whatever Goku, but you can stay over there. You don't need to be me.
I'm just, yeah. I don't get it. Someone needs to study it. I don't understand the shipping thing. It sounds mad. I just don't understand the defenders. I mean, I can't really think of a defender that doesn't also partake in it. That's I think people are trying to like skirt the line to be like, oh, it's okay. I don't know why you're all getting mad. But secretly, it's like, I need to defend this thing because I'm also one of these people.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Finn sent me something in DMs. I think it's from that person with the German flag.
Oh fuck! I'm telling you, I don't want to expose you, Finn. He must be from Kiwi Farms. He's a sleeper ranger, bro. How fast did he get that information?
Yeah, Finn. That's a. How did you get that? But yeah, I've sent the link out to some people. Some of the what's the best way to put them? Lolly enthusiasts that were arguing with me in DMs. I've sent you the link. I know you're probably watching. Do you know what? I know they're probably watching. I don't think they're gonna come on. I'll be honest with you.
If they're in the chat, I'm going in a minute, so just be you and Mike. That might make you feel that it's not like a 2v1.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. Like, if you say something I don't like, I am gonna let you know, but I won't be like nasty to you. For the sake of conversation, we'll have a chat. But if you want to join the call, then you send me a DM on Twitter or on Discords, and I'll bring you on.
They're probably looking 100%.
Yeah, this whole situation, the comments that I got on Twitter, I just couldn't believe it. It made the Shuri drama so like whatever. People are just mad because I insulted their queen. That's fine, but this is something else.
This is dangerous. Shuri or T'Challa is not dangerous. This is actually dangerous.
Yeah, that whole Shuri thing was so overblown. Because I said you were here when we reacted to it. I was just like, that's kind of lame. I'm still gonna play the game.
Yeah. You know what people are like. You have to have the same opinion, otherwise you're killing their idea. Like, you can't like Shuri without. It's the waffle and pancake thing.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You like T'Challa, so you hate Shuri. It's like, where did that come from? That's not what I said.
Yeah, I didn't even say that I hate her. I never once said I hate her. I just said, no, I don't really like her. I'd rather have T'Challa. And everyone was like, oh my God, you hate women. I was like,
fuck yeah, no.
Here we go. We've got someone that's just said they want to come on, so we'll wait for them to get here.
Are they just going to echo what we're saying?
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I don't anticipate anybody's going to come up here and defend anything that Chibi or Mimi or XenoCoffee's said or done. I couldn't think of a good defense, especially like we saw the writing on the wall before all of this came to light. I mean, obviously, shout outs to Kiwi Farms if they did uncover all that stuff, but like, the sky is blue, you know. Like, we knew.
Yeah. They just got receipts. I will put money on with anyone that come, I don't know, a week or 2 weeks, whatever time it comes out, that the court documents will find out that everything that Kiwi Farms was correct. I put money on it. And I don't think this Chibi guy, he was right about, you can dislike the people that are getting the source of information because they're assholes, but you can't deny the source of information. That's why I think he took it pretty seriously. I think it was off of like 4chan or Reddit. He probably went, it's just people just making up shit. But because it was from Kiwi Farms, he's like, oh, I actually do need some more information now.
So are they? They're like the tier above in terms of like, okay. I'd never heard of them until this. But yeah, all right. We've got our first guest. Yo, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Man. Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear y'all. I had to mute y'all on the other stream. Sorry about that.
That's all good. So normally we give people like 6-7 minutes. So yeah, the floor's yours.
All right. Just to address one thing, short stacks are like women that are like kind of under 5 foot, like 4-ish maybe, that just are curvy. I don't know if anybody else said that in the chat, but that's usually what those are.
Well, like Betty Boop.
Kind of like that, yeah.
Okay.
But the internet's very weird about it, so I don't. That's about the best I can give you on that.
Okay.
What I have, this whole situation, this whole Mimi situation, I have never in my life seen anything like this on the internet, except for like the Shadman stuff. But holy guacamole!
Do you think she should have? She should get arrested, or he? I'm guessing he. Do you think he should be arrested?
And I can't say, I don't know if it's he or she, because like everything I've been reading, because I don't trust the Kiwi Farms, because that site is just, oh boy.
Do you think they should have got arrested for having lolly content on their computer?
Yeah, because what they had just was holy shit from just the samples I've seen. Most of the time, like, you've both watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners, right?
No, I haven't seen it.
You've seen the character Rebecca, right?
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I've seen
okay. That's usually one that is called a lolly.
Yeah.
Because she is, but she's a full adult, but I'm like, she's all cybernetics. Almost. I guess, have y'all ever heard of an anime called Uzuki-chan Wants to Hang Out?
No, that sounds like one of them random slice of life animes that
it is. It's about this dude just goes to college. This chick he used to be friends with, or whatever, they ended up going to the same college. But a lot of people were saying, because she was like short, she's described as a short stack, but they would all, I never understood the internet when it came to this. They're saying this character is underage. It's like, no, in the anime or manga, she's literally 20. The other dude's like 21. They're both like only a year apart. And just like, I just thrown for a loop on like what the internet either knows to be in these weird anime categories or not, because usually they're just lolly is just cute petite character. That's usually about it. But the internet throughout the years has, for whatever reason, I don't know, has attached just like it PDF bait. And I'm just like, because I remember seeing, okay, thank you for saying that, like Uzaki-chan wanted to hang out. They're like women that came out of the woodworks, like taking pictures of themselves being about her height, which is like 5'1" or 5'2".
Yeah, about 5'1", 5'2" women. That was pretty common, right?
Yeah, depending on the area. And
yeah, I just see that as a, I don't know. This is my first time hearing about short stacks, so
it's a petite body type, and people are just like,
oh no, like a short stack is like an above age. Like you wouldn't call a kid a short stack.
No,
just be
no,
short.
you wouldn't.
Yeah, like you would never call a child a short stack. It wouldn't work.
No, you would never do that. But like I said, like this is really, I don't understand like where the internet has like drawn these weird correlations of like clearly there are women that are like under 5 foot. They're like, they're fully developed, nice looking, some are not. Varies on your taste in women. And there are some women that are like 6'7", that like holy cow, you're really tall. And then people will brawl at the mouth over that. And I don't know. I literally took time some years ago to like, okay, what are these shotos, the lolly stuff? I was like, okay, these are just subcategories for characters. Okay. Never really looked into more, but that was like, that's probably like 2012 or whatever. Now internet got more popular along with anime. Everybody started discovering things, and I don't know if you, I guess, care for the tourists or not, but I'm just like, some of this don't take too seriously. But I'm like, when you start having people like draw things that are like, no, you should not be drawing someone that is like literally almost literally a child like, and it's just time out. No, I don't want to know about it. Don't tell anybody. Keep your weird perversions to yourself. But if someone starts seeing that online, your hard drives need to start being checked. You're gonna get put on the list.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like I said, me and C4 have said multiple times, like these people shouldn't have anything to hide. I mean, I've shared my screen before with my Discord open. You know, there's nothing on there that's like, I'm like, oh shit, I don't want people to look at that. You know, at most I've just got loads of pictures, like PNGs of like me and C4 and Chad and Yaya because of my thumbnails. Some might be like, why you got all those PNGs of the Mandem? But other than that, it's like
trying to hide something, like.
Yeah, well, these guys know. I have to if I make the thumbnails like that. But all of this stuff where people are like, they've got folders and the folders are folders and they're locked. I'm just like,
I'm sorry about that.
Yes, it's whatever. But was there anything else you wanted to say, bro, before we get the next person on?
All I can say is guys, to any of y'all that are like curious about something, do look into it, but don't dive too far. Make sure you get your safety search on, because you might end up on a part of the internet you're not ready for.
Oh no, I have not. All of these terms that I've learned about in the last 2 days, I've not searched them up. But Twitter users have made me very aware of what they are. So
but other than that, guys, y'all take it easy.
All right, man. Appreciate you being on. Take care.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get the Great Dragon in here.
Uh-oh.
Hey, guys.
I'm scared. I might have pissed him off.
Huh? Sorry, what?
I don't know if I pissed you off or not. I'm scared.
No, why would you? No. Why would you have pissed me off?
Okay, I don't know.
No.
Do you know what I'm picturing right now? Just Finn in his military getup in Inglourious Bastards. No, he didn't piss me off.
Bro, when you said, wait, what was she called? Miss from Matilda. What was she called in English?
T, because of T. Fuck, you just said it. It sounds ugly.
Or something?
Trunchbull.
Miss Trunchbull, yeah.
Miss Trunchbull, yeah. That was a flashback, bro. Holy shit. That movie, that actress did a really fucking good job. She has a hilarious name in German, by the way, because she's not called that. She's called Fräulein Knüppelkuh, which means Miss. It's ridiculous. Like basically like club. How would you translate this? Like club cow. It's like completely ridiculous. But it's a good name.
Club cow fits though, to be fair.
Yeah,
club cow, yeah. It's if you translate it word for word, it's like ridiculous. Yeah, guys, like this whole thing, right? I thought like, is there something interesting that I could divert into? And this whole thing, right, of like loli bait or like PDF bait, right? Did you ever come across something that you watched and you were kind of worried if you are allowed to think this is good? Like, I give you the example where I'm coming from, right? This might be a very soft spoiler for this anime, right? I don't know if you've watched it. I think it's called like Mushoku Tensei.
That's on my list, but I've heard that there's some madness.
Yeah.
In it.
So that's the thing. How do I say this? I watched it because the reviews were really the reviews when I just read through them were like super how do you say this, like bipolar, where people said they really loved it, and then you had people calling this like the most hardcore like lowly porn PDF bait. And I was like, wow, I mean, this is a pretty mainstream anime, like it's pretty known, like it's pretty popular. And I watched it, and I was at first, there are some really weird scenes in it where you're like, why is that girl just masturbating on the floor? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like very random, right? And the premise is, I think the premise is the classic isekai shit where I think, yeah, he gets like reincarnated as like a boy, and he just wants to like fuck girls, right? But there is a point in the narrative where that whole thing shifts, and I was like, I like this, like I like where this is going, because there is a point where the character develops and like kind of realizes that he is a fucking insane fucking piece of shit for even thinking like this. Like, is that okay to like that? Like, or am I crazy for liking the twist in the narrative there? Like, honest question.
Just so I've got this right, is Musoku Tensei the one where they're high up on something and she drops something down and she says to him, "I'll let you touch my boob if you go and get it"? Is that the same?
Think that probably could have occurred. It is a bit. It is a few years back when I watched the first season. I think that could have happened. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the reason I didn't watch it. I think I saw that
Yeah.
scene and I was like, I don't need to
Because
watch
that's the
this.
thing, right? I'm like, I think this is an interesting narrative twist, because again, there comes a point where this guy realizes that he is a fucked up bastard for doing this, and kind of has like a character break
Yeah.
pretty early. But I'm like, is it okay to think this is like good narrative? Because at the end, they are still children and being depicted as children. So you could be like, why does it have to be children, right? Like, why do they have to be children for this to work? You could make it work with them being like grown-ups, right?
Yeah, I don't tend to watch animes like that. That's probably why I haven't ever gotten around to it. I can't give you an answer because I haven't seen it. So I don't know why you've become interested in it, but I do know it's very popular. So there must be a reason for its popularity. So I can't give you a definitive answer, but I've seen plenty of shows that take weird turns, just not of that kind. Like I've watched animes where it's about children. It's really like adult, like the narrative is very adult. Like there was one about, it was really sad. It was about this girl who encountered an alien called Happy, and she kept on hanging herself because of all the bullying going on. But Happy could make her go back in time, so she killed herself over and over again. Like there was like bullying or something going on. I can't remember the name of the anime, but I remember watching all of it, and I was like, this shit is so heartbreaking. Those kinds of things, I'm like, I can watch that. It's obviously difficult to watch kids going through that, especially when the narrative is good. But when it's like sexual stuff, I'm just like, I just don't want to watch it. It's not interesting. It's probably why I haven't watched Mushoku Tensei. I probably watched that scene and I was like, it's not for me.
The fact you dropped this anime is crazy, because while you talked, I don't know why, I was on my anime list and wanted to watch something new, and I came across that one. Like, I think it's called Takopi no Genzai.
Takapi's Original Sin. That's it.
Yeah.
Bro,
That's crazy.
That show, it's only 6 episodes. It's
Exactly.
so heartbreaking. I got to an episode where this blonde girl was bullying her, and I was sitting on the train watching it, and I was actually getting angry. You know what? I'm a very monotone person. Like I watch stuff, even if it's super hype. I just, in my mind, I'm like, oh, this is so cool, but I'm sitting there just looking at it. I was visibly annoyed watching this anime, which goes to show you how good it was. So if you haven't seen it,
Yeah.
I'd highly recommend it. It's definitely worth it.
It's crazy that this is like a crazy coincidence that I had this open, like, and I thought the same, like, oh, 6 episodes, like good rating. I think they call this funny, right? That there's always a word for a genre like this. They call this like misery porn. Funny enough, like, yeah, because like it's just misery. It's hardcore, just misery. I think you can't watch enough of, like, you can't watch too many of those, otherwise you're like get probably in a really dark mood.
Yeah, I think with those kinds of shows, you're always pulling for the characters to come out on the other side. So like you're like, all right, they've gone through this and they've gone through that, but things will be okay. In that show, I won't spoil it, but it's a pretty depressing show. But yeah, these other shows where like kids are like doing things that But then, I don't know where to draw the line, because obviously, I'm gonna be a bit of a hypocrite, because like I've watched Chainsaw Man, and I watched the new movie, and I don't know if like Rez or Reze, whatever her name is a schoolgirl in that, but half of the film she's butt-ass naked.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they're fighting around the city with her bare ass everywhere. I'm in the cinema. I'm like, what is the animation was
this
incredible.
feeling? Yeah, that's what I mean. This feeling of like, am I like, do I have to like point this out, or you know what I mean? Like, am I allowed to just unconditionally like this?
No, like I like Chainsaw Man. I think it's a great show, but there's obviously in all shows there's always going to be things where you're like, I don't really like that. Like, you don't need to be an absolutist about stuff. I think that's where people lose me. I don't mind if they are, but I don't like it when someone's like, oh, but you like One Piece. Yeah, I like One Piece, but there's things in One Piece where all of us are like, don't really like that. Like, I don't really like the way Jewelry Bonnie was depicted in the Egghead arc. Like, I think they did some things where I was like, it's not really for me. But I'm not going to go online and bitch about it. There's just enough in the show for me to focus on other things. So I don't think you need to be an absolutist about stuff. This goes for anything. There's loads of different things that I love, but there's things in them that I'm like, I'm not so fond of that.
The first time I ever had that feeling of like, why, like, sometimes I don't, because it's also a little bit linked to this anime culture, right? Because it happens there a lot. And the first time I felt like, why is this, like, I don't know why that's in there sometimes. And I think the caller before me called it like PDF bait or something. And sometimes like this random sexuality bait, like, this is a pretty weird anime, but like, I think you probably watched it, maybe Guns. And Guns is obviously
old,
super weird.
Yeah,
that's
really
old. But in the first episode, right, there's a scene with a dog that tries to lick that girl's pussy, and I don't fucking know why the fuck that even happens. Like, it's like super random. You know that scene? Come on, guy. Like, you remember that scene?
I've not seen. I know people think I'm memeing. I'm not an anime head. I'm not an anime head. Like, your whole conversation, I looked up the fucking, what's it called? The Munch. I can't even pronounce it. It looked like a fairy tale, like art style. And then what you told me, if I was watching an episode and I heard about, I'll let you fall if you don't fucking touch my dick on some, what was it, that fucking Blazblue guys? Or that Kobe, or some Kobe shit.
Yeah.
Some Kobe blackmail shit. I would feel like I got hoodwinked, because I don't see that
exactly
from the case. I saw artwork of about 15 girls, 2 of them looking pretty young. I was like, okay, but that's not what they're advertising it as. So I feel I get hoodwinked. I'll watch my Western shit, because Western stuff have dark topics. They just don't do suspect topics. Like, even in Marvel, what was it? Sue, there was like they've got people killing fetuses. They've got wife beating. They've got all this dark shit in comics. That's enough for me. I don't need kids.
Well, yeah, and I think that the Punisher even has like really dark stuff in it, like child trafficking and shit like that. So
yeah, Punisher. Yeah, that's if you want like
Punisher.
gritty topics. Even like Daredevil. Daredevil's got some really dark stuff in it as well. But it's more like religion stuff.
There's loads of animes that deal with like really dark topics, but look, there's so much anime out there. Not all of it's going to be for us, and I'm fine with that. Because when you say watch anime, it could mean anything.
Yeah, everything and nothing at the same time. Like,
yeah, it could mean I've only seen shonen anime. It could mean I watch super obscure stuff. It could mean I've only seen, I don't know, Junji Ito shows. Like, it could mean anything. So I'm not gonna sit here going on a shame campaign for people liking anime. I understand there's a lot of things in anime that as Westerners we like might raise our eyebrows about. And there are things in animes that I watch where I'm like someone, I think Flames super chatted and saying Dandadan is one. Yeah, I like Dandadan.
I could only watch the first 2. I can't even remember what made me stop watching it. I was like, bro, this beat is sick. Dandadan. I was like, this is a gas. And then after 2 episodes, I was like, I don't know if I can watch this if my missus is walking around the house. So
yeah, that's yes.
Yeah, there was a scene in Dandadan where I was like, I knew that this was gonna spark like conversations on Twitter, and it was the scene where they were in school and the school got flooded and they were like trying to get out of, like, there was some demon in the water chasing them. But obviously, to, like, I guess speed up their swimming, they took off a lot of their clothes, and then they managed to beat it or something. It was the first season, it's quite some time ago. But the main character landed on top of the girl, and they were like almost naked. And I was like, yeah, that's gonna, people ain't gonna like that one. And I went online, and like people were talking about getting the United Nations involved, and I was like,
That doesn't sound that sounds like slapstick comedy.
I mean, that's the thing, right?
it wasn't the
like,
worst. It wasn't the
like
worst,
some
yeah.
people have a really low line, and as I said, like I watched Mushoku Tensei and I was like, okay, this is like really weird, but then I liked where the narrative is actually going with this. But I still can't justify some of the things that are like actually shown there, because if my mom would come in, I would be like, she would think I'm watching like actual hardcore hentai, and it's like, I don't know, it's weird. But obviously in this case, because people brought up examples like this, I read through some tweets and people were bringing up examples where basically kind of like sexuality and even like in connected with youths and shit it has a narrative context, so then it qualifies as like true art. And I see where these people come from, because again, that's why I tried to like give that experience with Mushoku Tensei, because I had that there. But like in that case, what you were discussing, it's like I know it when I see it, right? It's like that type of shit, right? Like I know it's not okay when I see it, right? It's there's like a really obvious line where it's like, bro, you're drawing like what was it? Like you're drawing like a little kid getting rammed by a fucking dog. Like that's like, how are you? Is there a narrative there? Like I don't really see it. Like I really don't.
That
There's not.
doesn't tend to push the story forward.
Yeah, it's just
And the
one
other
of those,
thing,
one of those things, isn't it?
one more thing that's pretty random. It's just pretty random how I got to these, well, to be these terms that I didn't know. I didn't know what these terms mean, and I'm interested if you know what they mean and if the chat knows what they mean. I was just on a random, it's just super random, on a Guilty Gear combo video, and that guy in his profile had these terms. I didn't know what they mean. Do you know what the term map and no map, what they mean?
Map.
Yeah. Map and no map. I didn't know what they mean. Do you know what they mean?
I know an acronym for map. I don't know. I only know
Yeah,
one
it
acronym.
is an acronym. I think. Yeah, that's what it's called.
What is no map though? Isn't that all normal people?
Non-offending.
Yes.
Non-offending.
So, and these terms, okay, map, just for people in the chat, like map means a minor attracted person. So when I read this, I was like, what? Like, can you explain to me like how these terms were like formed? Because to me, it sounds almost like that PDFs are trying to carper the movement of like identity politics and shit and give themselves a role of like, oh, we are a protected class because we are also a minority and we just happen to be like minor attracted, which like, I don't know, what's going on with that?
No, we give no concession to these people. They're trying to give themselves a label that doesn't have stigma attached to it, and it's never going to be accepted by society. Like there are idiotic teachers out there and people in positions of power that are trying to push it, and people are just like, no, this is not a thing. We're not giving you a nice little snowflakey name. You're a fucking degenerate monster. They're just trying to paint it up. It's like if you've got a wall and the paint is shit, they've got a paintbrush and they've tried to gloss over what they actually are.
Can I say, I've heard this argument before. I think Mr. Go had this argument. I think it was him. And I don't know the psychology behind it, like being attracted to minors. I don't know it. If it's not like what I agree, it's kind of what Mike said. I think there is I don't know if there's a choice. I actually don't know. But if there's no choice and you can't help but being attracted to minors, non-offending minor attracted person is basically you saying, look, I don't want to do this sick thing that my body wants to do. If that's the case and that's how it works, I don't think they're like a protected class. You get them help for sure, because they're basically saying there's something wrong with me, help me. And I think we'll do the same thing to like someone who's a psychopath and they want to start killing people. And if they say, look, I've got inclinations that I want to start stabbing people when I see them on the road, we would probably try to help them first before we banish them.
My first question when I read those two terms is why there are two. Like, why do you have non-offending?
Yeah.
And
so, one's just saying one I act on and one I don't act on. I don't act upon my map. So maps, actual maps, yeah, I'm with Mike. It's the non-offending maps. I'm like, it depends how it works psychology-wise. I don't know.
But is that like part of, like, is that this attempted, I don't know from which corner of the internet that stemmed from, this like attempted normalization process?
The internet was a mistake. It's
like
when you in a debate with,
yeah,
you know,
But honestly, the normalization of it kind of makes me like, you would for example, all these tweets that we are seeing, right, where people like actually say, oh, there's no problem with that, or, you know, as long as no one gets hurt. It kind of makes me, do you guys think it's just literally an internet bubble? Because no one would stand outside with like a big, a shield where it would say those statements. Like, oh, you know, it's actually okay if, you know, a child doesn't get hurt. So like, you remember the scene from Die Hard 3, where Bruce Willis is at the beginning in the LA with the I hate and N-word shield. Like, this is what would happen to you.
Yeah.
Like, this is what would happen to you if you tried that in real life. Like, if you actually go outside and say these things. So do you think it's just an internet?
The difference
like an internet
is these people are trying to defend their map. They're trying to defend their attraction to lollies. Where a non-offending map is saying, I don't want this. From what I've seen, I don't fucking know. Like, the one debate I saw, I can't remember what it was. This was like years ago. And obviously I was just like, wood chipper, every single one of them. You can't have a good person who's attracted to maps. And they will basically say, like, I can't help it, blah, blah, blah. And people were saying, like, that's not how it works. Like, you kind of choose. But it's like, if they're saying it's like not a fetish, what's the word? A preference. We don't choose our preferences. We can act on them or not act on them. And that's what they're saying. They're saying, I choose not to act on my preference because I know it's bad. But my body still wants to do that. So can you help me? Those people, I want there to be something you can do to stop it.
I don't like the phrasing of preference, though. I think we should call it what it is. It's a sick perversion. If you can identify it as a sick perversion, because I don't want people to be like, that's their preference. That's too light of a description for something that's sick. I think you should call it a perversion.
Sure, I'll call it perversion as long as we can establish that. I'm saying if you can't choose it, though, that's why I'm saying preference, because you can't. If what they're saying is true, they can't choose it. It's a bit different, right? Than someone who can choose to be attracted to minors and act upon it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like there's. I've heard people saying that it's no different than people saying, oh, like I'm straight or I'm gay. Like, right, I'm born this way, and as I grew up, I never grew out of it. I don't know if that's true.
Exactly.
All I know is that your problem, and I'm not sympathetic to these problems.
I'm sympathetic to if you can't control it. If you're defending it, then I think you're scum. That's why I think the people are in there going, because they're basically saying, no, it's okay that I like lollies. So they're kind of like trying to justify it, because then the next stage is going to be like, well, 18, kids are growing up really fast these days and they're getting mature earlier. Like, I don't want to have, they're the people I'm not sympathetic to.
Yeah.
They can get wood chipped. They can absolutely get wood chipped. Frame one.
Well, what we've learned from this conversation is don't come to me for sympathy on this, but C4 might be willing to listen.
I'll listen. I can't help you though.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, that was basically already the 2 points I wanted to talk about, because I'm just always amazed when I open up Twitter sometimes, which Mike always warned me about not getting it, which was true. But I'm just amazed when I see sometimes the confidence with which people say the most outrageous shit. And I always wonder if it's just this tempting thought in their head, which they only ever would write out loud in, you know, the anonymity of the internet, and would never like act upon, or if it's not even like really there, if they're just saying it because they know they can, but they don't
Yeah.
really believe in it. It's always because you would never in real life, like, you would probably get killed. Like, you would actually probably get killed if you go.
I can't believe someone put that in their bio. Now that you said it, I only
Yeah.
because you said it, I believe it. But if anyone else told me someone said I'm a no map in their bio on Twitter, I would say you're lying. Why would anyone do that?
Well, it's like you said, bro. Today, humanity lost.
Yeah, yeah.
What's that got to do with Strive, man? Fuck's sake, bro. I'm so mad.
Today we
There's someone in chat that is like, we've already been over this. I think that his name is Charles Kingdom. Listen, we've established that they may not be real children, but you have to be some level of sick to be drawing those things. If you don't like it, that's just tough. Like, I'm sorry, you wake up, you put pen to paper, and you're like, "This is what I want to draw." Yeah, I think you're a sicko, and I think if you're reposting that stuff, you're also a sicko. I don't know where law comes into it. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and go over law, but as a community, as a society, these people should be shamed, 100%.
Yeah, I think that is what Dell said in like quite a while ago. That's actually the real important thing, I guess. It's not even like debating the terms, or should it be illegal? What exactly should be? How illegal exactly? It's like, I think it's okay that these people are shamed. I think in my opinion, in Germany, it's actually allowed. Like, we have to that regard actually kind of absolute freedom of art, so to speak. You can draw that, you can consume that, so to speak. But I think it should be also perfectly legal for people to get, shamed over this. You know, I think society, it's what Dell said, right? Society can, it's what I said with one and doneing and shit, right? In fighting games, you have the right to one and done. You can one and done if you want, but know that most fighting game communities will shun you for that.
Yeah. He said, it's weird, I agree, but it isn't a crime, and it's no different to talking about when people make stories of murder. We already went over this again. This is an extremely reductive point. It's very, very different, extremely different, because when you're telling stories about murder, or rather you're telling stories about people getting killed, there's loads of reasons for why someone can be killed, right? So you can tell a story for multiple reasons. You can tell a story of a bad guy that gets killed. You can tell a story about someone that takes their own life. You can tell a story about someone that was unjustly killed. You can tell a story about killing in multiple ways. There's no way to convey this sort of stuff other than it's just evil, like it's just bad. And there's a big difference between me telling a story where somebody is killed in it, whether they're murdered or through other means, and me taking pen to paper and drawing a minor in suggestive ways. I think people that do that, maybe where you live, you can't go to that, you can't be sent to prison for it. But if I was in charge, you would be investigating. And I'm pretty sure people that are doing that, you'd probably find exactly what you're looking for. Who wakes up in the morning and does that? Of all the things that you could draw in anime and fiction, you choose something that looks like a little girl, not even 8 years old. Yeah, you should be shamed. 100. I'm not making any concessions for these people anymore. I don't care how many people get upset about it. You come to me with some nonsense like that, I'll let you know what time it is. Finn, I was going to ask, we've only got 2 more people because I know Sifo's got to go and the lolly enthusiast didn't show up as expected. But there's 2 more people. Did you want to stay on while these guys were on?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, cool. And Duke Nylon, thank you for the $5. Not defending all Eastern stuff, but don't you remember Ultimate Wonder and Pietro? Let's stop the cap. Western media can be sus as fuck as well.
I think maybe a hot take. I don't think incest is on par with CP.
Do you want to expand on that?
I think one's worse than the other.
Depends on the constellation, right?
Okay. Of age, incest. There is no of age CP. So,
shall we make a tier list?
No.
We don't need to make a tier list.
Okay,
Let's do this.
We don't need to make a tier. I hear what you're saying, because if it's two consenting adults, but by societal standards, we find it gross.
Yes.
And it's also harmful if they bring a kid into the world that way, because the kid could have disabilities. So it's bad. If it was a tier list, it would be in the disgusting tier. But I see what you're saying. The predators would be in the tier below.
Yeah. Okay. In my head, I'm going. If I really, 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 really wanted to, I could come up with a situation of incest where no one's getting harmed. I can't do that for CP.
Yeah.
That's
there's no nuance. At all. This is what people don't understand. Every time they bring up murder, it is the most low IQ way of looking at this situation. I understand what you're trying to get at, but you have not thought it through at all. There is zero nuance in abusing children in that manner. Like, there's none. If you play GTA, there's multiple reasons for why an NPC could get shot. Now, it's true, I can just mow people down if I want to. But as a society, we have accepted that in a video game, it's okay. Like in Mortal Kombat, you do a fatality, so whatever. But there's not going to be a Mortal Kombat game where you can do something sus like that to a child. There's just not going to be one where you're doing some CP stuff to a child or having them dressed up in some mad way. And if there was, then we would have something to say about it. Now, people can say real child or drawing. And the point here is the intent. You wake up as a grown man or a grown woman with the intent to draw something like that, you're a sicko, and people should know about it.
I messaged Mike and I was like, with murder is bad killing. We don't think killing's bad. When a lion kills a gazelle, we're like, yeah, it has to eat. So killing on its like face value is not bad. Murder's bad because it's bad killing. Show me the good CP. Show me the good lolly.
No, don't
show me that.
He doesn't want to see it.
Okay, I didn't make it clear. Obviously, you're not meant to answer that question. Do not send me anything like that. Just in your mind, go, what is the good version of that? And if you have an answer, type it in chat. But there won't be one because there is no good version of that type of stuff. It's always bad because you're taking advantage of someone who can't give you consent. It's bad on face value. There's no good or bad version. Where murder is a bad version of killing because you can justifiably kill something. You can't justifiably make fucking what Mimi's doing.
Yeah, that was also in the past my line actually, C4. Like you can't justify it. Like you can't justify certain acts of, for example, violence. Like very easily you can create a scenario in which that would be something very understandable. At least that, like it would be understandable. But these things, you're like, I can't come up with a scenario where it's understandable, even like on a human level.
Oh, sorry, I missed Magic User's super chat. Thank you for the $5. The short stack character Valsh burned his meter on was Midna from Twilight Princess, not no damn Betty Boop or some 5'1" or 5'2" grown woman.
But with Midna, the OS comes in, right? Like because she's probably like a goddess, magical being, 1,000 years old, yada 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 yada.
It's a good OS, very strong. It doesn't work on me though, because when you're looking at art, the depiction of the art is more important than the lore you put behind it. If she looks 10 and you tell me she's 10 million years old, it's a 10-year-old. So
when people do that, immediate red flags. When someone says to me, "Yeah, but she's 1,000 years old," I'm like, someone get Homeland Security on the phone.
Yeah, the OS just doesn't work on me. I'm not buying it. I don't care about the lore. Your fictional lore you've given this character to make you not look weird when the character looks like a 10-year-old and they're in a school uniform. I'm sorry, I don't care.
Yeah, 100%. All right, I'm going to read out 2 more super chats and then we're going to bring on the next person. Densetsu, thank you for the €5. Mike, I sent you a comment on Discord. It was too long for the super chat. Can you read it out? It's about Japan and these similar issues. Okay. He said, I agree with everything said. Japan is a beautiful place and I also enjoy manga, anime, and video games. However, there are also things that seem immediately wrong to us, and rightly so. For example, drugs are treated as a serious crime, while issues like harassment of women can sometimes feel less strictly addressed in comparison. There are also stories about vending machines selling things like women's underwear. Yeah, I've seen that on YouTube. The internet's taken all of this and amplified it to another level. Well, look, yeah, like I said, I've been to Japan. It's my favorite place to go to. It was the best holiday that I've had. But look, every culture's got things that I don't like. I'm not going to sit here and glaze Japan just because I really like the place. Everywhere's got things that I don't like or agree with, including the UK. Like I was born in the UK. I'm proud to be British, but there's things here that I don't like. You know, without getting into them, there's plenty of things I don't like about our culture, our government.
Your food.
Now, hold on just a second. Hold on. We do have some good food out here.
Some.
Yeah.
It's normally imported from other places, but it's here. It is here. I had a nice what do you call them? Like Frankfurt the other day.
Yeah, that's
W Frankfurt.
W.
Where are my clippers at? Mike's got
Yeah.
shooters. I've got clippers. Someone get him for that one.
No, I don't get Urban Boy here. Jude Canalo, fake for the $5. Ultimate Wolverine possessing teen Peter's body, flirting with MJ. Common man, hella wrong.
Is it?
How old is MJ?
All of age.
Wasn't that when they had grown up?
Oh, I see the point. It's because Wolverine's really old. Yeah, but MJ would have been 18, I think, in the Ultimates.
That is still kind of mad. I mean, isn't Wolverine like 300 years old at that point?
Yeah, but yeah.
18, like.
Well, okay, I don't know how old she is. If she's 18, it is creepy, yeah. I don't think it's anything close to Lolly, but yes, it's creepy. Sure.
Yeah, it's not Lolly, but I'd be like, come on, Logan. You fucking seen 10 wars. Like, she's 18. At least wait until she's 21, bro.
Yeah. It's not like you're running out of time, bro. You can wait a couple of years. You're good.
Yeah, you got time on your hands.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna bring on Birdman and then PK, and then we'll wrap it up. Birdman,
hello?
can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome.
Yo.
Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Good. All right. How you doing? What I call you, Mike Hollow or just Mike
Yeah.
simply? All right, Mike.
Whichever you prefer.
Mike, I got into love your videos by the way about Tekken 8 and was that one video about MK with what's that one guy called? MK Tom Brady. Love those videos. Got into your channel with that one.
Thanks,
The
man.
Grandmaster.
Anyways, I want to bring it back to the FGC. What disappoints me most is how Akiman supports this like lolly shit, which is really, really disappointing to me because I was like a big fan of him back in like the day because he used to be like the main artist for like was it Final Fight, the original Street Fighter 2, and I think he was the concept artist for like Darkstalkers back in the day.
Mm.
And it really sucks, which really sucks that he's kind of doing this shit nowadays, especially now when all the evidence is out on was it KF? Yeah. And I took a deep dive, and it's, I don't want to describe it. It's upsetting. It really is.
Wouldn't
The way. Oh, sorry. Go on, C4.
I was gonna say real quick. I don't want to pretend I know. You've already been to Japan, right?
Yeah.
Isn't the culture different? So wouldn't it make more sense if like a Japanese artist supported someone from the West for like something that if that would have happened in his country, they probably would have like brushed it off. I think he's looking at the situation going, oh, it's rough that in that country they're not allowed to do this. Am I wrong? It's okay in Asia, right? That kind of content.
Maybe, but I don't know, man. The dog stuff really gets to me. Like how you can support this shit. Like come on.
Yeah,
it's bad. It's disgusting. That actually made me really upset because I'm like a dog owner. It just really makes me upset because it's just like, why? How you support this shit? Because I see like stories like fucking zoo files and all this shit of like doing the most heinous shit imaginable. Like absolutely disgusting shit. And they don't get charged for that shit most of the time. They get caught and they just don't get charged that much.
The way I look at it is like even Akira Toriyama had stuff in his mangas that I didn't like. I just don't get attached to people like that. Like they're always going to do stuff that you don't like. Like obviously I made that tribute to Akira Toriyama on my channel because I think that his work positively affected the world and it had a positive impact on me. But I'm not an absolutist. Like there was things in some of his artwork and some things that were animated that I didn't like. Just don't get attached to these people. Like Chun-Li is obviously an amazing character design. She's always going to be iconic, but it doesn't mean you have to like everything the guy does.
I know it's just upsetting as a fan because you kind of look up to these like amazing people that made these amazing characters, by the way, and then all of a sudden they're exposed for liking like someone that draws like who like favorited and commissioned artists of like lolly and fucking animal shit. It's just really upsetting.
You fucked up by thinking someone who can draw good is amazing.
I mean, I grew up with like most of the Toho people. Like those guys are like fucking. They're like fucking.
They're not amazing.
Amazing.
They're just artists, bro. They're just good at drawing. They're not amazing. You put them on a pedestal, and now you're getting devastated that they've done something that you don't agree with. Don't put people like that on the pedestal. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I know, but it's just disappointing. It's just like. It's like I kind of grew up with these people a little bit. It's just like, especially the Toho guys. I met some of the Toho guys. They're like really chill people. They're like chill guys most of the time. They're like, oh yeah, I made Godzilla. I made all these cool stuff with it, all that stuff. And you know what the surprising thing is about all this stuff? Nobody calls out Akimen for this. Like none of the big FGC guys hasn't like, hey, this is wrong. You should. This is wrong. You should. Nobody called them out or anything. It's just like, hey. This is not right at all. Like, no Max, no. What other FGC? Button Check hasn't called them out yet. None of the big guys, which is like, why are you not calling this out? Other stuff they call them out, but not this situation. I don't get it really.
What exactly did he say?
He was in defense of it. He basically said that this is freedom of expression, and then drew a picture of Mimi Yanagi's avatar.
Yeah, that was the post for me.
He might not have known the gravity of the crimes and the level of things that were being drawn. I don't know how he wouldn't have known at that point because it was all over the timeline. But I would like to assume he didn't know how bad it was, and he just saw the avatar like in the profile picture. But I don't know.
To be fair, I mean there are people who are. Like hardcore free speech absolutists, which to me that is the problem. That's the really the difficult discussion, right? Like if you draw a line here, the next guy wants a line drawn here. So when that is where he comes from, where he's like, I don't care about the topic, I don't care if it's sexualized whatever, I don't care if it's violence, I don't care if it's and he just comes from that perspective. I get it. But I don't know his angle.
Yeah. 1 sec. Sorry, guys. Mods, don't ban anyone that disagrees with us because the whole point is that we want people to come on here to hear their stance. So I know some people in chat are saying some mad things, but don't ban anyone because the whole point here is for us to talk to them.
Yeah. And
flex your freedom of speech and get on the mic.
Yeah, and people like I remember back in the day, like another free speech absolutist. I think he banned anime back in the day. Lotex, he was a free speech absolutist. I think he had like a whole blanket ban for like anime back in the day, where he's like, "Yeah, I'm not dealing with this shit no more. This is all like fucking. I don't want to deal with the lolly shit no more." So people like that, they can turn.
Yeah. I don't know, like my thing with these people is that like they're all saying, oh, it's our expression, it's our right, this, that, and the other. And to be honest, the conversation kind of goes in a circle. So my stance is like, yeah, you can do it, but I'm not going to show you any respect. Like,
yeah, you're
like, oh, we can separate fiction from reality, and I'm saying to you, no. That's the hard line. Like that's the hard line. You can say I'm separating fiction from reality, and we're saying no, not in this instance. Your intent is disgusting.
Yeah, it's just either way, it's just gross. I mean, come on. I mean, it's just upsetting to people most of the time. Like, I'm like a dog owner, and like I'm like a dog, and it just really upsets me that it's like someone like that just favorited arts of like like the grossest stuff you can do to an animal. Like, it really upsets me most of the time.
Yeah,
it's just upsetting. It just really does because because an animal, it can't even think to itself. It's just an animal. It just wants like treats and all that. can't even think, and you just take advantage of an animal. Like, come on, man. It's fucking gross.
People are sickos, man. People do this. There's so many beautiful things to indulge in the world, and people choose the worst things to indulge in. It's just, I don't know.
I don't know. It's fucking gross. Like, I don't know how. Like as a free speech absolutist, I don't know how like people support this. Like most of the people that are free speech absolutists back in the day, just like years later, I was like, yeah, no, I don't like lolly. It's fucking gross. We try to moderate this shit back in the day. We're fucking blanket ban. We ain't dealing with this shit most of the time. Like I think Josh Moon was like I think he was like the owner of like Kiwi Farms. He used to be like a moderator on like, was it V? And he had to like carpet ban like all this lolly stuff because what was it? It was like, I think one guy was like posting actual like gross shit, like actual CP on that fucking board. And he's like, yeah, I'm not dealing with this shit no more. And the main guy that was running the lolly board, he was the one actually doing it. Like the actual guy who was doing that on 8chan was actually posting real disgusting shit on fucking V. So that is yikes.
I don't know, man. Maybe we need to get on the phone to Skeeter Gene, get him to run a few investigations over here. I don't know what's wrong with people.
It's deep. Most of this stuff, it's real. It goes back like fucking years. Like absolutely, you got to go back to like the fucking early 2000s.
Yeah.
To most of this stuff, like it goes back years.
Yeah. All right. Well, we need to get the next person on now because Paul's got to get to work in the morning.
All right. Nice talk to you, Mike.
All right,
Love
bro.
you,
Take care.
by the way. Take care.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
it.
Mods, please don't ban anyone that comes into the chat. Okay. The whole point of this discussion is that if they don't want to come on call, that's fine. Most people don't want to come up on here because they know what's going to happen. But if they want to talk in chat, we can still reference their comments. So just please don't ban anyone. Yes, I've read some of the things they're saying. Yes, in normal circumstances, we wouldn't even entertain it. But for the sake of this, because we don't understand the mindset of these people, well, we do. We understand the mindset. We just disagree with them heavily. So for the sake of the conversation, please don't ban anyone. Now I was going to bring on.
Oh, go on.
I was going to bring on PK next. I know I can see him in the back. PK, give me a moment. Yeah, I can see you waving. I think we've got somebody here that maybe will make the argument for. So I'm going to bring them in first and then PK. Sorry, PK. I can see he's wilding out in his chair. All right. Shoutmon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
And then there's I'm sorry, there's my dog in the back, and he won't shut up either. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
That's okay.
I came to talk about lollies. Hello. So yeah, I've been watching anime since I was very little, and Sailor Moon was made by a woman, had a lolly in it. Who cares? She's cute. She's cute.
I care.
I even have pajamas with her on it. I always buy, you will always wear Sailor Moon to bed because the moon. And my thought about this is, where was this argument at least like 30 years ago when it was like, or at least 10 years ago, in the 2000s when all this stuff was, being brought out and rampant and everybody was, fine with it. But, there was not a lot of people in it, in anime back then. I can say that very much. Either you went to Dragon Ball, even Dragon Ball has some stuff, but, it's just a drawing. Anyway.
Wait. Even you sorry to try and focus. You said a lot of stuff like, where was all this commotion when this was out? But then you went, but there wasn't that many people in anime. And he was like, oh, this stuff was in Dragon Ball.
The reason why I think that way is because, this all started because of tourists, anime tourists coming into the space and first, seeing anime and everything, and looking at anime for the first time and having discourse over a lot of things that are in anime and trying to push politics and narratives. Same thing with censorship. They've been censoring anime since, I'm just going to keep on saying either I can go all the way up to Astro Boy, or I could just go to, like Sailor Moon.
What are they censoring? What are they censoring? I'm guessing they're censoring the things that could be deemed the problem, right? They're not just censoring.
Yeah.
Oh, so you don't want things
like
that are bad to get censored?
Not everything needs to have a censor on it, because people don't censor. Let's say there are animes that had people smoking.
Yeah,
I think that was fine to not have censor, because when you look to the side and you see your dad or your mom smoking, you're not censoring them, are you?
But that's
No, but
not
the difference
anime. That's not anime tourists. That's not because anime tourists. I mean, Japan censored JoJo's because Jotaro was smoking and he was underage. They did that themselves. That's not because of anime tourists.
Anime tourists. I'm a little shaky because I'm speaking with new people. Anime tourists really are trying to push, like, there's a lot of things and that are questionable, but it's all about if you don't want to watch it, then just don't watch it. They will try to literally censor it, ban it, just like Assassination's Classroom in libraries. The woman caught her son reading it, and she linked it to, what was it, school shootings and stuff, and got it banned. And it's been, I used to read anime all the time in libraries, and
what makes it anime tourist?
Like,
just out of curiosity.
An anime tourist is somebody that comes into space and watch a few, like, let's say the big shonen animes right now, which I do not like. Sorry, that's my opinion. Jujutsu Kaisen, or One Punch Man, or what's the other anime called? I'll just say those two, or Demon Slayer or something. And
so an anime tourist is someone who watches the mainstream anime.
Yeah, or and parades around like they're big anime fans, but they're really not.
Okay.
So in order for you to be a big anime fan, you need to watch things outside of shonen.
Well, I'm not saying that either, because people gravitate to what they can do, want to, but when they want to, it's just a majority of them are watching the big flashy modern animes and stuff. They're not just going back and looking at the history or anything. They're just watching whatever is popular.
So how does this pertain to lolly stuff?
Okay, so how this connects with lollies is that there'll be a lolly, let's say, what was that anime name, Katagawa or something, with the gambling and stuff. Let's say that. So they would try to censor it, or call when they made the live action, they just took her out completely and just gutted the anime and have politics all through it. And lolly content is would be sent. Well, I keep on saying the same thing over and over. I am so shaky.
So when they adopted this anime, they took that character out.
Yeah.
Was that anime?
My mother was watching it, and I just happened to come in there and see it. And then
was that anime adopted by tourists or by like a Japanese studio?
It was adopted by Netflix, and
There's Netflix. Wouldn't Netflix be they're doing the funding, right? It's still done by a Japanese studio, or is it a Netflix anime?
No, that Netflix adapted it as an actual show, a live action show.
Right.
So are you saying Netflix are tourists?
Yeah, look at what they did to JoJo's part.
Wait. Your definition of a tourist is someone that watches things other than the mainstream. The anime you just said, I don't even know what it is. That can't have been mainstream. So for Netflix to notice it means by definition they're not tourists.
It's really hard to understand. I don't know how much time I have on here. I'm trying to cover as much as I can. But a tourist is basically somebody that's new into the fandom, like Logan Paul when he bought those what are those called? The manga, first manga for Dragon Ball and the first manga for One Piece. He bought those, and they're most likely reprints anyway. Because
how is Netflix a tourist? Because I feel like you want to blame someone for the censorship that's really shit. And I can say, yeah, something like censoring someone smoking. I understand why they'll do it. They probably don't want to promote smoking being cool to kids because it's a cartoon, it's an anime, whatever. But if you're going to say tourists have ruined anime, and you're saying a company like Netflix a tourist, you're going to have to explain to me how Netflix, an entity of a group of people, are tourists.
Yeah, wait a minute. I think you got your facts wrong. Netflix just bought a license for that anime. That anime was made by MAPPA in 2017.
Yes,
Netflix
I know it was made by MAPPA, but they made a live action version of it.
Live action version, okay.
But live action versions, even Japanese live actions, they tend to butcher the animes and the manga. So it's not just an exclusively. Oh, fucking Death Note was. I mean, like Bleach wasn't that bad, but the live actions are not usually one-to-ones, even when the Japanese do it. So I don't know how. That's not really a good point for it. Our stance on this is, and we're not anime, or at least C4 is like a casual anime watcher.
I'm a tourist, bro. I'll hold that title. I'm
definitely a tourist. C4 is a tourist. I know Finn watches quite a bit of anime. I've been watching anime, since back in the early Dragon Ball.
Funny enough, most of us started with censored shit, right? Because famously the 4Kids versions, right, in the early 2000s were all censored.
Yeah.
This talk of like anime tourists and that, Finn is right. We grew up in a time where Sanji didn't have a cigarette. He had like a lollipop. And I think like some of the characters in One Piece didn't even have guns. They had like water pistols or some shit like that. Even Dragon Ball. The original Dragon Ball version, the version that I saw was censored. When I watched the uncensored version, Vegeta called someone a bastard for the first time, and I was like, so we've always gone. They've always censored it. Even in Japan, they censored it. I watched them censor JoJo's in Japan.
I'm sorry.
They did it in Japan. They censored Jotaro in Japan, not in the Western version. In Japan, they censored. They censored something different to what we censored. But that's because they have different standards to us. Now, I'm not saying that loud voices are not on the internet ruining things that they don't understand, because we're experiencing that problem in fighting games. But this specific problem is not covered by that. This specific thing has been a point of contention in anime for a very long time. And it's not just Westerners, because I had Japanese people comment on our post saying, yeah, this is not okay. So it's not all of them that agree with it.
There's also localizers too. Look at Boshida Rock. Boshida Rock was made by a woman, and it had lolly characters in it, and the localizer changed it around so a 4-year-old child can watch it, and took Brochi's chest away and everything.
Do you think that's a bad thing? Do you think?
Yes, I think it's a bad thing, because I'm an artist too. If you mess with people's art and everything just to fit your narrative or overstep your boundaries, it's like you're overdoing your job. You're supposed to be localizing and changing, making it into English, not changing the, like how they would say Merry Christmas. They changed it to Happy Holidays.
I have to say, I'm with Shoutmon on that one particular. On the if they adopt, or if they license Berserk over here, or if they had done that, right, and just cut the Grape of Casca out because would be considered too offensive, I would have been fucking pissed. Like when it comes to that stuff, I'm with Shoutmon. But I mean, that's not really what we're talking about, right? Like, I don't know. We are talking about like, because people don't really have a problem in general with loli characters in itself, right? They're
Yeah.
like, I thought like the sexualization stuff is like the
I-
thing, because I think also C4 wouldn't like if Berserk had cut that out, only because it would maybe offend some people.
Yeah,
I mean-
a lot of these animes, I even have a little list. You know, like Full Metal Alchemist was made by a woman. Let me say Beastars was made by a woman.
What are we doing?
Inuyasha was made
Yeah,
by
I
a
think
woman.
we're getting off topic here because firstly, the Berserk thing has serious narrative implications, so it's not the same as what we're discussing.
Oh, Berserk,
Well, wait, hold on. I want to
only
ask you a
seen a
question to try and get this
little
back
bit
on
of it.
course. I want to ask you a question to try and get this back on course. As it pertains to Mimi Yanagi and
Yeah.
what was posted by them, are you in support of keeping that sort of stuff up? Forget about the stuff that apparently includes an actual minor. The stuff where they're drawing a lolly character in provocative ways, and the stuff where they're actually doing sexual acts. Are you for protecting that sort of stuff, or are you against it?
You froze a little bit.
Do you want me to repeat it?
You froze. You both at the top froze.
Run it back.
Yes,
Mike.
please.
Okay.
It did a weird freeze frame between that.
Okay, so as it pertains to Mimi Yanagi, forget about the stuff including the real child, just the stuff on their avatar where they're depicting the lolly character who appears to be around like 8 to 10 years old, doing provocative things, sexual things, and things with the dog. Are you in support of protecting that sort of stuff, or are you against it and for calling it out?
I'm gonna be honest here.
Please.
If it's hurting an actual person, yes, I am against it. If it's if it's a real person and I can look this person up and I see this person and I see the person is actually real and don't have any consent on it, yes, I would be mad. I would be against this. Now, with that, I can always tread lightly on this topic because I don't know too much about that S word you said. But anyway,
But you
It's
didn't
all-
really answer my question.
I don't.
You
I
said
don't
that you
think
would
I
think it's
like
bad
it.
if the character was based on a real person. What if the character's not based on a real person? Should it be there?
Then if somebody went out of their way to draw something like that, and they woke up in the morning and drew something like that, why should it shouldn't really matter, because there are classical arts and stuff in museums that's far, far worse than that.
Show me the museum with
Look
a dog
at
fucking a
Picasso's
kid.
work. Look
Show me
at
that museum. I'll buy a ticket right now. Show me that museum.
No, but
Yeah, you don't have to go far to look at something like that. And if the girl is 10 years old, then yes, I have a problem with it because that's horrible.
That's good.
If she
Wait,
looks
no,
like
this is-
she's 10,
Okay, so can we scrap the whole? It doesn't need to be based on a real person because that doesn't matter, right? Does it?
Jesus,
If they're
I shouldn't
10, if they're 10, it doesn't matter if it's based on a real person. It's bad, right?
yeah, it's bad.
Oh, cool. That's what we're saying.
all right. Well,
Sorry, I think very deeply, and I will go through a lot of layers to say what I need to say.
no, that's fine. I mean, like, you said that the anime character depicted as a 10-year-old. That's not okay. That's
Well,
Oh,
if you're going on the lines of, let's say Azuminga Daioh, and they're in school and they're having fun and it's a cute anime, or Lucky Star 7, I'm fine with it. But Lucky Star 7, They're like at least like 20 or 24 years old.
Yeah, but those are young / grown, like they're young women. Those are grown women. We're talking about a child here.
Yeah, I just brought up Azumin Gadayo. They're in school and stuff, but they don't do anything provocative. I don't watch those types of things, so I think that's fine. But if you're doing something provocative and you depict, you have this child drawing and is labeled as 10 years old, that's a problem.
Okay, all right. Well, we're in agreement then. We're in agreement.
Yeah, I will agree to a disagree to a certain extent, but
how you agree to us?
Agree with what?
We're okay with lollies that aren't being sexualized. We don't care.
No, I don't like lollies. Period.
Sorry.
I like them. I think they're adorable. As I told you, I have them on my little night attire. The Sailor Moon and stuff.
How would you like it if, I don't know, a big muscly man was doing something to that lolly character? Would you like it or dislike it?
Well, if somebody's doing that to a literal drawing, I think you need some mental help, psychological help. Huh?
So you don't like it?
I like it, but I like it to a certain extent. I will watch it in an anime and think I will watch Azumin Gadayo, or I watch Sailor Moon, or I watch When They Cry, Higurashi. Oh, I love Higurashi. Oh my goodness.
But isn't Higurashi a horror?
Yeah, I love horror and gore.
Yeah, but that's not what Sifu's asking. He's not saying would you not watch it, because sometimes things happen in shows when they're telling a story and it can be fucked up. But what we're saying is, if this Mimi Yanagi person, is drawing and commissioning and retweeting and liking artwork of a girl with a dummy in her mouth while she's bent over in a dog.
Oh, that's horrible.
Okay.
We're in agreement.
We're in agreement with that. I want to ask one more question just to see where you are. So say the same concept with your lolly. You said about Sailor Moon, right? The lolly character Sailor Moon.
I don't look into stuff like that.
Cool.
Like I said, I don't know anything about that S word. I'm not even going to say it.
Yeah, that's fine. But your lolly, would you like it if someone did art of your lolly getting mandingoed by some crazy character? Would you like that with your character specifically? The non-fictional.
I don't know what that means, and I wouldn't look up anything like that. So I would say that's on them. That's on them. I'm not looking it up. I wouldn't even know about it.
So you're basically saying
far away.
Okay.
I just like what I like, and I stay in my little bubble. I do not step my boundaries. I'm sorry.
The chat is killing me.
I thought it was your boundary because you're an artist and you was kind of defending it.
Well, yeah, it's what boundary? I'm an artist, but I don't really care. It's not my art. I did not draw it. I'm not gonna look into what I'm gonna say is. If you
then why defend any art then if you don't care? If it's not your art, you don't care about it. Why come up here and defend anyone's
I just don't care what you draw. If you wake up and draw something like that, it has nothing to do with me. Congratulations.
Okay, then you are respectfully, you're useless to society. If you just don't care, then
you're useless to society too.
I am. I can admit it though. If I see something bad, I'll happily say that's bad, but you'll be like, meh.
Yeah, I can happily say something is bad.
Well, you don't care. You just said you don't care.
Yeah, when I see it, it's bad. But if I don't,
you wouldn't say anything
see it for the rest of my life, I don't care.
Okay.
I really don't.
Cool.
I'm indifferent to.
Sure. I'm actually against CP. Just going to put that out there.
Oh, I'm against that 100%.
Yeah, you don't care. If someone else draws it, as long as you don't draw it, you're okay with it, apparently. So I care a little bit more than you do.
Oh, there's stuff that will make your head turn.
Away from you, probably, because you're okay with it.
No, away from you.
All right, let's.
Sorry.
Okay.
Let's get the next person on. Shoutmon, I
Bye,
appreciate you
Parrot.
coming on.
Bye, Parrot. Sorry, you're the If you think I'm bad, then I think there's something wrong with you.
I didn't say you was bad. I said you're just useless.
Oh, you're useless if you gotta suck up to somebody else and be on their live stream and abide by whatever they have to say and parrot and be on their shoulder the whole time and be a Chester. I think that's a useless person to society. You gotta latch on to somebody else to be relevant.
Yep, I'm a hollow stand.
That's bigger than you.
I'm a hollow stand. Yep, he is massive.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're hollow fans. That's your boyfriend. Oh, is that your boyfriend?
I wish.
You love him.
Hey, Shoutmon.
When that happens, can you draw some art of us, please?
I don't want to draw any art of you.
Don't do that.
Your big nose will take up the whole screen.
Don't do that. All right.
I would say something about your looks, but you're, I guess
I'm
you're too shy
beautiful.
to show yourself.
But you're,
I'm sure.
you're
If you was,
ugly.
I'm sure I see your picture
You're
right
just
now.
ugly
But
person. And that's a
I'm
woman
cool.
right next to you. I think that's a woman. I think that's a
next
woman.
to me,
Yeah.
what? Mike.
Yeah, I think that's a woman.
Oh,
You think I'm a woman?
Yeah, dude. I seen a
Wait, what?
I thought she was nervous and all like shy and stuff. Then she kind of
Wait,
switched.
hold
I was like, oh, that's.
Say
I
it
think
again.
that's a woman.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Say it again.
I said when I first saw you, I thought you were a woman.
Okay.
Ow.
You still think I'm a woman?
Now that you say that you're a dude, no,
Oh, okay.
How he has a beard?
doesn't matter. Women
Hey,
have.
How
true.
does that?
Some women.
Okay,
some
sorry, I
women
forgot that I still live in a
Hold
place
on.
called Germany where we are not completely fucked in the head. But it's okay.
Oh no, I don't. I'm not in Germany, but I'm not a bad person. I'm be honest. This
someone
person
told me
right
that.
here, there's something wrong with you, because
Well, me.
no,
With
that
me?
guy.
See,
No,
The black guy?
no,
The female over there.
The person right there with the marble on his wall.
Oh, okay. Because
think
it could
I'm a
be anyone
horrible
here,
person.
honestly. And you could meet anyone here who has a massive problem. Me, it could be me, and you would
No,
probably be
I
right.
don't even know you. But I know this person that's calling me a horrible person over literal drawings, art. There's classical art and art that you need
You're
to
right.
even
You're
have
right.
ID. Just Teddy. An ID to go into that's like horrible. I'm not even gonna. I haven't went to college for this. I'm a designer. I'm not even gonna even talk about. I had to literally leave the room. It's just people are just like that. You can't fix
Wait,
the
hold
world.
on. So, did you think I was a pretty woman at least? What
Fucking
was
hell,
your?
bro.
Did you think I was a pretty woman or an ugly woman?
You're all right.
I'll take that.
Am I a pretty girl? Like SpongeBob and stuff. Yeah, you're beautiful. And he just looks to the side.
All right, we're gonna get the next person. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm not a bad person.
All right, no, he never called you a bad person. He said that you were useless.
I'm not useless. He is. Bye, parrot.
Okay.
Mike, Mike? Well, I don't know what to. No, I'm not gonna say anything.
Say it, Finn.
No, I don't.
Tell me,
No, I don't.
Tell me my nose is big. You
The
can do
chat
it.
already said any. It's fine. Why? But why do we have a grovel? I think it's called.
Oh, well, because
I'm judge.
there you go. I'm judge.
Okay. You're just.
I'm judge. But
Did he
listen,
call
I'll
you
take that.
Chester? Did he call you a parrot? And did he say Chester? You're a Chester?
I don't know what that bit was. I don't know what a Chester is. You know, I thought it was like an anime thing.
I don't know, but that's why I wanted to know as well.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know what that is. I just repeat what Mike says.
I didn't want to get into that person because they didn't seem all there, so I was like, just leave it. It's fine. Like I understand there'll be an insulting, but it wasn't like. I mean, they thought I was an alright looking lady.
Oh, Jester.
I'll
Okay,
take it.
okay, Jester. Okay, I get it.
Oh, did I read that one? My bad. All right, let's get PK on, and then we'll wrap it up.
Cool.
Hey everybody, what's good?
What's going on, man?
Yo.
You right?
I've been chilling. I think Shoutmon brought up an interesting point. Mike, if you were a girl, would you let C4 hit?
Hey.
I don't know what the fuck is going on there. But
you know, Urban Boy frequents my chats. So
yeah,
you provided him, like 10
good
years worth of content.
Good. I hope I do. Before I start, I wanted to say that I thought Birdman was a little silly for thinking that like the big FGC heads would talk about other artists like Max. Max would not touch this shit with a 10-foot pole unless it's about like games or like something he actually cares about. He is not touching this shit.
Yeah, well, Max doesn't like. A lot of people get onto Max for like not swimming in the mud.
Yeah, he just stays in his own lane, and I can't. I
ain't got no problem with that. Like, not everybody needs to be calling out these things. I think it's good as a society for us to call out things we don't like, or at least have conversations. But when I go to Maximilian's channel, I'm not really there listening to his takes on society. Like, I want to hear him talk about games. He's really good at that. So when people get onto him from about, I'm just like, yeah, but there's loads of us that are doing it. You don't need Max to do it.
And Ernesto might do it though, as when everything is settled and he has full information. Ernesto might do it.
Ernesto might, yeah.
Just one thing before you continue. Just to fix it in the past. It's the German in me, like the picture behind you. That's like not
the horse or the painting.
The painting, like it's.
Oh,
you need to correct that.
He wants you to straighten it.
Yeah, it's straighten it. Yeah.
Bro, did you just have an earthquake or something? What is
exactly.
Okay, so on Saturday I went to go help out. Okay, here's some more. So this one, bro, I forgot what this is supposed to be a reference for, but
I know the painting. I think the original. I know the original.
I had it slanted, because I liked it slanted. So when I came back from helping my friend clear out an apartment, I got to keep this picture, and he was like, tilt it like this, so when the boys see it in the Discord, they'll get pissed. So it's staying like that. You have to.
It worked. It worked. It worked.
Did you have any questions, PK, or anything you want to say?
Well, like I said under your post, it's a very messy situation. I don't like to really talk about it a whole lot because it's extremely vitriolic discourse. I'm working on a video right now that kind of talks about it, but it's in relation to voice acting, Lolly and Shota stuff, and I've noticed that it's like a deeper topic than I thought it was, because like at one point I sent you a screenshot on Twitter. Like you could talk about I've seen multiple posts where people say that they're CSAM survivors, and they will say that a Lolicon and Shotacon isn't a pedo stuff, which I'm not gonna argue with someone who claims they're a survivor, but it's stuff like that. You sometimes have to, I guess, think about both sides, because I'm only speaking for myself. I've been on the internet for a long time. I'm numb to seeing this stuff. It doesn't bother me. I think it's completely valid. If you think it's weird, creepy, degenerate, illegal, that's fine. But me personally, I won't care as long as you aren't involving real kids. And there have been examples like Shadman, and I guess you could say another artist, -8. I have
You okay
notes.
there?
Yeah. I was on the thing, but I kind of lost my train of thought. But oh, I think people because I see so many people like be against it, which is fine, but I think people's attention would be better served going after those who harm real children, because unfortunately in my life I've come across a lot of people, well, not a lot, I would say like a handful, who have done harm to real kids. Like, for example, Theo.
Wait, because you're making the argument of like, it's just like taking the police off the street is making it so we can't get like. What I want to know is, do you not think we can do both?
Do both of what exactly?
Go after the people that are doing physical harm to kids, and go after the people that are drawing up kids.
Yeah, we could, but again, I personally don't care for the art, so I don't know. It's kind of weird to me that someone could get locked up over art, unless they're drawing real kids. Like I saw like hours before I came on here, I started seeing posts about Mimi is actually a dude and had real a CP, and if he was doing that, hey, lock that nigga up. I ain't gonna argue against that shit. But
for having CP, but if they drew CP, you're okay with it?
No, what like real kids or fictional?
Well, they're drawing, so it's not. If it's a drawing, it's not real. So you think it's bad if they have actual CP, like film recording of kids? You think that's bad, but if they drew it, you haven't got a problem with it.
Yeah, I don't really care.
That's a madness. You're a madness.
Why don't you care? Like, why don't you care about the intention? Like, someone has decided to put pen to paper and draw a child in a really compromising situation. Why would that be overlooked?
It just that doesn't faze me. I guess
even their mindset.
I treat it as stuff that I don't like seeing, because if I don't like it, I'll just scroll past it. So you can have your opinion, but I just see it as art, because I don't see the real victim if it's art, right? Like, I don't think there's a real person being harmed unless they're like, hey, I saw this kid off the street, I'm gonna draw them or something like that, if that makes sense.
Well, why does it have to be an active victim for us to call out it being disgusting and us saying that this sort of person should probably have their hard drive looked? Remember, you're getting a pen and paper, right? The gears are turning in your head, and the gears have landed on, I'm going to draw a child in a very, very provocative manner. Like that, if I scroll past something and I see that person, I'm already looking at them like, why the fuck would you draw that? It's not that you can't draw it. It's not that it's a real person. It's why would you did.
Yeah.
Why did you do that? What possessed you to do that? Like, if I showed you a really wacky drawing that made no sense, you'd probably go, what like, it might not be weird or anything, but it might be wacky enough that you go, what made you draw that? You would just ask the question. What I don't understand is everyone's harping on there's no victim. People on Twitter are not asking, but what made you draw that? Like, what would you draw something like that?
No, well, mostly because I can't draw, but no, I wouldn't.
But why wouldn't you? Why?
I just wouldn't. There's like, I'd rather draw stuff I like and care about than lollies and shodas.
All right, but come on, you make video essays, bro. You can give me a deeper response than that. Why would you not draw a lolly?
What about if I paid you?
Commissioned
if you paid me?
Yep.
How much we talking?
$1,000.
$1,000?
Yep. Would you draw CP for $1,000?
Why did you stop to think about that?
Money is money. But no, I probably wouldn't.
Are you trolling right now?
No, I wouldn't.
That's mad. That's mad. Do you know what? I don't even know what to say. I would imagine that most well-adjusted grown man's response immediate would be, hell no, I'm not drawing that shit. Like, it's this. Imagine somebody was drawing a stylized anime cat. Like, just imagine sitting next to somebody and they're drawing that shit in front of you. Are you just chilling, or you're not being like, bro, what the fuck are you doing?
I'd be like, why are you drawing that in public? I'd be a little weirded out, but that's their business. I won't, because I don't really get mad about a lot of stuff. So if someone's doing something that I don't like, I'll call it out. But no, that's a shady point. I don't know where I'm going with that. Never mind. But
Hey, I'm getting the impression.
I usually just mind my business.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression that you probably saw Mimi's work and just thought this ain't a big deal.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay. Have you've been listening to the stream though? You've heard us describe it.
Every so often, yeah.
So based on what we've described, is it just a sort of shrug shoulders thing for you?
I mean, it's fucked up, but it's gross. I'm not sure what I can say about it that no one else has. At least from what I'm hearing about it, right? But that's their business. I don't feel compelled to, make a call to action if it's something that doesn't, agitate me or something. You see what I'm saying?
If someone's drawing pictures of minors and they're hyper realistic, but they're not necessarily based on somebody, was that something that you maybe change your tune to, or is it just as long as it's not an actual person?
I'm not sure how to define hyper realistic.
Just a photorealistic, like, let's say, like, we can all imagine a face in our heads.
Mm-hmm.
I think they say the faces that you see in your dreams are people that you've encountered, but you probably just don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say it's something like that. Now, this person is never going to know that you've drawn this of them, or like, let's say it's your friend. They're not going to know that. They're not going to be a victim because they're not going to know per se, but it's still them drawing a picture of this person. Would you look at that and be like, like, I'm gonna scroll past that, or it's not my business, or would it be like, as part of the community, is that not a call to action situation?
I do feel like it'd be a call to action, a situation, but like I said, I'm kind of numb to seeing this stuff. So.
Yeah, but your personal feelings aside, do you not? Maybe, and it's fine if you say no, but being in a community or being the leader of a community, or like on your own channel, or whatever, do you not feel obligated to do certain things that maybe you don't necessarily care about in the interest of other people?
Could you say that again, please? I don't quite like. Do you mean if I set my personal feelings aside, would I like make a call to action for the people instead of like for myself?
Yeah, because obviously somebody drawing that stuff, like I said, they're going through the motions and they're putting pen to paper and drawing something sick like that. So Chibi Reviews was trying to be like, oh, now that all the information has come out, we can connect the dots, but it's very obvious where someone's mind is at when they're doing certain things. Like I was giving the example earlier, if you come to my house and you see drawings of dinosaurs everywhere, you're going to assume I'm into dinosaurs. And I'd probably go to the British Museum. I probably like Jurassic Park. You can make the connection there without having to know that all of those things are true. So if you see somebody doing that stuff, you might be like, whatever, but you know that this is a pipeline to something much worse. So as somebody with a level of influence or like power in the scene, would you not use that to like raise alarm bells about it, because somebody could get harmed?
I would have to see if there's more to it. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't want to make an assumption and be wrong. Because I analyze stuff and I look for patterns in a lot of things, but I probably would call it out if I see there's if I see there's more to it that's like, all right, this nigga's weird as fuck. Because I'm speaking about this from the perspective of the video that I'm making, kind of. The person that I have in my my little thing, her name is Maxstar, and she was caught saying the hard R both in erotic audios and outside of it, and she's done voices for lollies and shotas, and people.
Can I ask why you're doing a video on her? Did she do something bad?
So on my feed, right? So I don't know who Maxstar is, right? I've only seen her when I've seen like her name tagged in her work, right? So I'm scrolling through Twitter and I see this post by Nova. It's another voice actor. And he's like, "Hey, I feel uncomfortable with your use of the hard R and your involvement in CP in the past." Perfectly fine, right? He's no that let me explain. It's fine for him to express his uncomfortability. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, cool. Okay.
And so Maxstar's like, "Oh, well," what did she say? She's like, "This is why I don't work with low-level VAs. You'll never reach past 1,000 followers, especially with your type of mindset." And I was like, damn, she roasted the fuck out of him. So I got a little nosy. I'm looking at what people are saying. And the document, it's ass. It's not well made, but there's like so much more shit that I don't want to talk about here, but because the story's like getting deeper and deeper and deeper with like the ex-boyfriend and she has a stalker, all this stuff.
So the reason I was asking you the question is because earlier you were saying about how if you'd see CP, you would just scroll past it. And I was like, well, this Max person must have done something really bad for you to pay attention to it. But obviously you've got your video you need to make, so I'm not going to make you spoil the video. I think it's a bit mad. No, I've got one more question before I say it's a bit mad.
Yeah.
If you got like a Discord, like your own Discord.
Yeah, I do.
If someone was posting CP in your Discord, would you
ban? Insta ban. I don't want this because it's not the type of community I want. I don't want people spamming porn in my community.
Okay,
because I don't want to see it like every day or at all, if I'm be honest.
So they're not allowed to post hentai in your Discord?
No, I don't allow porn in my server. No.
Okay. Because you don't want to. What is it? Because you don't want people in your Discord to see it, or you're just against it, or?
I just don't want porn in my server.
Okay.
But
I mean, that's a good thing. But
no, that is a good thing. But what's the reason though?
Because it's mostly because I could have minors follow me, right, and they could join, and then they see porn. I don't want to expose minors to porn through my community. I think that's weird.
That's fair.
Like it feels. I wasn't expecting the answer, to be honest. You sound responsible, and it's like I wish you would have taken that responsibility to the public. It's like in your Discord, you're like, yeah, this is bad. We don't have that here, and you acknowledge that it's bad. But in public, you're like, meh. Keep scrolling. But the same
Yeah,
thing could happen in public.
Yeah, because I'm like I said, I just have a different a perspective because I won't feel inclined to act if all you're talking about is fictional characters. Because most of the call outs that I've seen, they focus on Undertale, Deltarune, stuff like that. And I'm glad there's no real kids, but I just can't find it in me to care if all you're talking about is oh, this dude is drawing Undertale porn with themes that I don't like. I just kind of brush it off and move on.
That's fair enough. It's not everyone's fight.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I fucked up. I apologize for walking away. Would you make CP for $1,000? I actually didn't hear the answer.
No. I'd probably need a little bit more than that, but nah.
Okay.
Don't walk off.
Okay.
That walk off was funny. You're a funny guy, bro. I saw you trolling the last dude that was on here. That shit was funny.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? I respect you. You've been the answer is crazy, but you're being honest about you would draw CP for a certain amount of money. But again, because you said you have a responsibility to your Discord where you'd be like, yeah, just no porn whatsoever. It's like there's a bit of responsibility there that I get. I just don't know why you wouldn't extend that.
Like if
drawing CPs are actually, no, I'll take it back. Drawing CPs actually mad. I don't know why I said that. Drawing CP is mad.
If it's fictional characters, I won't care. But if you're basing this as like, yeah, I was at the playground and I saw these kids, I'm like, fuck no, hell the fuck no.
But PK, they're based off children. Like, I don't know why everyone's pretending. You don't need to know the person. We know the anatomy of these characters is based on children. That's all that matters here. Everyone that is saying that it's stylized and it's cartoonish, that's all.
And it's about the body type and stuff like that.
We all know that's BS. If you're drawing that sort of stuff, whether it's hentai or it's hyper realistic, it is a CP. Like, that is what it is.
What in your brain? Like, I don't want it to be rude, but in your brain, you're saying that it's okay to have like Kid Goku banging Pan, and you don't see a problem with that.
I see a problem with the incest, but if
but why is the incest worse than the CP?
I don't think it's worse. I just again, if it's something that I don't like, I just scroll past it. I don't feel the need to just have a freak out about it.
Hold on a second. I understand that you scroll past it, but you're kind of skirting around this question.
You have an issue with the incest more than the CP part. So that I don't want to do the whole waffles and pancake thing, but it seems like you're saying, yeah, incest is bad, but CP, because remember, they're both fictional characters. They're both not real. So why does the incest part matter, but the CP part doesn't?
Well, I don't think it matters. I just think it's gross either way, if that makes sense.
Do you not think CP is gross?
I think it's gross, but oh, I thought Mike was going to say something because he hit his gavel.
No, I put it down. I'm flabbergasted, to be honest with you. Not the responses I was expecting out of you, but to each their own.
I don't understand it. I have to start.
I don't like it. I don't like consuming it. It's not my cup of tea. Like if y'all don't like it, then that's fine, right? But I kind of don't feel compelled to to have like a certain reaction, because again, it just doesn't bother me.
No, that's you're not compelled to react the way we did.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's up to you. I mean, look, I appreciate the honesty. Obviously, like a lot of people could come out here and just lie.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't see the point in that.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, obviously, I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't think you should ever accept any amount of money to draw CP. I think that the people just saying it's hyper stylized just diminishes it, and it's a way for them to skirt around their own sick, depraved practices.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get past an adult sitting there putting pen to paper and drawing children like that, and they are children. I want to hear none of this. Like, if you look at Goku and Vegeta, what do they look like to you?
They grown as men.
Goten and Trunks look like what?
They're kids. I don't know why I started there.
Yeah, they're kids, right? These people are saying they're not real. Yeah, we know they're not real, but in fiction, you depict characters a certain way. Harry Potter, Hermione, and what's the ginger one called again?
Ron
Weasley. Those are not adults, right? Well, at least in Philosopher's Stone, those are children, right? We can all see that those are children.
Yeah.
When you read when you read a Song of Ice and Fire, and they're talking about certain characters like Drogo, you know Drogo is a grown man. So these people that are like, oh, they're not real, you're idiots. Okay, I'm sorry. There's no other way to put it. You've got to be some level of stupid. That's how stories are told. They're able to tell us what age these people are, what gender they are, and if you take that and you decide to start drawing hypersexualized versions of these people, there's something wrong with you. Or at least when they're children. If you do it with Khaleesi and Drogo, whatever, go nuts. They're adults. No one cares. But was Khaleesi an adult in the show? I can't remember. There were a fair few questionable scenes in Game of Thrones. But you get my point. Those characters are depicted to be a certain way. And everyone that is skirting around that is just basically self-reporting. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I totally respect that point. But like I said before, and how I'm going to say in the video, in relation to Maxstar, people are way too focused on her saying the hard R and the voices that she's done, when there's a lot more to cover, a lot more important stuff. And like I said, I've known people that have done harm to real kids, which is unfortunate. Like I'll share a story. I'll try to make it as not graphic, but around the time when I used to role play on Twitter, I chose to try to catch pedos in the community. So I set up an account, and then the messenger just
why would you do that?
Just to weed out the people who are creeps and to see how easy it was. And it was not very surprisingly easy. It was extremely easy to do.
Well, okay, you can do the story. I don't think the story is going to help. Like, I believe you when you talk about the people you know, right? But you're going to say to us, you was some Skeeter Gene looking for pedos, but you're also the same person who has sold CP images to them. So I think you're LARPing as if you care, because you're making it out like you're catching these guys, but you would be the first person to supply them if they offered you enough money.
I see where you're coming from, but I don't think I'm LARPing at all.
So I mean, I think you're LARPing as in you care. I don't think you care about pedophiles.
You mean like care to catch them, or?
I think you're indifferent. I don't think you said like you was trying to lure them out. While you're role playing. Maybe you did it to me. I think you did it for maybe clout, views or something because you didn't really care that they were pedophiles because you would give them content. Morally, you give them content. So you don't think they're doing anything that bad because it's not incest. But the CP part, you're like, meh.
Like I said, if it's fictional, then I won't really care. But if it's real kids, then I'm not gonna touch that at all.
Okay.
What,
I can
what kind of content do you think these people would like? A picture of Tsunade or a picture of Sakurai in the first Naruto series?
Soccer in the first pre time skip.
Right. So they would
Hell,
like
maybe younger than that.
Yeah, they'd like anime / hentai style characters. So if what I think what C4 was saying is that you would catch them but also supply that to them.
No, I wouldn't have it on. No, I see what he's saying, but I wouldn't supply them. That'd be fucking weird as shit if I actually did that.
But didn't you say that if they commission you for the right price, you'll draw it?
Yeah, money is money.
So yeah, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you care much about the principle of catching them because you would supply them with it. You'd catch them.
Oh no, I do.
Don't worry about the real stuff. I got this artwork stuff that I'll draw for you. That's some. I mean, that's a crazy business model. Catching pedophiles, get them off of the real stuff, and then draw it for them. I've never heard about that. That's a. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's a bit mad. It's a bit mad.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Kind of scary. It's kind of scary that you have people that are saying that they want to catch predators, but they're also the people that are gonna push the habit with fictional characters, but like with no harm. It's like you're trying to make a victimless crime because you're drawing the CP instead of going here's real pictures of them. Maybe I'm wrong. I think that's pretty bad. I think that's actually worse than the person before who didn't care. But I don't know. I don't know what Mike. I don't know what Mike thinks.
Boy, I am speechless. Like, those things can't coexist. You can't do both of those things. You can't add to the degeneracy of our society and clean it up at the same time. Especially in that instance, it just doesn't work. It's like if I'm being completely honest, BK, what that sounds like, that particular thing, that sounds like the worst kind of grift imaginable. Like, you're capitalizing on a really sort of like prolific problem, but also catching them to get them in trouble. Like, I can't even wrap my head around those two things. Like, how could those two things coexist?
It probably could. I'm not sure. I just think about, possibilities, but in reality, I wouldn't take money to draw lollies and shodas.
All right. Well, was there anything you wanted to add on?
The story. Sorry. So the dude that I found was 19. I'll say his name is Mike. And
no, let's not say his name was Mike. Let's choose a different name.
Okay.
A name of a person is not here.
I know who you're thinking about, and
Mike,
I know the similarities. Because he'll show up any second.
But let's just call him Benjamin.
Yeah, a Benjamin. So he was into lollies, shodas, incest, and gore. He would just send these pictures at any given moment. He even had a doujin that he sent me page by page with the same exact kinks that he had. But
why did he send that? Why was he comfortable sending that to you?
Because he thought that I was a 12-year-old girl who wanted to role play with him. That's why.
Oh, you were.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so while trying to like, talk to him and stuff, right? I don't actually have a brother, but I'm playing the character. So yeah, I'm like, yeah, I have a baby brother. He gave me instructions to do things to the baby brother.
We get it.
Yeah.
Has this evidence been given to the police?
It has, but what I remember happening when I sent it was, I think I was told not to speak to him again. So there's a guy in Australia that I managed to get a trial for with the help of one of my friends. So I've had okay success, but it was way too easy, way too easy. And I'm way more concerned about people like that, or people at my school. In my high school, there's a dude, Alex. He was messing with girls way younger than he was, like 14 to 16 when he was like 19 or 20. Just stuff like that. I would rather put my focus on those harming kids than people drawing pictures, which, again, feel how you feel, but that's just how I see things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I suppose as long as you're cleaning up the streets and not providing it, then I'll see
you can check my hard drive.
I'm at a loss.
I would like it checked, but obviously it's too far away. I hear the story, I understand it. I think there's something going on in your you know what? Fuck. Finn might be right. We might have to do a tier list for this shit. Because I don't understand how CP's not at the top, but incest and the other things that you said were kind of a concern to you.
Well,
I thought we was all working on the same tier list, but apparently it's subjective. So I have to go away and think about how other people rate bad actions. Yeah, I thought I had this. I thought I knew this, but I didn't. I didn't know the tier list, which is sad.
Yeah, I don't want to do a tier list on degeneracy because we're gonna go into the depths of hell with that one. There's some
a lot of layers.
One and Dunning S tier. Any objections?
A one and Dunning lolly enthusiast would be S tier. PK, we're gonna let you go there, bro, because I know these guys need to get to sleep as well. I appreciate you coming on.
See ya.
Take care, man.
Goodbye, PK.
In a bit.
Let me ask you one final thing, guys. So I was listening, but at the same time I was researching the Coroners and Justice Act 2009 and the German state of things. So let me ask you. In your country, as far as I know, Great Britain, it is actually illegal. It doesn't matter if it's fictitious even or not. They only care about if it's like depicting a child. They don't care about it if it's fictitious or not. So in Germany, pretty weird. In Germany, they will have a problem with that in the future, I can tell you. Because right now, if it's manga, hentai, anime, that kind of shit, it's well, how do I say this? You go, king. Like, you can do anything, it doesn't fucking matter. They don't care. Funny enough, they care, even if it's completely fictitious in a manga, they care about the sorry, how do I translate this? If you publicize it and distribute it. So you are not allowed to do that. But you are allowed to create it, you are allowed to own it, and you are allowed to download it and look at it and all of that, right? And even, funny enough, you can show your friends. But you're not allowed to, like, basically, how do I say this? Profit, or if you had a old school, like, VHS store, right? Like, you're not allowed to do that.
Distribute it.
Funny enough, then, and lawyers and judges will have a big problem with that in the future, or even right now. It's the, how do I translate this? How do I say this? Okay, you guys need to help me out.
Is it? I know that they've got something similar with drugs. Something the intent to supply.
No, it's between purely fictitious. You're good to go. Like, you can draw anything you'd like. We don't care. But they say wirklichkeitsnah, which means, like, basically it approaches realism. So if you were to generate, and this is right now, if you were to generate a photorealistic, like, you know how powerful CGI is, right? Even with AI today, right? So if you were to produce a photorealistic depiction of a child getting what, you know what? That is actually not okay. That is a crime. So they will have fun with that, like, because they drew a line and said, well, if it approaches reality. So now in Germany, probably judges have to decide, is that real enough, right? So that's a big problem. But classic anime stuff, classic everything you see in anime or cartoon, hentai, like that's free for all, no problem. But what I'm interested in, guys, let's say you are the king of Germany, right? Would you criminalize it if it wasn't? And what specifically would you two criminalize it?
What, the drawing? Yeah.
Like anything of it. Like, would you, like, if it's like, is it okay if it's an anime? If it looks like an anime, or is it
drawing, downloading, watching?
But what? Like, would you do the German approach and say we need to make a cut between it is photorealistic, like real human beings, or
nope? I don't care. It could be a stick. If the stick man that they drew looked over 18 and the stick woman they drew looked under 18, I'd send them. I don't care about the realism part. It doesn't make a difference to me.
You don't care about it, so you would find them guilty of like a crime?
Yep. There's so many things you can do on the planet Earth. You don't need to do that.
Yeah. Based on what we've seen, I don't know if you've seen the pictures of what Mimi Yanagi was drawing. Just those alone, the anime variants, not the stuff they found after. Yeah, you would get in trouble for that. Yeah. That is an anime character depicting a girl around 10 or younger doing insane shit. You are a problem. Why are you drawing that shit? I'd actually ask them, tell me why. I don't want to hear I like it. I don't want to hear oh, it's my expression. I want to hear, why did you draw that shit? Yeah. Specifically, what makes you like drawing this stuff? I want to know the reason. And what I would do is I would make sure that those hearings are recorded for everybody else to hear. That person should be named and shamed, because that shit is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but all of this, like we heard earlier on of that Chibi Reviews guy, even he said he has his lines. So all of these people that are like freedom of expression, they've all got their lines. Our line's over here, and their line is over there. We don't agree. This is my line. Like, no, if you're drawing that shit, you're gonna be called into question.
You know the bit that really makes me think, oh no, just fucking throw away the key, is because it's such an easy fix. If you can have the craziest hentai technical stuff ever, and as long as the girl is of age, I don't care. I really don't care. All you have to do is make her look.
What about the loopholes there? Because how do you? I mean, it's dumb to, because you know when you look at it, but you know that you could have characters looking not of age directly, and they still are. They have like a petite body or some shit. Like, would you let that fly, or would you be like, come on, like don't even try that?
It doesn't have to be this way. They don't have to be petite. They just don't.
Well,
you can have someone petite that doesn't look under 18. That is doable.
Yeah, there's a like Soy Fon is a good example, right? She's a petite character in Bleach, but she doesn't look like a little girl. She just looks like a petite woman. I mean, we've all met petite women before. We can tell the difference in a petite woman and a little girl. I don't think any of us have ever made the like, oh, is she in year 11 or is she going to a job? Like, I have never made that mistake. That's not something that happens in real life. So when people are drawing these things, it's very intentional. And when I watch certain things, I can tell. Like even people use Rukia as an example. And like Rukia doesn't look like a little girl. She looks very like a very petite woman. People use Soifun as an example. She's very easy to tell that that's not a little girl. That's just a petite woman. So I think these people do it intentionally. And I wouldn't do the over like what C4 was saying, where she's overage and it's okay, because they hide behind that as well. They'll get a character like Pansy in Dragon Ball, and Pansy will be like, "Oh, I'm actually 100 years old," and they're gonna use that and be like, "Well, she's 100 years old. It's not." But it's clearly a child. Pansy is clearly based on a child. So
I care what the character looks like. The character has to look over 18. That's what I said. I'm just saying 18 as a number, but yeah, I don't care about the law. They have to look.
But C4, that's a problem already. If
it's not a problem.
I can show you 18-year-olds that look like 12. I probably can find that.
Yeah, that's in real life. I'm talking about drawings. If you want to draw someone looking ambiguous, then play silly games, win stupid prizes. If you want to toe that line and make them look just above 18, you're just about a pedophile, so we'll get rid of you.
Okay, how about let's take the most famous bait character, right? Mary Rose. Too much? Too I mean,
is that that's the Dead or Alive?
Dead or Alive Mary Rose, yeah.
Yeah, no, bro, Mary Rose has got a costume you can't even wear on screen.
Yeah, to the pen with you.
Yeah, bro,
to the pen.
Mary Rose has got costumes that you can't put on screen. You'll literally get your channel in serious fucking shit if you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, she insane. Yeah.
Then let me ask you, let's not take me as an example. If someone were to do that, what's the geez, my English today, the penalty, what's the fucking word for the expected punishment in the legal sense? Doesn't fucking matter. What's your punishment in Germany? In Germany, if it's real, like if you try to actually emulate real CP, it's. I mean, I don't know why why it's so weird. It's 6 months to 10 years. So like they have a really big, what's the word? A really big,
Do you know what the thing is for me, Finn? Is that like talking about legalities is like it's a difficult conversation because you need to sit down and actually work through it because people will find loopholes. My thing with this is like we're not in the legal field. We're not going to prosecute people. We're just over here having conversations and talking about how we're going to move as a community towards these kinds of people. Now, I'm not in charge of anyone, neither are any of us here. We can only have the conversation and suggest. But I'm of the mindset that in certain situations where the law doesn't need to get involved or you don't know where to necessarily like place it, as a community, we should be pretty well integrated into society to know what is acceptable and what isn't. But I can't control what everybody's doing. I can just control my movements and who I have around me. And I know that, like I've done controversial talks like this before. I always get people saying, "Oh, I liked you, Mike, but you spoke about the thing that I like in a derogatory way, so I'm out." And I always say to them, "Well, thanks for watching. See you later." And like I know with this discussion as well, there's going to be people that are like, "I don't fuck with that guy anymore," which is fine. But I think we've got to have hard stances on this, otherwise.
Just for me, it's just out of personal interest because you both said like, yeah, this should be criminalized. And if you were the judge, just like let's take the I forgot the name who draw the dog thing, right? What would you judge that person to, Mike?
I would put him in. I would see if they're what's the fucking word? Now my English is fucked. Not redemption. What is it? Fucking when you put someone in prison and you want to reform. Ah, okay. If there's no chance of reform, for life. We just don't need that person in society.
Yeah, I'd probably want to understand. So I would, for what specifically what that person did,
Yeah.
I would lock them up for it. And I want to question it. I'd be like, I need to understand. I need you to walk me through, because you people don't think this is a problem, but you think this is a problem. So I need to understand why you don't think that what you've done is a problem. So I would lock them up for education purposes, for my benefit, and I guess for everybody else's.
How long?
In terms of like length, it would depend on the gravity of the crime. With this person, they were caught with both fictional and non-fictional CP. So that is a lock away the key situation. I'm sorry, like.
Okay, I didn't even. They had real. Okay.
Yeah, there's like a 6-year investigation on them, and they've been uncovering stuff. You know, everyone's like, oh, you know, now we have more information. It's like, no, dummy. Like, you can connect the dots. Like it was all over the place from the beginning. The first thing that we saw, we knew something was off here. So they found more stuff. Without the real stuff, and if it was just hentai drawings, then I would probably go down C4's route, like trying to understand rehabilitation. I think what the UK government said was like, you can't draw this shit anymore. Like you have to draw for safe content, and everyone was like, how dare they? And I was like, wait, they're not in prison. They are out. Nope. They're out on bail, and they've told them, don't draw this disgusting shit and you won't have a problem. And people are going, oh, the UK government's, they're out of line. I'm like, what? Well, I don't understand what they did. Like, I don't like a lot of the things the UK government does, but I think they were pretty reasonable there. Don't draw that shit and you can stay outside.
Literally, the equivalent of going, oh, you stole from this shop? Okay, you can go back home, just don't steal again.
It's like when you watch people getting into arguments with cops, and the cops saying, yeah, don't do that again. And he's like, don't touch my window. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Just stop. You've got an out. Mimi Yanagi's got an out. They've said to him, don't do it again, and you're out. Like they're not in prison. They haven't been locked up. They were probably taken into a holding cell, and they were probably questioned. Knowing how the police work over here, they probably kept them there. They might have even kept them there overnight. Mimi Yanagi, just to wrap it up, because I actually do have their statement on here.
They made a statement.
Yeah,
I know
Mimi
one of their
Yanagi
friends did.
Oh, it might have been one of their friends on their account.
Okay.
Let me find it. I had it on here somewhere.
But yeah, if it was just art, I would say minimum 10, and then we'll see if they start defending it, then I'll say another 10. Then you keep getting 10, and if you're trying to defend your fucking drawing of CP,
you would give them 10 years for drawing like even like a hentai style art little girl.
The little girl part is the important bit. Yeah, you can draw a hentai. If it's a little girl in the hentai, then 10 years minimum. Yeah.
Does any one of you know how the UK handles, like, for real? I'm actually asking this out of curiosity, because let's say, because I think you and me, we have both access to the same Pornhub version. Like, let's say I'm just there, like, whatever. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just very curious. If you go on Pornhub and there is loli shit, right? On Pornhub. So, like, does the UK filter that out, or is it my responsibility to just not click on that?
No, Pornhub's banned over here. You can't even get on it.
Oh, okay, didn't know. Okay, so your country just mad, like, okay.
They said
tyrannical.
Like Pornhub already had issues with like exploitation and stuff.
Yeah, revenge porn and stuff. Like,
yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on there that all of us would agree is really fucked up. That shouldn't be on there. Posting revenge porn of people is deplorable, and posting explicit content of minors is deplorable. And I'm pretty sure, allegedly, that was all being done on Pornhub, and there was like a big cleanup that happened. So that side was already cooked. But like whether people are for or against porn, the reality is that porn has an extremely dark side, and it's not that hard to find it. And those sort of things are going to happen. People do sick and depraved things. A lot of people think, don't ban my porn or whatever. I'm fine, whatever. But porn is porn is a net negative for society. So I don't like the government like banning stuff for us. Like I'm against them doing it, but it doesn't mean that I'm for porn. Like I think that's the thing that people have a hard time reckoning with. I can be against the government doing stuff, and there might be a better way of us going about it as a society. But this thing is also bad. This thing has also got a lot of disgusting material on it, which it did. These are not rumors. These were really terrible things on that website.
Yeah, I honestly, me personally, I really don't know where I stand, because I can see the next guy. It's just because with this stuff, I really want to criminalize it in my mind, in my heart, right? But I can hear the next guy coming in and saying, well, we should also criminalize alcohol. Like, we should forbid alcohol in society. And then we get, you know what I mean, guys? Like, you know what I mean, right? It's like, I don't know. I really want to, where my heart is, but I don't know. You know what I mean, guys?
I think you should ban. I think banning things that are bad for you the government should do that. Probably won't agree, but I think something like smoking should be banned. I don't know why they allow us to smoke. You can make the argument that, oh, well, if the government banned it, then it would just be like every other drug where people find a way around it. But I don't know why the government is okay with giving people cancer. Coming from a smoker.
That is a very deep philosophical discussion, right, about freedom. And that's really deep. We should do that in the future, maybe.
As a society, I think different societies have worked out what works for them and what doesn't. When I've gone to Amsterdam, no one really smoking cigarettes out there. The only time I've seen people smoking cigarettes is like this, like very specific areas. At least last time that I went, most of the time it's just weed that they're smoking, and they seem to be pretty okay with it. But like I've been to other places, like islands or whatever, where they have their own rules and they're like, no smoking here. Like, we don't do smoking. We don't do any cigarettes. It just depends on the society and how people how they've worked out how they're gonna function together. I wouldn't want to ban alcohol because I think that there's a little bit more nuance of alcohol and the way people handle it. I would be for banning cigarettes because it's just bad. It's just purely bad. Yep. But with alcohol, like I could be sitting here with my girl and be like, oh yeah, I just wanna have a cocktail with her. Want to have a tequila sunrise. It's in moderation. It's okay. Smoking in moderation it's just flat bad. You're just taking years off your life. You can drink spirits in moderation and you'll be okay. Obviously, if you're just downing beers, all that yeast is getting into you. Obviously, it's fucked up. So there's different things that can be harmful, but we understand as a society that we can govern this and things are going to be okay. Because if we got really tyrannical like that, people are just going to start banning cars, because how many people die in car accidents all the time? How many times do people use cars to run other people over? But we understand the society, we need cars, and most of us can be responsible with them. But we'll criminalize the people that misuse them.
Like that's why I don't know, because you assume the reasonable thing that if we have laws like this and we make precedences for that people in the future will come and they have like common sense, right? Like your common sense, my common sense. But I'm not so sure. Like, that's where I'm not so sure. Like, there will always come a motherfucker and says, well, there's legal precedence for it. We are now banning this on the same, legal grounds, or in the same avenue, the same loophole, or the same statue, or whatever. And that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about.
With that, it always comes down to, is this thing worth fighting for as a society? I think that with alcohol, I think it is worth keeping it legalized. I think if you ban alcohol, you're going to open up a whole can of worms with gangsters and whatever, and people in the underworld, and it's just going to get messy, and it doesn't need to be. Like, we worked out, like, bars know when someone's hit their limit. We know when we're not supposed to be crossing the line, but there's always going to be people that ruin it for everybody else. But I don't think we should take away all the fun things in society because of that. But then I think there's other things in society that we know this is actually just this. There's nothing worth fighting for here. We're just dying on a hill that we don't need to die on.
Get rid of the net negatives. smoking is a net negative. CP is a net negative. It's really that simple. Like I said, alcohol, there is a benefit, even if it's slim, even if it's for fun. You can make an argument that smoking is for fun, but it's killing yourself. So
but someone could come in and argue, well, the truly horrific side effects of alcohol, like a father once being like a stand-up citizen, like brought down by the alcohol, and now it destroys his entire family. Like basically like the drug argument, right? Drugs not only destroy a person, they can destroy like the whole life and families and stuff. Like someone could make that, or a drunk driver, right? Why would should we even risk it?
It's not a net negative. I've heard that fucking lost it. Like a glass of wine a day is good for your heart or some shit. But there is benefits
it's
to drinking
not
alcohol.
okay. I agree with you. It's not a net negative, but someone could make the argument of it's a negative enough.
Oh, I wouldn't buy that. I just care if it's a net negative.
You wouldn't
all the time. But we're not talking about these imaginary people.
Yeah, but it's a real concern for me when you start restricting the freedom to do something or to consume something. Like that's a concern that I have. Not that you do it or I do it.
I see what you're saying.
Other people,
I think there's no arbitrary. Like I know it's kind of like a slippery slope, but I'm saying if it's always bad, ban it. There's no if it's sometimes bad or mostly bad. If you can tell me the slight 0.1% that CP and smoking is good for you, then I'll be like, oh, I have to reconsider because then my line's arbitrary. But I think those two things are always bad. Always.
Yeah, I think that people look at things in a very linear way. And smoking and alcohol is a really good example of this, because smoking, if you were to look at smoker on a pie chart and be like, okay, what is worth fighting for here? What are the benefits? What do people get out of this? What good can be had? I think you would struggle to find one good thing about smoking. There's nothing. There's nothing about smoking tobacco that is good. Like cigarettes, it's all bad. But with alcohol, there are plenty of bad things, and we've seen that alcoholism can be really, really, really detrimental to society. We've seen people get hooked on it, but I can also look at alcohol on the other side and be like, okay, well, there's these things that are good about it, and there's these things and these things, and then you weigh up, is this worth fighting for? I think when people become absolutist about things, we encounter the same kind of problems as when people are carefree about every single thing. Sometimes things need to have hard lines, and sometimes you can be like, okay, we don't need to police this, and this thing does need to be policed because this is really bad and there's no positives whatsoever.
Do you think it should be put? Do you think issues like this, maybe let's say you and me, we wanted to do that. Let's say we wanted to ban alcohol, or honestly even the drawing thing. Do you think it should be put to a vote, literally a nationwide vote?
Personally, I would go full dictatorial on what Mimi did, but we live in a society, right? It's a democratic society. If we were deciding as a society what to do with it, then for democracy's sake, we would have to put it to a vote. But personally speaking, that for me is it's pretty clear cut. If I put that to a vote in my society and I lost, I'd be like, well, I'm just gonna go. You guys have it. You guys win. You got it.
Yeah, I'm just saying this because that I don't want to make this whole philosophical thing, but there are countries on this planet who have customs and even laws that you would be like, that's insane, that's mental, that would never fly in the UK. You could even put it to a vote, and the vote would be 99% to 1. Yeah. But there are countries on this planet who have, we don't need to name examples, but you know what I mean, right? And they say, no, that is the right way of living. This is the right way of living. Your way of living is dog shit. And they are convinced. So this is why maybe I would put it to a vote, because democracy and shit. But I also get
You're right. I don't know. It has to go to a vote for the sake of that society. But that's also why we have walls and barriers and borders. You can do your thing over there. That's your country. Do what you want. But you're not from here. It's like when I have, because we have a lot of American viewers on this channel, and obviously there's quite a few cultural differences, especially of how certain rhetoric is received. And like I always say, that's fine for you guys, but we're Brits. We see it differently here. We think about it differently. We do it differently. So yeah, if there's a nation out there that thinks that the way we do things are wrong, that's fine. Do your thing over there, and we'll do our thing over here. And it might turn out that the nation that I live in actually disagrees with what I believe in. I'll just get up and go. I'm sure there's going to be one out there that does agree with me, and I'd rather live there. I don't want to live amongst people that think that it's okay to do those sick things, and they're just like, we just shrug our shoulders about it. Or at the very least, I'd go to a part of the country that doesn't believe those things. You know, if they're governed slightly differently there.
I wouldn't give it up to the vote, by the way.
You need, the reason why is because, okay, now I get personal about like my beliefs, right? The reason why is someone could come in and say, okay, well, misgendering someone is a net negative. There's no positive in misgendering someone. We have to criminalize this. We have to like literally put prison time on that. It's the same line of argument. That's dangerous. So that's why I would put it to a vote.
I don't think it's dangerous. Even if they did make that the law, what's bad about it?
What's
misgendering someone
on purpose? I'm guessing you mean on purpose, right?
Yeah, but
I mean, it's free speech. Like,
oh, so you believe in free? So you care about free speech? That's your principle.
Well, I care about. Okay, I can't. Okay, now we're getting real. I can't. But I care about the truth.
No, Finn's in the same boat as me. Like, we were talking about absolutists. Like, I'm not an absolutist, but there's some things where it's like, yeah, I'll take a stance where it's like, I don't agree with that. So if you misgender somebody and they throw you in prison for that, I can't support that, because you're coming in and you're telling a bunch of people that have lived their lives a certain way to now change up the way they speak because these other people now see things a completely different way. That's outrageous. Like, it might be mean to misgender somebody. It might hurt their feelings. You might even say it's unnecessary in a situation. Just do it because you're going to make them feel happy. Whatever your stance is, at the end of the day, there's like a biological reality and there's a societal norm that we've set up for people. I think criminalizing people when you know what the biological reality is would be a really, really destructive thing to do for your, that would be hyper destructive for your society to go down that road. And I know that something like that has happened in Canada. I saw something like that happening in Canada. I was like, that's not good. That's
something
really
like that
bad.
happened in Germany as well. That's why I'm a bit.
I mean, I get it. I guess because this is kind of like the Strive and Tacon situation. I've already been there. Like, atheists can't say stuff about religion, but we would say the same thing. And atheists would say the same thing about religious people. So.
Yeah, I don't think criminalizing it would be crazy. Like, there's trans people in my community, and like they've politely asked me, would it be okay? I'm just like, yeah, I mean, like, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it, but I'm of the opinion that like those sort of things are privileges. So as long as everybody's cool, then I'm cool. But like when we saw that person get put in prison and then attack those two women, I was like. Well, okay, you lost that privilege, mate. Like, that's out the window. Like, you've done something criminal on top of already being put in prison. So we have to treat you. We have to go to the biological reality here, because I can't describe to somebody the way you want me to describe it, because then they're going to be confused at what the uproar is about. Like, I can make concessions, but there's lines. Like, I'm not hard line on anything, but there's lines I think people shouldn't cross.
The way. When I think about the word, right, I shouldn't have even used that word, right? Because misgendering suggests that I didn't use the correct gender. It's actually kind of funny, right? The word in and of itself. I should actually say, well, what if you criminalize it to actually use the correct gender, right? That's the actual reality, right?
But you can't look at someone and know their gender. Like, you actually can't. You can't unless you can see chromosomes, which I don't think you can.
Yeah, but I can make a really I mean,
you can assume. Yeah, you can assume 100%. But you can't know unless you get like a DNA test.
Okay, but you're right. I can't know. But whatever I choose to assume, that shouldn't be fucking penalized.
Listen to what you're saying. What you choose to assume is okay.
Yeah.
So if someone chooses to assume that I'm a nigger, it's okay, yeah?
If you want my
real
real answer,
this is a safe place.
Well, look. Actually, I mean, I need to actually think about this, because in Germany, You really want to bring it? Oh,
No. You know what? Don't worry. Chud the Builder's still in there, and I'm sure he thinks the same way you do. He thinks freedom of speech. He can just go up to black people and say that because that's what he sees. That's what he sees them as. So he can call them that.
I mean, look.
Just assuming.
I mean, he can go to black people and say it, but he will get fucking punched in the face. So, like, I mean,
so why can't you get punched in the face for misgendering?
I mean, they can. You would get obviously convicted for assault.
That's what Chud says. Well, actually, no, he doesn't say that. He's like, I dare you to do something because I've got a gun on me, and it will be self-defense.
Wait, who says that?
That's a mad thing to say.
Chud, his name's Chud the Builder.
Is he cool?
It's not the word I would use. He's funny. Well, sorry. The interactions he has are funny. He just goes around.
The thing is,
people the
okay,
N-word.
C4, how do I say this? You are not I nearly said the word. You are not a N-word, right?
I would like to.
But you are a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you did. Yeah, but I'm telling you I'm a man. You don't have to assume because I'm telling you. What if I said I was a woman?
It's a reasonable assumption to make, though. Like people can be forgiven for reasonable assumptions.
Well, yeah, no, I agree. But when you're saying, when you say, "Oh, I know you're a man" or "I know you're a woman," obviously 99.9% of the time you don't need to see someone's chromosomes. I'm not saying that you have to every time, but you could be wrong. You don't know. There could be. There's other names for it when they have like both genitals and all that sort of shit. There's some situations where it's not clear cut. I just think it's easy to ask. It's just why make this kerfuffle
the thing
about?
Is you can make this. You can make this.
Yeah, but you're not. People.
But you can make
people
that
pretend like
line.
they're only about truth. Not everyone's about truth. No one really cares about truth. They care about being comfortable.
I mean, but comfortable is fine. I mean, comfortable is fine. But I'm saying like fining someone for not using. Oh God, no! It's gonna. Mike, otherwise we're sitting here in an hour. Like it's we should probably we need to maybe separate this in a special show, right?
This is what happens when Finn starts playing Strive. I love it.
I'm of the opinion that you don't need to ask. I think if it means something to somebody, they can tell you, and then it's on you to either grant their wish or dismiss it. And I think that you both can see it. Like if a trans person sees the world one way, that's fine by me. And if like Finn sees the world one way, that's also fine by me. Finn doesn't have to conform to what you want, and you don't have to conform to what Finn wants. What you can do if you both disagree is just not talk to each other. This whole like compelling speech thing, I'm not on board with that.
Compelled speech, that's it.
Yeah, compelled speech is not okay. Like if you wake up one day or over a period of time, you develop feelings that make you feel different to other people, and that's how you see the world, that's fine. I can respect that. Everyone's got their own struggles, everyone's got their own perspective, but don't make demands of other people. If people want to do it, let them do it. If they don't want to do it, respect the fact that they don't want to do it. I don't like this whole like, oh, you have to say it now. No, I don't have to say it. I will say it if you're polite to me. I will say if you're not being a dickhead, but don't make demands because I won't do it.
I agree.
That's simple.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And if I make the mistake, which, being on the earth for 34 years and this being a relatively new thing, then I would expect you, it'd be reasonable for you to forgive me for that and let us move past it. But if you start like wagging your finger at me, then the conversation is going to go sideways. So I think this sort of thing, it can be alleviated, but people are so quick to argument that it just devolves into a thing, and then one person is being transphobic, the trans person is now screaming at them, and it's just.
I see. Yeah, I want it to be a social rule. I want society to handle it, not the law, like not the court of law.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a lawful thing. That should be a thing that society deals with. If the law get involved with that, with compel speech, we're cooked.
Again, I go back to what I said at the beginning. It's like I would ideally want the people to deal with this, but when the people can't, who do we call? We make it a law. when we can't govern ourselves, we get the government to govern us. Like,
but certain things you don't need a fucking law for, right? I mean, you need a law for fucking guns and weapons and alcohol and shit. But like, how I like, come on, you know what I mean?
Speech, I would hope so, but people were saying speech is the same as art, and people were saying it's okay to draw fucking CP. So I want to agree with you.
That's the thing, right? That is exactly the slippery slope, and suddenly we are in so many different avenues where people are like, well, this is banned. I mean, I think this should be banned, like you misgendering me. I think, and this is where I'm like, yeah, it's the curse of freedom. I don't know how else to call it. It's the curse of freedom. What is too much? What is too little?
Some things are very obvious. Like, we know that children, like Del said earlier, are a protected class. We've known that for hundreds of years. Hundreds and hundreds of years. Most societies, have known not to do that stuff. At least over here in the West. Other places I can't speak to. We're not from there. I'm not going to pretend to know their norms and their customs. But we over here have known for a very long time not to do that. So it's not really a slippery slope thing. We know we shouldn't be doing that. And these people know they shouldn't be doing that because half of them hide behind anime profile pictures anyway. No one's saying that shit with chest. No one's putting their face out there because they know that it's something that society doesn't accept. So it's not a thing where it's like, well, what about mowing people down in GTA? You can mow someone down in GTA with your face on camera and not bat an eye. You play one of those crazy games on Steam that you find in the abyss for 10p, I guarantee your stream is not going to have the camera on. It won't even be streamed.
Just let me get this one last thing, Mike. No one today, again, no one of the actual detractors showed up, yeah?
No. And they were in my DMs, giving it the big one. On my post, giving it the big one. Or if I catch you on your live stream, or I'm going to embarrass you, okay. Well, here we are again. It's the same shit as usual. Like, I didn't really expect it. But, yeah. The conversation probably would have just gone one way anyway. Like, most of the time people are not gonna, I don't think most people will come on camera and say what they really feel, because I mean, the reality is that they're on a side of the internet that doesn't agree with them, right? Like, if I went over, I would happily go over to like Chibi Reviews' page, even though I know I'd probably get flamed to death, and say what I believe. But that's because I believe what I think is actually accepted by society. I'm not ashamed to say it, but I don't think that you take people out of their comfortable zones and put them somewhere else where most people don't like it. I don't think they'll speak on it. So I'm not surprised. It's not. We're not like a surprised Pikachu face that a lot of detractors didn't show up. But just know that they were in my DMs, yapping away, talking nonsense. I mean, I think I sent some to C4. And yeah, my missus saw them. It's the same shit as usual.
Well, you wanted to maybe even end on a statement before we went on a huge tangent.
Yeah,
like a guy who,
Let me just read out these 3 super chats and then we'll end it. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $5. Mike with Mallet, bro, is secretly bone smashing and trying to get ready to look smacks on these fools. But we were doing that last stream, bro. I was look smacksing the whole time for about 5 minutes and I passed out. I don't know how they do it. I couldn't get a hammer and start smashing my chin to get a better jawline. That's all crazy. Tom, thank you for the $5. In the US, they already have a thick line difference between the stuff, hyper-realistic stuff like that, or AI-made stuff has harsh sentencing. And I think they're harsher on AI stuff, ain't they? Well, they just letting that shit rock as well.
Yeah, it's AI. They love AI.
Bro, the AI stuff on Twitter was outrageous when it first started happening, and they were like, "Grok, put this person in a bikini," or "Grok, put this person in." So I was like,
"Yeah."
It was actually so insane you couldn't escape it.
Fuck.
And now you have to be a premium Twitter user to be able to do it.
I didn't know that.
Behind a paywall, some of them got. I think Grok got more intelligent because Grok can now take like a stickman drawing in any position, and you can say to Grok, turn this into a real person with these features, and Grok would just whip something up like that. And I'm just like, this is getting out of control, man. It's not a good look. And Bovane, thank you for the $10. As a black man from America, that's not the same thing, yep.
Yeah, I know it is. I know it isn't. I didn't say it was. There's a difference between a symmetry and something similar. an apple and an orange aren't the same, but they're both fruits. So yeah, I understand that a gender and a race are different.
All right. Well, you want to close your statement? My closing statement is, yes, I know that I've offended a lot of people with what I've said today. I'm pretty sure if I check my studio page on my YouTube channel, it will show me some level of anger. In fact, let me check that. Yeah, clearly offended a bunch of people. So, well, that's fine. I like to think that people are subscribed to the channel because we're going to have difficult conversations like this, but I'm not going to play neutral or sugarcoat my stances on things. I think that, like I said, the stuff that was pulled from XenoCoffee and Mimi Yanagi was disgusting. It was insane to me that it had to even escalate for people to be like, oh, well, now we have more information. Like, it was already monstrous to begin with. Someone said Mike doesn't like lollies in general. Nope, I don't like lollies in general. I won't shun you for like watching an anime of a lolly. Like, obviously that would be stupid because lollies are everywhere. I just don't like them. Like, there was an anime that came out recently. Is it like Silence of a Hero or something like that? Silence to be a Hero, something like that. Where this guy has a little lolly character on his shoulder that's actually like a god or goddess, and she can grant him powers, and they fight all these monsters in the first episode. And I remember watching it, and I was like, this seems kind of cool, but I don't like lolly characters, and I just turned it off. Sentence to be a hero, that was it. Yeah, thank you. That was it. I watched the first episode, and I was like, I wish that it wasn't a lolly. I just don't like them. I find them irritating. And then this side of it as well, where the people sexualize them, I find those people fucking weird. It's one thing to like have like a lolly character on screen, but I don't often like the way they're portrayed. Like, I just find them irritating. I think that character in that game, that new Capcom game, I've heard that it's pretty good. Like, a lot of parents or a lot of fathers. Pragmata, that's it. Yeah, I've heard a lot of fathers are saying that it's really well done, and it makes you feel. It's made guys that don't have kids want to have a kid. So I'm not saying that you can't write them in a good way. I just find a lot of the time in anime, I just don't like who they are. But that's just me. I'm not going to shame anyone for liking a lolly character. Just don't fucking draw them in weird ways, and I ain't gonna have a problem with you.
Yeah, that's basically also what I sometimes feel, where I'm like, hey, I think this character, like, even when I watch an anime, like, I think this character is cute. I think this character, like, is like, I know what they're doing, the narrative of like, oh, vulnerable and cute, and then suddenly there's a panty shot, and I'm like, why? You know, like why? Like, I mean, maybe it's just, I don't know, some part of the culture that I don't understand, but I'm always like, why? I take this character serious. I take the character's personality and the arc serious, and suddenly they're like panty shots. I'm like, why? But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. C4, any closing statements?
Don't sell CP for any price.
That should be a given.
I thought that too. Yeah. Just always say no.
Yeah, it's 100%. Just before we actually wrap up, I did have the statement here from Mimi Yanagi's page.
Yeah, that is the statement I wanted to. Yeah, okay.
It says, I don't think it's from them, but it's from someone close to them. So it says, "Good afternoon, Bun Buns. Sincere apologies for the absence. Mimi has a long story to tell. On Monday, April 20th, Mimi was arrested by the UK police for possession of her artwork and her artwork alone. Well, that's a lie. She's currently on bail pending the outcome of a criminal investigation into her accounts and activities. All of her devices were seized as a result of the arrest. As a result of her bail conditions, Mimi has to move to a new account and is required to use a header name on her new account that her bail officers have agreed to. The account in question is Mimi Yabai. Per her bail conditions, her activities for the foreseeable future have to both be safe for work and fully transparent in order to prevent a breach to her bail conditions. Mimi apologizes sincerely from the bottom of her heart for letting all of you down and for disappointing you in such a way. That seems pretty reasonable to me. They said, don't draw sus shit. That's basically what they told her. Am I reading that wrong, Finn?
So reasonable.
No, you're reading that right.
They let her out, or him, and they said, don't draw sus stuff. And you can even make another Twitter account, which they have. I went to check this account. It's protected, really? So you can't see anything. But it still has all of the stuff in the like caption. I think it had like the 18 symbol and all that stuff. So I'm expecting them to just, I don't know, tone it down a bit, but not all the way. But this seems pretty reasonable to me. I know people don't like the UK government. I know the UK government has been known to do some really bad stuff. Trust me, like we know, we live over here. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like those conditions of a 6-year investigation, even with the revelation that has come from Kiwi Farms, that is still extremely reasonable from our government. I'm sorry, it just is.
Yeah, because I thought initially when you told me this going on that it was this other post, but I don't know. Did you see this on Twitter, like the or on Reddit, the post that goes like, my wife has just been arrested for chibi style art she drew in 2011. Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't think that was Mimi. That was another story that was brought up, but that guy used the word chibi. It was not chibi artwork. The artwork was insane. Okay, chibi. No, chibi artwork is, like I said, Pokemon, like what you see in Pokemon Yellow, or Fantasy Star Online, or some of the old Final Fantasy games. Those are chibi style characters.
Yeah.
What his wife was drawing, if I'm remembering correctly, was anything but. It was
okay.
It was bad.
Because when I read that, I was like, oh, so chibi, so like these like cute little cartoon versions of characters and shit. So this is what I wanted to ask. Thanks, Mike, for cleaning that up, because I wanted to know if he's like dog whistling a little bit like chibi, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, come on. Okay.
Yeah. It's like when Chibi Reviews said, oh, the anime artwork was pulled. It's like, does the character look like Goku? Like, what do you mean anime artwork? Like, be specific. And Chibi Reviews never specifically said what was drawn and what was shown, which is very telling. So just pay attention to the language people use, because they will fool you.
Yeah, it's already a red flag when people. I mean, yeah, okay, you can't. I mean, you already know it's what you said, Mike, and what C4 said. They already know. That's why they don't come, because they can't even call it for what it is, because they know how it sounds like. Yeah, I draw child porn. Yep. Like they can't even do it. They have to come up with these weird things like, oh, I drew something in a chibi art style. Like, what do you mean? What do you do? Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, it's hella weird.
Yeah, like I said, they use specific language to fool people into defending it, to build this sort of campaign against anyone that would look at it and be like, wait a second, like that something seems off here. So it's, like I said earlier, it's very nefarious. But yeah, that's my stance on it. But that aside, I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow's stream. That's going to be a fun debate with you guys and Chad. You guys still game for it?
I mean, I am. I don't know how much of a debate, because I don't actually want to know anything about C4's position. The only thing I know about C4 is he doesn't actually plays a lot of ranked, and kind of also thinks it's a bit dumb. I think
that is fair, but I've tweaked my position, because if you've seen the Pokemon channel, all I do is play ranked. I care about my rank in Pokemon.
That's okay. See, that's why it's interesting. It's going to be interesting. By the way, Mike, you can make it as late or whatever you want. But for me, the earliest would be 7 p.m. UK. That would be my earliest.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm off work tomorrow, so I'll chat to you guys on Discord. Or 8 o'clock. If we can do 7, that would be good.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah, so I think Chad can do 7 as well. it'll be fun. It's going to be a fun discussion. For those of you that don't know, we're going to be discussing the integrity of ranked, especially in Tekken, but I guess we can talk about it as a whole in gaming. But I won't spoil my stance because I have a slightly different stance to Finn. But yeah, all right. Well, I know it's way later than you were meant to be here, C4, but I understand it was a hard conversation to walk away from.
It was. It's all good. I can take a little nap before the stream tomorrow. It'll be good.
Yeah.
All good.
All right, boys. I guess I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. In a bit.
Yes.
In a bit.
Peace.
Good night.
All right, guys. Well, that was the stream. Unfortunately, the lolly enthusiasts weren't here in abundance as promised, but I still think it was a good discussion. So tomorrow we're going to be discussing Tekken, and it's going to be it should be a very, very fun discussion. Not like this one, but this one had to be spoken about. Like, these are not things that I think a community should glaze over. I know it can be draining, Anonymity. I know it was horrid, Masats, trust me, but I think as a community in this space, it's good to talk about these things and bring it to light so people know what's going on. No, there's no VTubers tomorrow. It's just me, Chad, C4, and Finn. We're going to be having a 2v2 debate about ranked because we don't agree. And Chad and Finn had a very heated debate, and we figured it would be good to do a 2v2. So that it will be fun. Tomorrow will be a fun, it will be much more tame than this one. But Mike, did you move? Your background isn't blue anymore. Yeah, I don't live in the same address anymore. I've moved. Yes, moved out. Moved out about a month and a bit ago now. Yeah, you'd love to talk about ranks. It sounds fun. Yes, it'll be much more chilled out than this stream, I assure you. But look, I appreciate all the donations once again. I always appreciate you guys supporting the streams. Just to let you know, Thursday I won't be streaming, but Friday I'll be streaming and I should be dropping a video. Reason being is because on Thursday I'm going to go and see Mortal Kombat 2. So I'll give you guys a full review of Mortal Kombat 2 in video format. And then I'll probably do a Shambolic Showdown on Friday if something doesn't come up. And then just to warn you all, on Saturday, there's probably going to be another very heavy sort of stream. I'm going to have Perfection, the Natural Selection, on here because he's had a bunch of very similar allegations to these ones come out about him. And initially, I was going to do a talk with him about Xenoverse, but I can't have him on here unless we clear up some of this stuff because I ain't trying to be buddy with anyone that's doing that stuff. So I need to get him on here. We need to go over these allegations, these screenshots, because a lot of them are really, really bad. So if this stream was difficult to stomach, you might want to skip the one on Saturday. I'm just giving you a heads up. But then Sunday, we'll do the Unconventionals Part 4. So yeah, that's the schedule for this week. So yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow at about 7 o'clock for the Tekken Talk. All right, guys. Peace out.
So